time is really ours. It's time to get the bag, yeah, it's time to get the bag, yeah.
Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it.
Ask for it, you receive it. Got it locked, put the key in. Got them looking, yeah, they praying. She like, I like what I'm seeing.
Now we up, they agreeing. Play full, yeah, we eating. Now you can't ignore this feeling when you got it from him seeing.
Why these B.O.D.N. Find love, why you cheating? She know that I'm never leaving. They want beef, but they vegan.
I don't know why they on that. Get a pack, then I roll that. She got, tell her throw that. Start her on, it's a throwback.
Just a straight roll, I don't even pay tolls. Your boy a genius and I ain't talking yay though. Been a living legend since I was like a day old. I remember days though, listening to J. Cole.
I remember days though, listening to Drake though. Had to up my profile, had to up my payroll. Getting too high, yeah, you know I had to lay low. Getting too fried, eating on some big though. Yeah, I came through and you know I had to make do. Yeah, I came through and you know I had to make do. Getting all these dollars, yeah, you know I had to make them. Yeah, I came through, yeah, you know I had to make do.
Beat by Apollo, stop at New Apollos. Copper Henny sour and I'm puffing Jack Sour. Yeah, I feel a black power, yeah, this time is really ours. It's time to get the bag, yeah, it's time to get the bag, yeah, yeah.
Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it.
I'm dipping the corner in something imported. I'm copping the land of the same with the shores. Beautiful women who time in the mirror to show up the shows and see me perform this. Used to ignore me, I'm all the day here, but I used to be timid. I don't know what fear is. Just taught at my dog and he told me he got me. I hopped up the line and went straight to go get it. I got us. Building this up out of mortar and brick. The way that it's going, I don't see it ending. The pigment is tinted. I'm really that. Go figure. I'm tapped into a higher power, feeling bigger than me. It's centering me. My enemy silent. They see that I'm fire. Can't put my energy. I got some real ones on my sideline. Abiding by them guidelines. I'm way up near the skyline. You so belly fine, right? Only kings around me. All this go now. Why I shine bright? Yeah, you hella fine, right? Hey, you looking like the wine and dine type. I'm basking in that limelight. Brody, get your chip stack. I'll teach you. I'm the wise guy. I'm getting right back that shit I'm sending out with vibe wise. You know we good on this side.
On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Ask for it, you receive it.
Hello and welcome everybody to day 2 of the week for the Rainbow Six North American League. I am your host, Doa, and with me are of course our 2 regular wonderful analysts, Jesse J. Chick and Caliber Jacob, and our special guest this week, none other than Seth Super Hoffman, GM of the Soniqs organization. Look at how adorable he is. Whenever I think about you, Super, the first thing that comes to mind is totes adorbs.
I like to think I'm cute, fluffy, but
Yeah.
Most
Cuddly?
vibes, yeah.
Cuddly.
They get from you.
We had a very a cuddly day yesterday because it was very quick. We had a lot of one-sided matchups, didn't we? I was surprised a little bit. Were either of you?
Maybe a bit, because we're so accustomed to games going on for an exorbitantly long amount of time, whether it be from the way that they opt to play, it's overtime matchups, near overtime, tech pause land. But no, we didn't have to worry about it nearly as much yesterday as I thought.
Yeah, it's kind of disappointing. You know, I don't get paid by the hour, but it feels like I do because I want long days. I want games that can go all the way to overtime.
All the way here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we didn't really get that, so I'm hoping we get more of that today.
Yeah, well, what was your take on day 1 of the week yesterday? Good day for Soniqs, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, my takeaway would be that the Soniqs are better than everybody else, and that's the way it always should be forever.
I think it's hard to disagree with that. I think 5 points up on everyone in the standings right now. There's like Soniqs and there's like TSM in second with a pretty good score, and then there's a bit of a gap, and then everyone else is kind of fighting.
Parabellum and Mirage somehow are still in the top 4 spots.
Yeah, I mean, Mirage looking better than ever. We've got like it's not just a whole new stage, it's like a whole new world in NAL right now.
Yeah.
We were talking yesterday how the standings, I'm sure we'll take a look at them later, are basically the reverse of stage 1 this year.
Yeah, they're in the wrong order. Something's wrong.
It's very strange. I don't think it's going to change today either. Another thing, Astralis getting their first win of the stage, something they pretty badly needed, of course, for a team that was first in both stages. Kind of shocking to see them be 1 and 2, but at least they've got that back on track a little bit. But overall, I think the same thing for today is the same thing I've been thinking about all stage long, which is just I don't know what to expect. You know, we're starting to get a little bit more of a picture of it, but everything's so up in the air right now.
I mean, I figure after 3 games of the stage, it's probably enough time to really start putting together an accurate picture of what these teams look like. Yeah. 1 game, we keep on saying it's too little. 2 games, we start thinking, first week impressions, is this going to stick with everybody? But then we saw some teams get some much-needed wins yesterday. Some teams that were undefeated actually got losses and kind of brought them down to earth, so to speak. And then you've got teams that still are either one side of the spectrum or the other. You've got Soniqs still yet to lose a game. They've got the full 9 points. And then OXG and Beastcoast, who for their own myriad of reasons seem like they may be trailing at the very bottom of this league for the entire rest of the stage.
Yeah, it felt like week 1 we were able to set some trends, and then in Playday 3 we really broke a lot of those trends, right? We saw, of course, right, Parabellum taking their first loss, TSM taking their first loss, Astralis getting their first win. So I think today and for the rest of the stage we can kind of see if those teams continue to pick up wins and losses around the stage, or maybe this new trend can continue.
If only because I like looking back at just historical data, because we've gotten enough stages of the NAL and now the EUL that are basically the same league. No team in NAL history has ever managed to qualify for a major after losing their first 3 games. So if you want to take that statistic, you can already look at an OXG or a Beastcoast and say they might be a little bit too far gone. On the flip side, I just did a check. No team in NAL history has ever failed to qualify for a major after winning their first 3 games. And
well, we're about
usually,
to surprise you. We're not going anywhere.
It's usually OXG
I was about to say congratulations.
are the ones to do that, because DarkZero, XSET, like some other big team hasn't really, they've been 2-1 or 1-2 through their first 3. OXG, I think twice, have won their first 3, then qualified for that event, and then weren't able to go very far at that event. So Soniqs are 0-3 right now.
I think, now that you mention it, last year when the Soniqs were pretty much the most dominant NA team in the region the whole year, I don't think we started 3-0 one time. So
I don't think so
may be
either,
the best start that we've ever had as a team, and we've been pretty good in NA for a while.
I mean, I remember the hot start back when it was you with the EU United Core for stage 1 of 2021. I remember that was really hot because nobody had any
I don't think we started 3-0 even though. So
you could be right.
Yeah, this is new territory. I'm excited to finish 3-6.
Can't wait to see that big Soniqs loss today. But for now, let's talk about our MVP from yesterday. It was none other than Kento. That's right, Kento, a player from Mirage, got the MVP. We do not see this very often or really at all this year. So congrats to Kento. He got it done, the Kento Evento. It was a monumental occasion, wasn't it?
Yeah, one of those players that's starting to turn things around for the Northern Org, you know? Kento really did have a great game, 13-8, 82 cost, really impressive, means he's having an impact on almost every single round in the server. And just having a fantastic start. And I think really like the big thing for Mirage was how well they worked together as a team. Kento didn't have any huge clutches or any huge like aces or anything like that, but he was always there consistently in the round, helping out his teammates, going for trades. And so that's what Mirage really need, that consistency. And if Kento can step up and be that for them this stage, that's going to be huge.
He was highest rated on a team that I think everyone was still kind of anticipating was not going to be an OXG team that we still had a lot of confidence in. He had the most kills on that squad, but Benji's still like statistically leading, I think, in kills on that squad. And there were plenty of other players throughout the day that had more solid performances than he did, but a lot of them were in blowout games, and that OXG game was much tighter. So if he doesn't pull off what he does yesterday, there's no way Mirage suddenly find themselves in, what, 3rd place right now?
Yeah.
I mean, what more can you say? That's Tyler Ross, the Bosch.
Exactly. Global update time. We got a lot of regions playing Rainbow Six Siege around the world. Let's check out how those are all going right now. We're going to look at EU first. Heroic on top, BDS and Wolves pretty close behind. Although, again, not a whole lot of games played yet. Still a lot to learn from this region.
Yeah, brand new org in Europe as well. TT9 picking up the Pones roster. Not a great start, if we're being totally honest with ourselves, but there's a long season still to go.
I'm waiting for BDS to kind of get back into form a little bit because they've got a new player. It's been a long time since we saw somebody that wasn't the full 5-stack with Rafal playing, and so far that seems like it's working out pretty well. I didn't think Wolves are going to fall off too much, but again, this is one of those things where it's still, for us, we get 2 games a week, they get 1 game a week, so it's going to take some time for them to really start showing what they're made of because we just haven't, there's not a big enough sample size quite yet.
You always kind of see the like major hangover from the teams that go deep, so I'm interested to see how Rogue end up finishing the stage. They seem like they're still playing well, but you know, in NA, DarkZero didn't make the major after winning. Astralis they continue to play well in the league, but they've kind of fallen off internationally, so I think it's, you know, I'll keep your eye on Rogue and see what happens.
Yeah, we will see. Let's move on to our next region. It's going to be the LATAM region as well. We got Black Dragons on top. Team 1, FaZe close behind there.
Okay, so I don't want to talk about the top 4. I want to talk about 0-0 Nation for a sec, mostly because I want this team to do well, and I don't know why they're not.
They're playing to their name.
It's
Zero.
Say, yeah.
Exactly.
Zero wins
It's
Nation.
3 major winners and a major winning coach. It's sexy cake and it's live. This theoretically should be a team that should not be struggling this much, and yet we still find them down here. They need to be up here at some point. And I also
Sure, they'd like to be.
I know, and they want to too. I also want to see Black Dragons actually qualify because they had a really good stage 2 until the very, very end. So that kind of performance is something I hope to see them maintain too.
Yeah, just 1 week in, of course, for Brazil. Black Dragons and Team 1. We'll see if they can hold on. I think so far their road has been kind of against kind of the middling teams, but you know, we'll see. Definitely the hard hitters of Brazil looking to bounce back. Liquid especially this stage.
Something that's important to keep in mind for the LATAM region is, especially for Invitational, if you do not finish top 4, you essentially get 0 points. So for teams like Liquid, MIBR, Furia, it's and even FaZe, it's very important for them to finish in this top 4, because if they get a donut in terms of their SI points, they're likely going to end up playing through qualifiers.
Yep. It's pretty harsh over there. Let's check out the APAC region now. We'll see how the teams are doing in the north. Cyclops and Sandbox on top for the moment.
Yeah, kind of your usual suspects in APAC North, right? That you expect to see. Of course, Reject, Spear, Fav, kind of struggling to start off the stage, but obviously it is still early there. Damwon Kia, a team that I think people have been kind of missing, right? They did make it to the major, but not the greatest performance.
They have like interesting. I don't know if you've seen, but they benched Yas. He hasn't been playing. Yas was arguably the best player in the world last year. Just now he's benched, and I don't think they've even really gone into specifics why.
No, they got their coach playing now.
Yeah, so I mean, hopefully it's nothing like a personal issue, but very strange to see Damwon without Yas playing.
I really hope that Cyclops, in spite of not making a roster change for like the 17th consecutive stage, are actually able to do something this stage. But I also keep looking at Fnatic because they made massive moves in the offseason. Mag is finally playing on that team, speaking a completely different language. They've got Ramu, I think, on that team. So it's an amalgamation now a little bit of some parts of like the old Fnatic, classic Norarengo, all in the same squad at the same time. And if they, for some reason, can't get this together, everyone's going to keep on forgetting Fnatic even had a siege team to begin with.
There you go. Don't want that if you're Esports org. You want people to kind of know what games you're in. But let's move over to APAC South and check out how that last region is doing. Here's where we're at there. Elevate on top.
Only 1 game.
Only one game played. Yeah, that's right.
That's it.
Never mind. Well, there you go. I mean, the subject to change.
Of course. Gaming Gladiators yet to play a match. Did a bye for the first week. And Tide, a name that people may not be familiar with. That's the former IG roster, playing under a new tag this time around.
No, not a new tag, an old tag. That thing.
True.
That thing's existed for
New
years.
old tag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I swear when I saw Dev tweet about it, he was going to cry happy because he was like, Tide is back. But yeah.
Disappointing to see Invictus Gaming drop their roster, but you know, hopefully those players.
Even
will
though
bounce
they've
back.
only played one game, I'm gonna make a very bold claim.
Okay.
Elevate makes the major. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a pretty safe bet, but
I think it's pretty smart.
That's
to
the
me.
most lukewarm take I've ever heard.
I think it's a bold call. You're just jealous you didn't make it.
there you go. Let's take a look at today's schedule now. What we're gonna see here in NA, in the NAL. We got our schedule for the day.
Do we?
What's it gonna be? We do indeed. And
wait
there's gonna
for
be
it.
some
North
really good ones.
American League. Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Whoa,
The middle
schedule.
one is the one I'm excited about, probably the most. Our two top teams at the moment, Soniqs and TSM, going head to head. I feel like, you know, and I'm not just saying this because of our guests, I feel like Soniqs is coming into this one at the edge based on what we've seen this stage.
No.
But we never know. Super, what do you think?
Probably 7-0 TSM. Soniqs coming into this
Dang.
game looking a little rough. Lost 5 rounds past 2 games.
It's tough
It's
love.
5 rounds too many.
It's reverse psychology, right? The players hear this and they're like, well, now I'm gonna win.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We found your general managing strategy now.
After that game, XSET versus OXG also looking kind of exciting. Always a bit of a rival game, right? It's a bit
Like
of
the
a
opposite
move.
way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these are two teams that are not exactly at the top of the leaderboard right now.
8th and 9th right now, if memory serves.
Yeah, it's kind of down there. But I do think
Yeah.
XSET still have a lot of potential to bounce back. They've had a rough start to the stage, but I'm excited to see what they can do here against well, 2 of their players' former team.
I mean, again, we wanted to see how things were going to shake out. Again, we've had 3 days. It's a really good time to start forming these impressions. We've got a very decent picture. And because of that, the fact that we have games that are this close with teams on the standings, again, there's only like, at maximum, a 2-place separation between any of the teams that are facing each other today. So this is probably the best case scenario for all involved to get true tests after the first 3 games.
Well,
I was just gonna say, I just feel like you have to mention it because you never get to.
Yeah.
But Mirage and SSG actually have a meaningful game. There's a meaningful
true.
game with Mirage, which is gonna give us kind of a clear picture of, is Mirage like contending for a major spot?
they might be. I mean, to
They
be
might
fair,
be, and I might pass out, but it's possible it happens.
all the other Mirage meaningful games this year involve Beastcoast. This is a different kind of one, I think. But let's talk a little bit about one of our lovely sponsors. It's AimLab. You can see them. They're down right in the middle. There they are. They provided a neat stat for us to take a look at that gauges players' abilities in a bunch of different categories.
64.
You know what, though? I mean, Eska only a 64.
Oh, it
Did
was
you
him.
know
That makes sense.
we have the second best rated AimLab, test player right here in the studio. What
Yeah.
do you have? What's your score right now?
So when I did the DZ Pro-Am, I got a 93. I've been told the only person who had higher than 93 on this was Citizen. So it makes sense, as Citizen and I are known to be the greatest aimers in the world.
Best mechanical players in Siege.
And technically, that means I'm 29 points better than Eska.
Wow.
How
Look at
embarrassing
that.
for him,
The
honestly.
numbers don't lie. The numbers
How
don't
embarrassing.
lie. Yeah. Eska got a lot of work to do, obviously.
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
He most certainly does.
Let's take a look at some tweets from you, the people at home, the people from the Siege community. Our first one. There you go. All right. Oh, look at that. Getting roasted a little bit by your own broadcast. So wait, maybe
I thought they were talking about Jacob.
they might not have been talking about you.
Oh.
That's true. They might. It could be any one of us, really.
Yeah, there's nobody specific mention.
They did tag
I'm
you?
tagged.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not
yeah,
a good
okay.
sign.
Correct.
They did
Okay.
tag you.
Well.
So that does. Yeah. Well, maybe they didn't know. They're like,
Let's just say our social media manager, it's meeting time.
okay.
Oof.
Yikes. Worse shape than Eska. Look out. Next tweet. It's going to be from Merc on TSM. Holy smokes. People keep talking about us having 2 free games that we beat Mirage on Theme Park, so I think we should just get auto first place. There you go. They did get a win on Theme Park. That was a big deal, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, TSM bragging about beating Mirage. What a timeline that we're living in here in the NAL. But yeah, it's, TSM, they're looking okay, right?
Yeah.
Rough day 3 perhaps, but hey, we'll see how the future holds for them.
Look, Merc tweeting doesn't necessarily inspire confidence, but I do think he's got a point, mostly because that might have been the one time that we saw a Mirage team that was probably as beatable as they were in that very first game, still trying to figure some things out. Now, if you beat Mirage, it's very much like, hey, you got past that initial tsunami that they're bringing, which is really cool.
It's not an illusion.
You don't need to keep saying that.
That is the most hilarious motto.
You don't need to keep saying that.
Mirage is literally an illusion. I'm sorry, Mirage. You need
in the
a
NAL,
new motto.
There's no free games in the NAL unless you're Beastcoast.
Oh. Well.
He said it, not me.
The numbers don't lie. Let's move on to the next tweet. For now, let's see where we're at. From Laxing, Mirage have earned my respect.
Well, that's all they needed. They could just not play the rest of the season and they're good.
Done.
Yeah, they just forfeit the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Mission accomplished.
Why even? Do you need to win SI now? You have.
That's
respect.
better than SI in my mind.
We'll see if they agree or not.
Yep.
We'll see if they play that match versus Spacestation. I think they probably still will.
Yeah,
Next
whatever.
tweet from Achieved.
Ouch.
Hit
That's
lip
really
on the bottom of
Is
the
this where he
fireplace.
nades himself? I do believe.
I was wondering about that yesterday.
Yeah. Self-nade.
Moments before disaster.
Hit the lip on the bottom of the fireplace. You know what? That's tough. That happens sometimes. I'm not going to pretend like it doesn't happen to all of us.
So what, this little 2-inch square
yeah, I
thing
think
at the
so.
very bottom, or does he mean the top? And
I think at the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah,
genuinely
the
just
bottom.
clipped off this one little polygon.
That's tough.
Me,
That's
Angie,
hilarious.
Ubi, fix, please.
I mean, I gotta say, maybe don't throw grenades into fireplaces. It seems just like a good motto. Overall.
In life, perhaps?
In life, yeah. My mother always said, "Don't throw grenades into fireplaces."
Wise woman.
Look, if you play Siege for the realism, you're doing it wrong.
From Bosco, some games I'm planting and some games I'm shooting. Today is a bit of both.
Oh, is this the one
you go.
where Seth said he couldn't shoot? I
Well,
think this is
if
the
you
clip.
look at the statistics, Kool-Aid's still way more kills than Bosco, but I will congratulate Bosco on having a good game. But I still did pick SSG to win. I think I was the only one, so just
No.
I think you might be right.
yeah, often am.
I don't know if we have to dwell on that.
There you go.
Talk
The coin
about it
might
all
have
the
picked it
time.
too. I can't remember. The coin, it's some pretty good ones. Another tweet. Viva la Blaz.
I don't speak
I would
French.
let him play Alibi every round.
I mean, yeah,
I would do that.
There's a good number of
He's kind of earned it.
good number of teams are trying that right now, and Alibi, it works pretty well. It works pretty well, especially for Blaz.
I think, is this his ace round? I'm pretty sure this
Yes,
was.
this is
Yeah,
the ace.
Yeah.
That's why it says
Round three.
ace in the tweet.
Do aces on
read- I
Alibi
can't
even
read, Jesse.
count?
I see.
Do Alibi aces even count is my question. Is that like a Finca ace? Like, I feel like the operators
new-
are
the
just
new
so
Finca
good.
ace.
Like, you get like an asterisk by it.
It might be the closest.
It's like hitting 73 home runs on steroids, Like, it doesn't really count that much.
Yeah, I understand. I get you.
Jury's still out on that one, but I tend to agree. Let's look at another tweet from Links. Look at that. I would lose my mind if I stepped into that frost mat, Rex. You are
Genuinely
out of
one of
pocket
the
for that.
dumbest things I've ever seen, and it worked, which means it's not dumb.
I think we were watching in the back room, and as soon as it happened, Seth was like, Rexon is a tactical genius.
I mean, the man is. Keep in mind, that's 2 games in a row where the other team just walked into a frost mat. Fultz did the same exact thing the other game. Maybe people need to look at the floor a little bit more.
There you go. Just sometimes you just put them in random places, people step into them. That's how it works. Yeah. Well, that was fun. And don't forget, if you want a chance to have your tweet read on the air, you can always tweet at R6 Esports NA, I believe is the Twitter account, or hashtag R6NAL. We'll kind of get into the mix as well. And so just do that on Instagram as well. R6 Esports NA. Participate. Don't just watch. Don't just Twitch chat.
I will like
Talk to us on the social media. There you go. Well, we're going to take a quick break. The pre-show is over. When we come back, the pre-match begins. It is going to be a great day of NAL, so you don't want to miss a second of it. We'll see you in just a few.
through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Core with digits, give him estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Been Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head not the piece. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block of powder or a glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love.
And Beastcoast put another one up. An easy closeout for Astralis. Flawless. Round 4 goes their way.
DarkZero in full control.
Grabs one hell, but Foxy so good. Foxy absolutely popping off right now.
This team is sitting pretty right now.
Great teamwork. Soniqs take the lead again. A big victory for the Spacestation.
XSET.
They play it out perfectly.
And the challenge now, quite simply, is just survive.
Congratulations to TSM.
This is the NAL.
Just like the video said, this is indeed the NAL, the Rainbow Six North American League. Welcome to the Analyst Desk. I'm your host, Doa. With me are our analysts, Caliber Jacob, Jesse J. Chick, and our special guest, Super GM of the Soniqs. Are you excited about a day of Rainbow Six Esports? Ooh. That's the kind of hype I'm talking about. That's right.
That's gonna get clipped.
That is a good one. Yeah, for sure. Make a gif out of that. So clip it. Let's take a look at our stage schedule here to look at what has happened, what is coming up We'll get to that in just a moment. But we've got some exciting stuff coming today. And again, like feel like the theme for today is establishing your place in the stage. You know, if you're a good team, you want to get a win, make sure you stay that way, right? If you're not doing so well, you want to do like what Astralis did yesterday and get another win, kind of keep that comeback going. If you're a team like Oxygen, it's desperation time, right? A lot of different stories coming into today's matches, really.
Yeah, and I mean, you can take a look at a couple of these teams, even that did manage to get a win or have gotten a win at some point in the stage so far, because we talked after Playday 2 that, like, well, now if you don't get a win Playday 3, like, it's very hard to get enough points. But really, like, if you don't get a win on Playday 3, that's the same as not getting a win on Playday 4, right? If you go 1 for 1 on the week, it doesn't really matter. You're still 1-3 as we exit out to week 2. So, you know, there's some dangerous teams down there. XSET only 1-2, Astralis only 1-2, Oxygen, unfortunately, can't even hit that mark, 0-3 right now.
There you go. Well, here is our stage schedule. As you can see, we are all the way into day number 4 already. 4 out of 9. This it's not a lot of play days. You really got to be on the ball every single day if you want to make the major. So we've got a lot to look forward to today, as you can see, starting things off with Parabellum, Beastcoast, but a lot of interesting matches in the cards, all the way to the one that you mentioned at the end, Mirage versus Spacestation, which could be a really close match.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's kind of the first time in a while I feel like Mirage are playing a game where it's like, this has actual implications. And honestly, kind of the first game in a while where you're looking at a game that Mirage plays and it's not just like, you know, check the box for SSG. So this is a game that honestly puts a team in a good position for the major if they can kind of play well for the rest of the stage. And puts one of the loser of that game into a position where they're all of a sudden in the middle of the pack fighting with everybody else.
Yeah, if only given current standings, I still stand by the fact that we're not going to see the current top 4 remain the top 4 for the rest of this stage. So it's going to come down to, I think, today and then the next 3 games that we have in week 3 that are really going to make those last 3 games. All of a sudden, we're getting back into implication and percentages territory. We'll break out Bunny's stats at that point to really start diving into the minutia of how these teams qualify. But if only for this game and the next 2 is where I think we really start to establish, do we have an upper, middle, and lower card in the NA? Because usually that's how these stages go, with the exception of last stage because everything was so tight.
Yeah, we've also got a couple of rival games today. Dexter and Geo both looking to get some revenge on their former team, Soniqs versus TSM, and then Dexter, of course, short stint on SSG as a trial that he didn't end up sticking with. So, yeah, we got a fun day today, Doa.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, even if you look all the way to the end of the stage schedule, too, I'm looking at that Astralis Oxygen game on the final day, and like, depending on how things go, that might actually be like a very meaningful one for potentially even making a major.
Certainly hope so.
Or they might just...
It's kind of funny to think about, but that could be a game where OXG are kind of playing, like, just based off of what we've seen from them, the Mirage role of the stage, where they're playing like the spoiler at the end of the season. It's kind of like a reversal of cards there.
It could be, yeah. I mean, again, like we looked at the stage standings, and it's a reverse of stage 1 right now. Teams have made changes. Some have worked out, some have not worked out. There's been teams, again, I keep bringing up Astralis because it's been like one of the biggest stories. First place, stage 1 and 2, you know, now struggling here in stage 3. So all bets are off as far as who's getting to the final major. But let's focus in on our first matchup of the day. It's going to be DarkZero versus Parabellum. Here are the teams head-to-head at the moment. 1-1 record overall in 2022. Parabellum looking very strong in week number 1, but kind of off the rails a little bit in yesterday's match. Do you think they can get back on track today?
Yeah, well, I think Parabellum made the decision to play Border back-to-back week 1, and that was great. You know, they really are good at that map, and they had 0 footage on them previously. But they gave teams about 5 days to look back, watch those VODs, and SSG absolutely did that. Tried it again yesterday, didn't end up going their way. I'm hoping we don't see another Border from Parabellum later today. But coming against DarkZero, yeah, I think it's another big test for them, right? They can, at this point, prove that they are top 4 contenders. If they lose this one, especially if they lose on a different map, then you're starting to really wonder, was that just a week 1 flash in the pan?
The one thing I wanted to ask in the interview that I'm now thinking today that I wanted to ask yesterday was, how much did DarkZero have to backpedal a little bit when they realized they weren't going to be playing with Hyper? When he said after the first day, I'm feeling demotivated, and they already had backup plans to bring Skies in, how much of a transition process that actually was for them? Because Skies was fantastic by all standards in that game yesterday, and there's no real way, unless he'd already had that amount of prep time and DarkZero had already figured this is going to be a necessary transition for us, that he would end up doing nearly that well in a system that he's kind of been out of for quite some time. So hopefully if they win today, we'll get a little bit more clarification, but still, Skies is doing really good right now.
Yeah, I was just going to say this is the first game that, in terms of Pro League, that Asian and Doc have even lost. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of how they bounce back from a loss, and if that, they didn't play that well yesterday. To a younger player, to a newer player, that can get in your head. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see how they bounce back.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of Parabellum, we did chat with them a little bit in Vegas a couple weeks ago going into the stage, and here's a bit of what they had to say.
I mean, I think Snake is really talented. I think he has like ego issues and comms issues. I mean, strictly talents-based, I think Snake is actually a good player, and they made a good decision on TSM there. I think we got the best 2 out of the entire group.
I think Dexter. I know only Dexter. Okay, so Dexter.
I guess Asian, I guess. I don't know. He's talks a lot and he's just really good. He just kills people. That's all we really need for an entry player, is just kill people, talk.
I think Snake will do really good. Just because he played at the Saudi Arabia, he played against MIBR and he did well. I think he's a solid player. We played against him. He has good mechanics. I don't know about his comms. I haven't teamed with him, but I think he'll do pretty well in the NAL.
Biggest rival? Probably ourselves, honestly. Both times in the past 2 stages we've had roadblocks in our progression. One was helped by BC, by them just beating us, and we were the better team. I don't even know. We lost that matchup, but yeah, probably ourselves. And if we're willing to put in the work and improve to the standards that we set, we don't have anyone to blame if we fail but ourselves, so.
XSET?
XSET again, yeah, because of Spirits, and I mean, I love the guys on that team as well, so it's always fun playing.
There you go, some opinions on some of the pickups around the league going into stage 3 here. Interesting what they had to say about Snake, I thought. Talented, but comms issues, also some kind of shade being thrown there. I don't know, Snake's look like he's working out pretty well for TSM right now. Meanwhile, Doc and oh my God, Asian on Parabellum. Why it's early. I'm still waking up.
He's a new player.
2 new players on Parabellum. Yeah, working out great week 1. Things a little bit rough yesterday. It's kind of like what we were talking about yesterday when we were previewing the Parabellum match, where when you're a new player like that, you have a good week. It can almost be a little bit of a detriment coming into the second one, right? Because now you have expectations for yourself. Right now you're feeling maybe a little bit more pressure, and it did seem like they collapsed a little bit in their game yesterday. And will they bounce back from that today?
Yeah, I mean, I think you take a look at these players, and I think particularly Asian had a rough time yesterday. SSG and the operator ban phase put Asian in the crossfire, lined it up, and pulled the trigger. Both of his Twitch and Azami got banned out, and he really did seem to struggle. And it's kind of interesting bans coming in from SSG, because you look at the games that Parabellum have played recently. I think Blaz and Kool-Aid were kind of the bigger threats on the team, right? But then you look at the operators, and it's like, well, Blaz was playing a lot of Sledge, Kool-Aid a lot of Ace. There are kind of some other operators that can fill into those roles. And sure, I mean, Asian got off of the F2, got off of the Twitch. That's maybe something that you can switch out relatively easily. But on the Azami, it was so powerful. Those cable barriers being used by multiple of his teammates to help hold down strong positions. So really did seem to struggle in that aspect. And what we saw from Asian was he ended up playing a lot of Nook and a lot of Vigil. And frankly, I don't think he felt super comfortable on those operators. Multiple times getting droned out and pinged on Vigil. Kind of the whole point of the operator not to do that. And then literally on Nook, walking in front of cameras for one of those rounds, that's the whole ability, right? You need to be able to avoid those cameras if you're playing Nook. Arguably the best operator on attack right now. Really struggles coming in from him.
I don't want Asian to be a one-trick pony on a one-trick pony team, if that makes sense. I don't want it to be he can only play this one way and Parabellum can only really excel at one map. So there's a lot of growth that needs to happen here, but I think the biggest aspect of growth is for new guys. Even though a loss is bad, you still need to go, you need to get through that hump, understand what it's like to lose, even if it's only one game and you still have another one that you have to bounce right back into the next day. If you have problems being able to go from one loss into the next game with a good mentality, that's a sign of bigger issues that you have to deal with. But if you're able to come out of a loss and then have a good performance today, in spite of what happened previously, that's already a nice early sign of maturity, especially for guys who just turned 18 only recently, who are coming into a pro system, who've not been away from home, all the different things that we talked about for when Doc and Asian both joined this team from before. And I do think even if Asian basically got fully counterbanned, the way that they got smashed by Spacestation yesterday is still indicative of PB's playstyle. They didn't abandon everything, throw it to the wolves, just try to play right to the very end of it. So if that same idea holds, today should still be okay as long as they play their game.
I think it's just going to come down to a case of yesterday. I feel like SSG went out of their way to kind of make Doc and Agent specifically uncomfortable. They're newer players. They've only played Border. I assume they won't play Border again today. So what's it going to be like for these newer players coming off a game where they were the 2 bottom frags yesterday for Parabellum into probably a new map? I feel like this is going to be a good test to see if Parabellum is for real this stage, or if this is going to be kind of an inconsistent stage for them as the rookies learn to kind of deal with some adversity. Because that first week, they didn't have adversity. They played the same map. They were always comfortable. Now they're going into a new week. They're coming off a loss, hopefully not playing Border for the 4th time in a row. Going to see what happens there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a tale as old as sports, right? Pick on the new guys, and there's a reason. It's effective, so it's on the rest of Parabellum to kind of protect them, make sure they set them up for success. But let's look at a team that has some of the oldest guys in Rainbow Six. On the other side, it's DarkZero. That's right. Aside from Canadian rookie, a rookie Canadian rather, they have an experienced squad, and they're going to be looking to take advantage of some of the new players over on the Parabellum side. Excuse me. Sky's obviously joining the team, filling in for Hyper yesterday, back again today, obviously, but he's got that experience. He's not going to have that new player jitters,
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like we didn't spend that much time talking about his addition yesterday. We talked a lot in the pregame about DarkZero's map pool, but think about how Sky's plugged into this team. They were already wondering how is Hyper going to be in or out of the system, and then they bring Skies in, who's someone who definitely can fit into basically any role, probably to different layers of effect, so to speak. But Skies, in just his first game back in pro play, already the 9th highest rated player in the league after just 1 game, playing exactly what Hyper was playing on Clubhouse, because we already saw DarkZero play it before Skies joined the roster. He took Nook, he took Alibi. A 1.17 rating by SiegeGG's metric is fantastic, and a positive KD to boot just means that already there's a lot of very fast integration with this, and maybe a little bit of that is a callback to the way that Skies played with this DZ team from earlier.
Yeah, if you recall Pamba's interview after yesterday, he said the team seems like they're playing very well with Skies, and it kind of sounds like it's weird to say because maybe you're losing some of the chemistry with Hyper having been on the team for so long. Skies played better yesterday than Hyper has in a while. And the truth is, if Skies is going to bring some fragging potential, potentially, a breath of fresh air for the team, that's something that could propel DarkZero into the top 4. They're kind of on the cusp right now.
True.
The thing that I'm worried about is Skies obviously has not been practicing with this team for a long time. If we're being honest, DarkZero, they won yesterday against Beastcoast, but it wasn't a very impressive victory. Panda bailed them out a couple times. I think he had like a 15-kill game.
Yep.
If they don't get 15 kills from Panda, what is this going to look like here? Because this is a better team than Beastcoast. So I'm really interested to see how DarkZero step up to the plate in this game, and if Skies can kind of continue matching or even outperforming Hyper's usual performance.
Yeah, well, the maps have been decided, so let's see how the band shook out and see where we're going. We're anticipating probably not Border for the 4th time in a row for Parabellum, but you never know. I would imagine that'll come through for a band, though.
Nah, man, let's start a new trend. If you're going to play another map 3 times in a row, we can start with a different one here, and I'm curious how far down in the ban phase we actually see. I don't think Parabellum themselves are going to be the ones to take this out, but I do think they need to dictate a completely different map for us to go to here. Mostly promo bans off the board. DarkZero usually takes Skyscraper off first, but instead they've actually been very anti-Villa to start this stage off. They've been very willing to play it in every other stage and back at Charlotte, but now these days it's not something they want to concern themselves with. And PB on Bank, Club, and Chalet all this year basically have been ones they've not been very willing to touch. Parabellum tried Chalet several times back in stage 1 and since then have not ever bothered to go to it. But Border's still on the board, Jesse.
Yeah, cafe theme and Border. I mean, we've talked about it a lot already, but maybe an option that both teams are comfortable with. Obviously, there is footage.
There we go.
Take it away. Theme Park going to go next. Theme Park one that Parabellum are yet to win, and DarkZero 4-1 on this year, so it makes total sense that PB want to take it out of the pool. And then cafe. I mean, for DarkZero, it's not a map we saw a lot from them back in stage 1. They then destroyed Parabellum in stage 2, winning 7 rounds in a row to beat them in 10 rounds total. And that was the finisher of the losing streak that Parabellum as an org now have on cafe. It's 3 games in a row, L to L to L for PB. They're looking to turn that around.
Exactly. Well, time to make some predictions here. The players are ready, so we want to get them in the game as fast as possible. Let's talk to our casters first. It's going to be Blue and Stokes. Stokes, I'm just going to say you go first. You go first today. It's always Blue. It's your turn. Who's it going to be?
All right, well, we've got the quick draw ready for you, Doa. I'm going DarkZero on this one. I feel like Cafe is a solid map for them. I mean, obviously, Sky is coming in trying to replace Hyper still, but, I think he's always been a fantastic player. I see no reason to go against DZ here.
All right, there we go. One for DZ. How about you, Blue?
Yeah, it's pretty much going to be the same thoughts for me. I feel like DarkZero was hitting the ground running yesterday. A little bit scrappy, but I think that's just having to swap skies in on short notice, so I feel like that'll be cleaned up a little bit today. And overall, I feel like they're going to have a great match on Cafe, so I'm going to be going with them.
Indeed. All right, easier to integrate a veteran player than a rookie for sure. 2 for DZ from our casters. We'll check back in with the two of you in a moment when the map actually begins. And now it's time to find out what our analysts have to say. Jacob, start us off. What do you think?
I like Parabellum on smaller maps. I like them on Border, even though they got demolished by SSG yesterday. But this is a considerably different battleground, way more things to check, and it's a map where you do have to play more on fallback positions, more on anchor spots. And Parabellum were a very mobile team to a point where they were allowing Smoke to contest long angles rather than worry about just playing him back behind a shield and waiting for somebody to come to you. Cafe doesn't play in the exact same way, and I think DarkZero did show enough with Skies against Beastcoast yesterday to give me confidence here, so I'll take DarkZero.
All right, another one for DarkZero. Super, how about you?
Yeah, it's making me a little nervous that everybody's picking DarkZero, but, you know, playing DarkZero myself, they're a team that's very good at kind of pinching you out, making you feel pressured. Again, going back to the inexperienced players on Parabellum, I feel like the windows, all the angles you can play on Cafe, probably give DarkZero the advantage here. I don't think these players have played against a team that plays like DarkZero, so I'm liking DarkZero here.
All right, another one for DarkZero. Jesse, are you going to break the trend?
I feel like I gotta, and I don't feel too bad about it. I'm going to go with Parabellum here. I mean, obviously, they didn't have the greatest day yesterday, but coming onto a new map, right, none of those strats that they showed in week 1 are going to be relevant. They're going to have a whole new playbook to come in through and play DarkZero against. On the flip side, DZ, you know, sure, they looked okay yesterday, but as Seth kind of said, like, Pamba really did bail them out towards the end of that match. So I'm not totally in love with the switch up yet. Skies, I think, still has to prove that the roster can work fully around him with him incorporated to the team. So yeah, let's get a little different. Let's pick Parabellum. I'm feeling good about him today.
All right, well, there you go. One for Parabellum. Let's see what the coin decides. Heads is going to be Parabellum. Tails is going to be DZ. We'll go ahead and flip it. Oh, the coin says Tails. Coin says DarkZero. There you go. Okay. So the coin going with the experience.
Well, thanks to Jesse for confirming this is not a curse.
I mean, we'll see. Yeah, I mean, fans say DarkZero, but not by a ton, only 53%. So it's a pretty close fan poll, actually. One for Parabellum. It's a chance for you to catch up a little bit. You kind of need it.
I do. I really, I'm like 33.
Yeah, it's not great. We'll see if you can get a couple points out of this one. The community poll to think about going into our first match is who's more likely to win a 1vx clutch? Blaz or NJR?
Just look at the stat.
I'm going with NJ here. He's last alive more often.
Yeah,
Blaz is an entry player.
Blaz is often dead very soon after getting like 3 kills.
You got to think about who's going to be around at the end of the round to have that opportunity.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you can obviously jump on Twitter and vote in that yourself. Let us know what you think. We're going to take a quick break for now, and when we come back, the day begins with Parabellum versus DarkZero. Should be a good one, so don't miss it. In just a few here on the NAL.
I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we gon' way up. Don't be used as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Way up. Pray up. On track, now we gon' way up. Way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. Way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back once again to the NAL. It's time to get ready for our first matchup of the day. Bound to be an interesting one given the storyline for Parabellum, of course. They've been rocketing forward, but ran into their first real bump in the road yesterday versus Spacestation, where they lost to them 3-7. Not going to see how they go up against one of the other Titans in North America, DZ, who is also working with some kind of spur-of-the-moment adjustments. Of course, having to swap Skies in for Hyper. We wish Hyper the best. Of course, he's been stepping away for just a little bit here, but Skies jumping in. He's been on this team before. Shouldn't be too much of an issue to swap in, but at the same time, saw them play yesterday, and on a few of those rounds, things were getting a little scrappy.
Yeah, it was a little dicey, but I think that DarkZero have a good map to play up against Parabellum here today. We have Cafe. We're moving away from Border. We've been talking about PB a lot specifically on Border, but I think you can kind of stretch this to just all small maps. They really like those ranked-esque maps so they can get in your face very quickly and use that pure unadulterated aggression to try and take down these squads. That's how we saw them get their 2 wins already in this stage, but obviously, as you said, SSG finally getting one over on them on Border yesterday. So PB will finally have Border stripped away from them by DarkZero in the last couple of map bans, and that's going to land us here on Cafe, which definitely an interesting one, especially for PB's sake. They're basically flipping the script completely. Cafe is a map that has so many angles from the outside of the building with windows, doors, and everything in between, and that's stuff that DarkZero really, really likes. So I'm interested to see how they try and deal with some of these extended setups that PB is more than likely going to be going for, especially with Asian and Doc on the team, what we've been seeing, them try and play like on defense, probably some more aggressive looks around the map. So gonna make for a pretty fun game. But fortunately enough, we're almost through this ban phase already. Nomad and Flores will be removed from the offense, and we're down to Mira here, and our last one will be a Zami. Big shocker there, obviously, as those are going to be our 2 highest banned defenders off the board.
So no huge surprises when it comes to the bans. We might take a quick out-of-game pause for a second here, folks. You may have caught it in the chat, but in case you didn't, Blaz's computer crash or something like that, so we're just going to allow him to restart real quick, and then we'll reset the lobby, get ourselves back into the game. So it shouldn't be too much of a problem. We'll be starting the first round in just a moment, but either way, making this a very interesting game to see if PB can rebound. Super made a great point, as well as this is going to be a very technical map for PB to play into, and one where it's really going to test kind of the restraint of a few of the more rookie players. You've got a lot of windows, a lot of pressure points that DarkZero on the attack will be able to use, and it's going to test the restraint from some of those players. If they get flushed out into the open, that can be easy kills for DarkZero. Potentially some impressive ones for PB, but we'll have to wait until the second half where we'll talk a little bit more about that, as PB's going to be on the attacking side to start this one off. DarkZero with an uncommon initial site choice. They're going to go right for the 3rd floor to get things started here on our first round.
Yeah, it's always nice to have somebody with such incredible insight around. It's kind of difficult to piece everything together when you're sitting here either watching from home or casting things. It's a lot easier to do when you've had to deal with a team like DarkZero and you know what their play style is like. You've had to deal with those clears and things along those lines. So fantastic stuff either way you slice it. But now into round 1 here, and DarkZero are going to extend out across this top floor. It is going to be a bar cocktail defense, which in recent history we haven't seen too much of, except for yesterday when things started rolling along in our previous Cafe game. So it looks like we're going to have that yet again here today in NA, with DarkZero allocating it to round 1 with that extension over into Cigar.
So here, an aggressive stance being taken up by one of the members of DarkZero directly below the red hatch, of course. And in a few seconds, he's going to be challenged from that position. We'll see what NJR could potentially lean in towards here. He's got the shotgun primed and ready to go. Bold hold at a minimum, and yeah, not really sure what he expected to have happen here. He'll take a lot of damage on the way back over to Cigar Closet. Still alive at least, so we'll be in the fight, but obviously much worse for wear on the HP side of things.
Yes, indeed. That's something that we saw, I believe, Sweater going for yesterday, trying to catch people off guard early on the red hatch. Doesn't exactly work out for NJR, but fortunately enough, he'll stay alive, and that'll allow him to hold onto Cigar here a little while longer. And you really want to see the most come out of NJR here, at least the smokes, and that's going to be a big problem. Fantastic read from Parabellum. They know what the setup looks like in Cigar, especially that laser gate there. That's very telling of what DZ want to go for. So they're just going to clear out a hut very quickly from underneath. That hatch obviously being soft, and that's going to be NJR blown sky high.
Cool, calm, and collected so far from PB in the opening round. NJR unfortunately making his intentions way too obvious, and even the follow-through back into the closet is something that we very commonly see played out there. So an easy first kill. Canadian going wild with the aim as he jumps out to try and keep himself alive there. Blaz will end up getting the opportunity to take him down instead. So it's 2-0 for PB here, although Doc taking some heat from that one as well. He goes down about 20 HP now, still going to be alive and in the fight though, and that's what's important here as we enter the final minute and 15 seconds.
Now, already, and obviously still round one here, but I'm already impressed with Parabellum's pacing inside of this map. They're just taking their time. Nobody's overextending. They're playing off of each other's angles. Asian is trying to get as much info out of this IQ scanner off the side of the building as humanly possible, and still able to pick up a frag inside of bathroom as well. DarkZero, really nothing going on for him as of right now. Eska's going to take down Eclipse, and mind you, PB have done all of this without actually being in the building, folks. At least on the same floor as DarkZero. Everything was either verticality or off of a window rappel. They just dissected DarkZero as we have a couple of aggressive swings come through. PB are able to pick them off.
Very nice chain of events coming in from DarkZero, rather from Parabellum here to be able to take swift control of the first round. DarkZero, as you can tell, definitely wanting to take an aggressive stance here after their first round defense, but also with the interesting side, just curious to see how round number 2 is going to look. If they pull that back drastically and try to go for a lower floor defense that we more commonly see teams deploy towards, not going to be what we immediately get as they'll go for the second floor mining hold instead on round number 2 here to try to make up the difference.
Yeah, I think the best way to wrap that round up with a bow is to just go, hey, DarkZero gave up 3 kills without Parabellum even entering the top
on
floor.
repels.
Yeah, on repels and a frag grenade from underneath to clear out HUD. Fantastic from PB to start, but DZ is no slouch. I expect them to be shifting things up in this round here. It shouldn't take them too long. It looks like they are going to be bringing some utility to try and slow down Parabellum once it gets to that time. But the big thing is these early kills right now that Parabellum have been able to procure. Now DarkZero are going to slow those down.
Attackers are heading so DarkZero with another opportunity to make up the difference here. We'll be able to extend their grasp a little bit further, and more importantly, we'll have that extra reach to fall back down to the second floor, rely on a kind of secondary matrix of a setup for themselves to be able to win this one out. Obviously, we've got some interesting operator choices coming in for the attack as well. We are going to have that Gara hook showing up on Asian as he's going to try and lock things down for PB. We'll see where that hook comes into play. It's not going to be immediately used, obviously. Way too bold to throw that at a window this early on in the round.
Yes, indeed. That's usually a sign of either late execution or trying to get control of something early on. And for Parabellum, it seems to be like they want to go for that late execution style with the Gara hook. Just a fantastic surprise angle, maybe popping inside of something like Heaven or the White Hallway, but we'll just have to see. Parabellum are more focused on Christmas as of right now, and they've got everybody trained on this, making sure nobody can run out of bakery or anything of the sort. They want to try and keep DarkZero in a vacuum, keep them occupied on this top floor whilst they clear through. Now, do mind you, this is obviously a mid-floor defense here, so DarkZero, their plan, soak up as much time as possible and try and get away with their lives. Pambazoo will do exactly that as he skimpers off towards the top of White.
Doc will lead the charge for PB as they start to proceed into the actual building here, conquesting halfway down red stairs as well. Nearly gets himself a duel with one of the members of DZ further down, but that player thankfully a little bit more restrained, so the duel will be dodged by both parties for this early portion of the round. Away from that though, PB still moving right along schedule to try to clear out the extended third floor setup. With that said, we still have a large presence here, and Agent just going to try to go in all on his lonesome. Eclipse will easily cut that off due to the lack of support from the rest of PB. They are trying to work it forward. I like what Skies is attempting to do right now. Doesn't immediately take out the drone, gets a few pings coming in, and now Canadian on the back flank is going to feast. 2 kills going to him as Eclipse also picks one up there as well. And the rest of the team here for PB quickly falling to shreds. We'll see Blaz make up the difference on Canadian, stabilize the situation, however, slightly. But with Doc at literally a sliver of HP, things are looking worse for wear now as DZ brought down to 1 player. Now everything falls to Blaz as he's going to attempt to 1v4 collect this. Gets the first kill, but still 3 more players to go, and they've all retreated downstairs, but so is Blaz proceeding onward, trying to take quick control of the site, but won't be able to get it done. Panba locks it down for DZ instead.
Love the pacing from DarkZero here. Parabellum finally getting themselves in the building without DZ doing anything detrimental to themselves. That's really what we see here for round 2. And not only that, but for Troy, a lot easier to get a flank off when they're actually physically in the building. You're not having to help out windows and try and take contested gunfights when they're more than likely is a Claymore sitting out there on blacktop. So since nobody is even aware that somebody's trying to move up red stairs, Canadian getting away with a lot there. Parabellum trying to deal with the cocktail setup for DZ, but just no one aware of the potential from DarkZero in their mid-round plans. Very well done from them. Gonna throw it downstairs into kitchen and see if they can continue this reign of terror.
Away from that. See any huge surprises for the setup. A few interesting picks to be sure for DZ coming into this one, most notably the Warden for Skies, but that'll make perfect sense given the very flash-heavy style of execute we tended to get from PB, and quite a few other teams as well for this specific site. So can help out in a pinch should Skies need to get a bit more aggressive against that utility-heavy play coming in for the PB side. Aside from that, though, you just have usual utility mitigation. Obviously, we're not going to have Jaeger. We're going to have Wamai as well as a Rooney to get that done. Smoke will more than likely defend the VIP side hallway leading out from White, and then Canadian as well to give a little bit of extra intel. And Rome presence here with the Legion Goo Mines. Although Skies not going to be able to save those smart glasses for a later point in the round as he gets clipped off, I believe, from the whiskey window here right at the start of the round.
Yeah, I mean, those glasses can stop a lot, but they don't stop bullets. That's the big problem, isn't it? Asian will take him down, and I do believe that was simply just to get Booth's window open there. Probably just free-firing deep into whiskey. I mean, that's a common thing, right? Like, if you're going to shoot at a window, you might as well do it towards a direction that somebody could potentially be crossing, and unfortunately enough for Skies, he happens to be on the receiving end of that. Drone in, he'll discover Pambazoo, but he'll be safe for some time unless he wants to try and overextend and take this fight with Asian, but it's so early on here. Not only that, but he's also Wamai, so you really want to see him be patient, try and get some more discs out, just making things more difficult for PB if he can do just that. But they're already applying so much pressure to the white end of the building, able to take down one, but he knows that they have to try and pressure through. Again, Kool-Aid will get tagged up, he'll get stunned out, but there's going to be no push through. Pambazoo, he'll stay alive, and Canadian's gotten another kill on the other end of the map.
Good hold being put up here by DZ now. Unfortunately, PB failing to make their initial entries in multiple avenues across the map. Eska gonna try to move himself forwards. Props to DZ either way for making up the difference after they lost. Skies really doubling down on the roaming aggression, be able to make up the difference, and it's worked. Doing huge damage as well with Kool-Aid and Blaz. PB are going to be thinking twice about every move they make, and that's exactly how they're able to get DarkZero, or rather how DarkZero will be able to get them into a position where they'll make mistakes, take one foot in the wrong direction, potentially reveal them to the setup from DZ itself. Panbot ready to make another play here from the inside of VIP, over it does look like the player on the other side of that one. Kool-Aid also very much ready for the fight that wants to be thrusted upon by DZ. So DZ's going to cool off here. Blaz ready to make the pinch towards VIP. Won't have a winning path towards it just yet. Canadian, though, may have just been thrown off his angle a little bit. It is going to be the whiskey stairs where the goo mine implodes from, and he's got a second one. If you caught it there real quickly, sitting still on the stairs as well. So that actually scares away Blaz, and is going to force PB to come up with a new plan.
Well, Parabellum have 0 drones here. 0. Obviously aware of this, but Canadian will go down. The good news is, though, is that with that in mind, DarkZero can still play pretty aggressive unless Parabellum have something to do about it. Be able to pick up 2 quick kills, and JR will take down Blaz, but Eska fires back at the triple for him on the round as Kool-Aid will try and fix up the white wall. But just remember, they don't have any drones here, so that means Eclipse is free to rotate around. There's no way that they're going to get any insight on him unless it's audio cues. Stuns out. He's going to play the shotgun close, has the laser on it. He'll hop over bunker wall. They're going to have to try and swing through here. The sledge will come in through kitchen, but Eclipse, he's nasty with it today. The SMG-11 will get it done, and it's a 1vx for the boy.
Great recovery from DarkZero. Nice attempt coming in from Parabellum as well.
Alex has his homework out here.
Yeah.
He's like, all
right.
Getting to work. I'm sorry. Did you say fly eagle, Troy? What'd you say over there? Oh, I think that's page 72. 1 second.
A good attempt coming in from PB in the midst of that round to try to make up the difference. They were able to successfully deal with the whiskey setup, which was tripping them up for a good 2 minutes into that round there, but also the very nice defense in the 1v2 from Eclipse sends it right back over to DZ's court, so very well done there to be able to control an otherwise tough situation given that they started down 4v5, and now PB lost to what to do here. They are going to call for a tactical this early on.
TV timeout coming in here, son. And I think the big thing for Parabellum as of right now, right, if we compare and contrast all of the rounds that we have seen, their one successful round is when DarkZero is very overbearing, overzealous, I would really say, and just get decimated early on, not really respecting what Parabellum can do off of their repels and some of the crosses that they were playing there. And it made it to where Parabellum's actual entry towards the site was so easy. There wasn't really anything that DarkZero was going to do after we, lose 3 people to basically all of PB being outside and a guy hopping in red stairs to throw a grenade at a hatch. So the big thing is, past that though, that DarkZero, since they've kind of backed off the very fringes of the building and have allowed just that little door to be open to let Parabellum try and slip in and maybe, contest something like VIP or something like that, it just opens that door enough to where DarkZero can have that influence back on the offense, get some of these big kills, make it really difficult to dislodge the DarkZero setup like we saw Troy guaranteeing in Whiskey. That's why that took so long. Parabellum constantly trying to throw utility at them. They wasted all of their drones in that location. There was a lot going on there, and that was all because of Pambazoo and Troy's efforts.
All right, well, we've made the full rotation for DarkZero, and we're going to return to the only unsuccessful site they played out so far up here on the 3rd floor. PB was able to take control there, like you said, due to the overzealousness of DZ. Wanting to take challenges on multiple angles where Parabellum had them controlled with repels. So see if things will be a little bit different for them this time. Otherwise, if you weren't catching the early rounds, DZ did lock in a 2nd floor mining defense, as well as, of course, the previous round, just seeing Kitchen go well for them also. So those 2 are still going to be locked away. We'll see mining, of course, unlock the next round, and they'll have one more chance to play into Kitchen as well, coming up on round number 6. Away from that, though, it's still DarkZero in the lead, and PB looking to once again find a successful assault onto this 3rd floor defense. They're going to play heavy into the intel, as Lion will be bought out this time for Asian, and then away from that as well, the usual assortment of utility needed to get access to this 3rd floor.
Love this change up here for Parabellum. This will allow them to lock down DarkZero in a lot of different instances and hopefully help them with their clear here. Some of these extended players. It's not going to be as bountiful in that category for this round. Obviously, there is going to be one player downstairs inside of Raiden. I do believe that's Eclipse down there. But past that, everybody else playing more towards site, especially like Pambazoo up top inside of Bathroom. So we'll have to see how PB want to try and go about this. But that utility will definitely slow down some of these flank plays and other things that can come through. Some big stuns now pouring in, or we can have a skylight drop here. EE1D, Nitro Cell, nothing happening just yet. Canadian, him and I are in the same boat here. What is happening? Nobody is moving. Nitro Cells and everything abound, and not a single step by the offense. You could hear a pin drop, but I think actually Blaz, yes indeed, has gotten inside. I do not believe, no it is not. It is not his hologram, so he is actually truthfully in on stage.
Fortunately, he's alone right now, but thankfully that's going to be corrected pretty quickly here. They have been able to clear out most of the cigar area defense. And aside from that, you're going to see those 2 players jump into Red Hatch as well, getting the access to the top of the red stairs and supporting Blaz's position a little bit more securely, just letting him kind of tunnel vision on the white hole and bathroom play should DarkZero try to deploy it. Thankfully, for Blaz's sake, I'm pretty sure he's good in that department as well. DZ have already backed up from that. They're playing the back line here over towards Cocktail as well as the downstairs hold also.
Yeah, you got to be feeling for DarkZero a little bit in this instance. Parabellum, kind of a false start there initially, just seeing if any of the DarkZero members would want to try and step up to the plate, and not a single person home. They'd rather let this timer dwindle and give all the pressure over to the offense, and that's now where we lie. Skies on the long angle here for Bar, as the Bar has been completely dismantled. He's got so many angles to play off of for this shield. Sees one inside a cigar, but it's going to be multiple soon. Asian will take down Pambazoo. They know that he's coming up stacks. All Skies with a beautiful shot. Practically only needs 2 bullets to take the head off of Asian. NJR now will move over into stacks and try and hold things down for the white hallway.
And JR making a challenge, but Doc could end up winning it out regardless. PB takes back the player count advantage here, but quickly running out of time. Eclipse and Blaz will go 1 for 1 again, but one more will be picked up by Doc on the white hall push, leaving just Skies alive here for the defense by Cocktail, and he's got pressure on his back rappel as well. Hot Pigs coming in for the white hall intel. Thankfully, that rappel not going to have access to him, but still, it's far too much, too quickly to deal with, and Doc will be able to waltz in and knock him down, giving the round over to PB, and a 2 for 2 record on 3rd floor attacks.
interesting case here. Parabellum able to get a lot of the big impactful kills done, you know, into the later moments of that round. The first 2 minutes really just everyone kind of sitting there awaiting both of these teams to try and move forward and take a fight with the other. But obviously Parabellum aware around that, you know, minute 30 mark that DarkZero don't want to try and swing into them, so they have to get the ball rolling. Fortunately enough, that all started off with getting Blaz inside of Christmas, and they could slowly start working everybody in on the cigar side. Got some very solid pressure up the white hallway as well. Some big kills that Skies had to try and deal with, but the rest of DarkZero not able to get it going in the kill category, and that's really where the make or break was for round 4.
All right, well, hopefully things are going to turn around for DarkZero as they return to these sites where they've had prior success here on the second floor. A similar lineup coming into it. They definitely want to try to play into more intel this time as Canadian will go over towards the Pulse here. Probably a little bit of last round playing into the reasoning for why they would want to do that, as things did get confusing. Stokes pointed that out in the mid-round there, so trying to control that a little bit better by having the full building intel from the Pulse. And of course, Canadian along with that. Interesting enough, too, Canadian gone for the shotgun on this pickup as well.
Don't dare question this man and his
I'm not
Pulse
questioning
ever again. Do you hear the slander right now,
I'm just
chat?
pointing it out.
Hey, when it comes to Canadian and Pulse, you don't say words, John. You don't speak when this man is on this operator. He's got another one. Going to the house, baby. Give it to me,
He
Troy.
got it down. He got it down.
True. Yes, he did. Don't you dare. Yes, don't hop outside. We're staying alive, Canadian. A northern onslaught coming in. The snow is quickly turned red. Knows another one's outside.
Why
Get
are you
body,
prepping
baby!
me?
Blaz goes down. It's a triple kill from the Pulse. Oh my goodness. When I woke up this morning, this is the last thing I thought I was going to have on my docket, especially when it comes to Cafe. No!
Challenging him!
Oh, Kool-Aid, thank God. Count your lucky stars that is a solid stairwell, because Troy was bearing down on you and looking to strip your soul out of your body. Oh my goodness, DarkZero.
Props to PB for getting that piece together, but how many players did you have to sacrifice for that now? 3 down at the beginning of the round. Very easily could have turned into a 4th as well, as that was still another detached 1v1 the Canadian had there. Just finally ended up coming out unlucky on that one, but still should be a simple shutdown for DarkZero. That would be the assumption at this point here. The extended game, not even going to bother to fall back to play it safe. Another 1-for-1. Things are still very much under the control of DZ, as Pamba has the cutoff from Whitehall to finish off a very quick round in the defense's favor.
I'm pretty sure that if Canadian takes off his headband, you can actually see his third eye on his forehead. It's actually like an implant. It's a cardiac sensor right in his head. He's able to just see everybody through walls.
Oh, it was a fun round.
Yeah, it was. That was definitely one we're going to be looking back on in stage 3 here. I just love the fact that he got so much done with the M1014, because like this is the OG Pulse setup. If you played this game in year 1, you know exactly what I'm talking about. This and the Super 90 on Frost were probably the most broken guns in the entire video game. And it just goes to show you that even to this day, you know, in CQC combat, a shotgun still gets the job done.
Absolutely the case there, especially playing around those stairwells. Worked out swimmingly for the players on DarkZero and for Canadian, of course, there. Nicely done for DZ to be able to take back their lead in commanding fashion against PB, and now leaving it all on this final round. It's going to be the mining defense coming up here. They'll just switch over to the other second floor hold. The first floor round was a little bit dicey for DZ, so they're not necessarily feeling that extension back down there. They'll go for the second floor hold one final time here to close out the half for themselves. We're going to see one quick repick coming out for Asian there, so I'll head over towards the Nook. Other than that, though, everybody on PB sticking with their original picks.
That's super weird. We had that whole poll, but the only person to clutch in this whole game is Eclipse, so he's not even on. He's not a choice. Is there an option C?
It's the fill in your own box option. Yeah.
But either way, DarkZero will gather the lead yet again here, looking to extend this to a 4-2 if possible. Parabellum more than likely going to be slowing things down a bit and trying to play a little bit more tight-knit before they get systematically dismantled by Canadian again. A little bit of an aggressive peek coming out from Pambazoo for the cocktail window, but he's not going to stick around too long. Knows that there's more than likely a player out here, and he is correct in his assumption, as Asian was waiting to see if he wanted to try and go for that again. Canadian doing what he does best, especially on this map and what we've seen so far. He'll be on the basement level. potentially trying to get a flank off again. We'll have to see if Parabellum can shut it down and hold on to some of these stairwells. PB, lots of stuns in, was seeing if somebody was going to swing, but not a single soul.
What is
going to be a, there. What? Please kill this man! Kool-Aid! How? Were we on cam? What just happened here?
I think he repelled up, maybe. Maybe he went all the way up and he was just
goodness.
locked in the animation, couldn't get him down in time. But at the same time, it was a pretty quick trade after he got the second kill. So, yeah, definitely one for the replay. Kool-Aid, though, looking to make up for things very quickly as he gets an ace headshot in against Pan, but even up the numbers down to a 3v3. Asian will get caught, though, over by Whiskey. Canadian going to try to lock him down. He's at low HP, and unfortunately, with nowhere to run, you can see his two other teammates. They are a long distance away, but still, we'll see two attempts to knock out Asian, and it won't work. He fends off both of them successfully with minimal HP, mind you. And now the round has been flung. No, this could get even crazier.
Yes.
Okay, and Jared will get spotted here. We'll have an idea of how to take him out. Now you can already see that crossfire coming in to try and catch him as he would assumably have moved away from that corner position, but he stays close by. In the same room, just in a different corner. He's going to try to counter out these floor openings. Will be unsuccessful, though. He's got to be very careful with his aggression here. Now you can see another member of the team on drones. That'll be Kool-Aid. Try to find out his position one final time so that they can also let Asian move in and finish things off from below.
That's a scary thing here. Be paying attention to Asian's utility specifically.
Upstairs now.
Oh, a beautiful shot from NJR. Eska goes down. 30 seconds remain here. So white stairs crawl for the Habana. Remember, Asian on very low HP. Oh my.
He's got to catch
Asian now down. It's up to Kool-Aid. Oh, and he's so very smart, John. Doesn't go for the plant. He pushes straight through reading and immediately flanks out the last remaining member of DarkZero. Parabellum keep it tied here on Cafe.
Props to NJR, and of course Skies for that wild hop-out play, but NJR for the near clutch that he's bringing to bear on this round. However, also...
Oh, dude, wait. Yeah, okay, so it was him that went on camera. Blaz went on cam. I think legitimately that Kool-Aid just got to the top and had to, like
the repellent.
He had to click the button to, like, switch up inside down, obviously, to try and get to him. So that was just...
perfect timing from Skies.
Yes, exactly. Incredible timing from Skies there. That was, I mean, just trying to shoot right through a black hole and make it. Let me tell you, that was pretty crazy. So... DarkZero is going to be on offense now, and they're going to have their own opinion about this op lineup. They're going to be bringing the Jackal here, which honestly I think is a great idea up against a team like PB. We saw how aggressive they like to be on border, and I don't think they're going to slow it down too much for a map like Cafe.
Definitely giving a big props over to Asian as well for the way he recovered in that round there. Got locked into a tough corner. DZ had full intel on how to take him down, but even so, wins a 2v1, like back-to-back kills. Very, very well done for him to defend that one and really set his team up for a quick closeout there. DarkZero was certainly trying their best to fight against that. DarkZero, of course, now on the attacking sides. We'll see how Parabellum fares on the defensive end of the spectrum here. Looking to close things out from a tie game, 3-3 here. DZ pretty slow to move out from the docks, but going to see them proceed forward now and go for that third floor assault.
Everybody's been getting spawn killed recently, John, so you have to make sure to get on your drones early and see if these windows are completely sealed or if someone wants to potentially decapitate you. That's usually what we've been seeing here inside of Stage 3. A lot of these teams trying for those aggressive peaks, and DarkZero obviously being one of them as well. We're actually going to switch some things up on the DZ lineup. I know originally in this round we were talking about Canadian being on the Jackal, but instead he's bringing Thatcher. More than likely just to try and break up some of the reinforcements inside of this top floor. But the thing is that Parabellum have opened up quite a few of these instead to try and play some more aggressive angles. And actually, more specifically, they have the entire rotation shut down for bathroom. So Asian is actually going to be occupying not only this shield, but also that swing into the bathroom area, kind of Bolo-esque. A lot of teams actually doing this. Some putting a shield inside a bathroom as well, but obviously not too much past that utility department for him to play around. DZ will begin clearing out some of the beginning parts of this top floor after they've been able to confirm that Parabellum are mostly centralized around this area.
He's just waiting for the lineup to work in his favor here. DarkZero taking a very, very cautious route, though. They don't want to take the chance early on, but obviously on the attack, they'll eventually have to do it. Right now, playing very heavily into what Super had been mentioning on our analysis desk segment, where they're going to set themselves up on usual rotation angles, hope to catch a mistake out of one of the players from PB, and then close the jaws shut from that point forward. And at the moment, they just have not been able to find that early mistake that they were hoping to get from PB. They're remaining stalwart in their positions. Asian, of course, won't have much of a choice here now that he loses his supporting wall on the inside of bathroom. He will have to fall back to Cocktail. But other than this, the defensive matrix has held strong so far from PB.
Well, ADSs will mine Evil Eyes and a Ward, and on top of that, you still have 2 smokes in Kool-Aid's pocket. Parabellum, they have the means to win this round. But DarkZero still have plenty in the tank to be able to take this fight. It's going to be on low time. One of the smokes coming out from Kool-Aid. Asian has made himself a nice little home, nice little nook here inside of Dark Spot. Big potential out of this one. They'll be stopping some swings in from a place like Heaven, or potentially getting a kill on New Balcony. Well, we'll just have to see. As of right now, it's a sea of orange in the kill feed, and finally, Parabellum will fight back. It's still a 2 versus 3 in favor of DarkZero, but Kool-Aid will quickly right those wrongs and make it a 2 versus 2. How mobile he is, but finally Skies will shut him down on his hallmark weapon, the C8. Pambazoo will close it out, and DZ pull ahead yet again.
It's a trademark DZ round right there. I had very little hope they'd actually be able to get it done, given we were coming down to about 30, 40 seconds, and they'd made very little progress in actually going across the open divide for Bar and getting that control towards Whiskey. But it's all part of the plan at the end of the day. They're building up that drone intel, figuring out where to position each individual member so that when they're finally ready to pull the trigger, it all goes off in just a few quick seconds without a hitch. And that's, for the most part, what ended up happening there. He had some nice snapshot aim coming in from Kool-Aid on the defense, but unfortunately did not put enough effort forward to win out the round for PB.
Yeah, that's a good old-fashioned siege right there. Set up for the execution and steam your way through the opposition. As a team, though, big thing, as a team. And that's what we see out of DarkZero. Able to open up the avenues to actually get to Parabellum instead of just trying to take some early heads-up gunfights into some areas that aren't exactly great to try and do so. Things like Pixel and other stuff where it's a lot more of a coin flip than it is a decisive maneuver. DarkZero doing a great job of being able to MacGyver their way through that and deal with Parabellum's setup. And they did it so well that PB are not confident in this top floor defense any longer. They're going to go down to, I believe, the bottom floor. I believe we are in kitchen, as we don't have anything inside of train. And yes, indeed, we are. So going to be on the basement floor here for PB, making quite a bit of sense. But there is a pretty interesting operator inside of the lineup for Parabellum here. Echo going to be brought along for the ride for Blaz. And those yokai drones actually have quite a bit of influence in kitchen, John. If you remember, you can actually put those things in some pretty weird spots inside of the site, like the food heaters up top, the shelves, everything. Those yokais can actually slip into and potentially be a round decider for Parabellum if it does get towards an actual plant.
This will be all quiet on the frontier for the first 30 seconds or so. Not going to see DarkZero wanting to take a huge risk early on, and why would they, given the play style back in round number 7 here? It worked perfectly for them, so slow and steady will more than likely allow them to win the race for a second time here on round number 8. At the same time, PB, that will leave windows of opportunity open for them to respond to that. To an extent, PB kind of losing that last round in part because they play into that very slow game from DZ. They're not ever taking any risks, trying to set up to counter, subvert the expectations to an extent that DarkZero had been deploying and allowing them to play out the rest of their round with a good amount of rehearsal to it. PB needs to shake things up a little bit, throw an unexpected curveball at DZ to potentially trip up their plans. They just haven't found a good position to do that yet inside of this round. So things have remained fairly static. Asian definitely looking for an opportunity to line up a headshot if it'll be given to him, but don't believe DZ are going to make that mistake here.
Yeah, Asian is looking for bloodlust out of this guy in Bakery, but nobody home from DarkZero as of now. Doc on the supporting angle on White Stairs to try and assist Kool-Aid. An aggressive push. No one aware that Pambazoo is going for this. We have so many Parabellum souls around White Stairs, and Pambazoo just walks in like he owns the damn place and guns a man down in VIP. There's zero response from Parabellum. We still have 2 people on this mid floor. Canadian takes down Eska. I think the site is completely opened. Canadian takes down Doc as well. Actually, no. The site, it's...
That's all that's left.
It was all that was left, wasn't it? Yeah. DarkZero, wow.
To be clear, it wasn't even the site, it was the Bakery player, because Asian was the last one, so he had to fall back to defend that at the end. Look, even DZ, Skies is chuckling a little bit about this in that shower right now, trying to figure out.
Did you see the clips? He was like, whoa, whoa. Yeah.
Even DZ's trying to figure that one out for themselves. Like, guys,
Dude, they shocked
Was that easy
Parabellum.
or was that just me?
Guys, do we load in the lobby again? Are we hunting right now? What's happening here? Do these bots shoot back? No. Parabellum's been playing a pretty good game so far. It's just DarkZero's offenses.
Definitely an off-kilter round for PB right there.
Yeah, and also, I mean, just to go back to what was being said on the desk, right? What Super was talking about with DarkZero. The way that they work maps like this is just truthfully disgusting.
It's also
Parabellum's trying to do so much on this roam and get out in front of them, and they're like, oh, that's super cool. What if we just didn't clear and we just walked in VIP and shot your VIP
It's gotta be very frustrating to play against. The other thing too, because you try to make these moves, you try to have this setup towards it, and it's just like your opponents are throwing nothing at you on the. It's literally just radio silence for 2.5 minutes. You think okay, I gotta make this play. I gotta find something for myself. But that's when you make the mistake. That's when you step out into 3 dudes holding a cross against you, and then all of them swing in, and you were holding the most important angle. Just domino effects from that point forward.
Right. I love the fact that what we saw in that last round was Parabellum trying to play 4D chess, and then Canadian and DarkZero's being like, you guys want to walk in the building?
I'll just take VIP,
yeah,
thank you.
exactly. Parabellum's trying to think on this upper echelon of Rainbow Six thought, right? And trying to make this amazing strategy. And DarkZero was like, hey, man, what if I just walked in the building with an AK? So, I mean, and it works. That's the funniest thing. So, DarkZero up 5-3 now. We are getting things warmed up here for round 6, but we all know how Cafe goes. This first minute and a half, well, it's pretty damn boring, if I'm being honest with you. It's going to be a lot of droning as we try and get a semblance of what is going on in the building from the lens of DZ. And for PB, it's simply waiting for DarkZero to try and get in towards the actual site setup, unless we see something like what we saw in round 1, the very first round, if you can remember that far back, when DarkZero was going for some more aggressive peaks, but we see just how that works out if your windows are played correctly. DZ ended up losing 3 people in that round, so Parabellum obviously probably adhering to that warning and going, hey, we're just gonna await DZ and see what happens here. But the executions have been so very solid thus far, so DarkZero more than likely potentially building up to that, but we'll have to see. Already through the first minute and a half and nothing really discovered as of yet.
Blast continuing to patiently wait for the first steps from DZ. Not going to find them, however, this early on. As DZ drop themselves in and try to proceed forward. They will take that full control of top red. It's going to start to put some pressure on Blaz in a second, although he might not know it yet. Regardless, though, he'll start to adventure forward. And oh, this is a powder keg if I've ever seen one here. We'll just have to wait to see who lights the spark in a moment. Panba as well could very well walk directly underneath of these players. This is so dangerous. Blaz walks up. The first one's for free. He panics, though. Doesn't know how to follow it up. Makes the safe play to just fall back deeper into the actual bar area. That'll leave room for DZ to reground themselves and for Canadian to trade it back. Panba as well, picking up one more for this one. Yeah, is DZ going to continue to move forward here and begin the process of knocking out PB one by one, already with nearly the full site under their control.
Kool-Aid gonna pop the Goyo canisters here, but DarkZero weren't exactly looking for that big execute just yet. Still had to get some walls open and a few other means, but now looking like they're ready to go. Asian has made a nice rotation upstairs, though, and this is going to be the biggest piece of the puzzle. He'll take down Pambazoo, but now they know that Doc is the only member on site. He'll drop down. The crosses are already set up. Eclipse more than likely getting this plant down. Where's the assistance for Canadian? He doesn't need it. He'll take down Doc. The F2 sings true. It's all left up to Asian in a 416C, but he's dusted by Eclipse. DarkZero will be on match point.
Indeed, DarkZero locked and loaded for this attacking half, and not looking like a whole lot can stop them. PB been making these attempts and have been given opportunities, as we saw there at the beginning of the round, but unfortunately the hesitation from PB is getting the better of them now, such as with Blaz right here. Lined up with a good opportunity, but could not find any other players in the immediate area, so limited the potential of this play, where we saw him then get immediately traded out as Canadians saved the day in multiple situations in this round for DZ, winning out, of course, the trade onto Blaz, but then a later kill as well. That could have been a make or break point further down those stairs.
I love the way that DarkZero on these offenses so far have been getting right to the heart and soul of every defensive setup. Inside of that mid-round there, or really, just like the middle of whatever you want to call it, the last minute, whenever we're kind of jiving for position right outside of the site, we always see somebody like Pambazoo that's able to contest one of the site players and get a big pick. That opens up so much space for the offense to move their way in and start looking for plants or potentially get more kills as some of the roamers or more extended players will have to try and get their way back towards site and hold off. Or, obviously, you're down to maybe just one site player, and then there's way too much for that person to manage. It's a lot easier to catch them off guard, especially if you have, you know, an overabundance of players already around the site for the offense. So we've been seeing DarkZero go about it in a lot of different ways from that point, but it's been really those big picks that you've been able to find on Parabellum site players that have opened the gates, allowed DZ to dominate this offensive half.
And so with DZ now, just one round away from closing it up. How will Parabellum get control over things? How are they going to be able to stem the tide in what seemed unstoppable in at least past 2 rounds at least? Parabellum looking to try and control something, try and bring themselves back from the brink, but it is not looking good here. Good news is obviously a return to the 3rd floor gives them that direct capability to contest and get some of the entry power from DZ, where things have looked the strongest to an extent so far on this half for our attacking team. Still need to find that one extra round, of course. They've got 3 opportunities to do it. They're going to be feeling fairly confident about themselves. Still needs to take that slow and steady approach. This is how the team wins games. There's no reason to depart from that one, given the composure that DarkZero normally operates under. It'll be Asian more than likely. That'll be tested first here as he spots out the drone heading towards him. Over here towards Cigar, panics a little bit too. He's expecting some immediate counteraction to come in from Light Repel or somewhere similar to that, but not going to see that this early on. This is a symptom of what we were talking about before, though. DarkZero so good at just cutting people off that it's starting to make PB think twice about every move they make.
They're very antsy because they don't know when the entire unit of DarkZero is going to dawn their doorstep, and it's going to now be impossible for them to get out of the situation that they're in.
Look at this, look at this.
Pambazoo, again, watch this. I swear he's going to move all the way up bar. This guy's dead. And Pambazoo got another pick on somebody in the back of sight. And now DarkZero have opened everything up. It's up to Doc now inside a cocktail. He has to get this kill. He'll do it. It's a triple kill for Doc on the round. This Alda, it looks so good in his hands. Asian will take down Canadian. DarkZero, they had the opener like they had through the previous rounds, but now it's down to Skies to try and clutch out as Parabellum finally fight back. But let's be honest, it was the Doc show as that Alda was able to rip through DarkZero, tearing them to shreds. Now, with a minute remaining, we'll see if the fill-in can potentially get the big clutch and the dub here for DZ.
Doc turning himself into a turret right there, refused to move from his position over the course of that round, and thankfully gave PB a second life in this round, but they'll more than likely be able to follow through on. Sky's, of course, going to make that clutch attempt. Not able to get these flashes out the way he wants to, though, and he'll get the peek from Eska. That just won't work out for Skies. Eska will line up the headshot and take him down. That'll finally be another round from PB going up on the board. Their first of this half, I do believe, as they find a 4th.
Wow, man, that round right there was in the grasps of DarkZero, but pulled out from under them by Doc, just gunning everybody down from Cocktail with that Alda. Some big kills for him. Especially that second kill coming in onto Pambazoo, moving up on the inside of bar. If Pamba gets that double there, that is obviously a completely different round. Cocktail's been completely decimated. There's really no way that Parabellum's going to work their way back in from just like holding on to Freezer. It's going to be super difficult, especially with the limited rotations that they had built up in that location for Jaeger. So. But good news is for PB is that they'll at least be able to stave off elimination a little while longer, see if they can get this to OT, and maybe get some points under their belt before all of this is said and done.
So, as we enter potentially our final round yet again, we are going to see quite a few repicks coming out from DarkZero, including, once again, we are going to see the Ramar pickup here, coming in here as well for Canadian to bring Garhook into play. And away from that, a Nook as well as a Lion and an Ace will also be swapped in as they want a little bit more heartbeats this time to try and access some of the rooms, on the second floor here. To give DarkZero their push forward. PB, of course, does need to go for that second floor extension, but this is where things will get a little bit more dangerous. Actually, I'll correct myself. We're going to be on a first floor hold this time, not a second floor hold. But yeah, things get a little bit more dangerous regardless here for PB because they aren't going to be able to have that full matrix of defense. All 5 players able to potentially trade off of each other. You are going to have those 1 to 2 players that'll potentially be off alone on an island like we see right now up here on the 3rd floor for Eska. And that's where DarkZero has really been able to capitalize and get some of those free kills in the early round and the past rounds.
Yeah, and you always have to be scared on a map like Cafe because it's super difficult to dedicate a lot of utility to your own game. So for the most part, you're not flying blind, but you're walking through a building that has a bunch of soft walls and potential for you to get shot through most of them. So when you look at it through that lens, then obviously you can see how that could be a little bit of a problem when you're playing against a team that's so good with their info game like DarkZero is. So it looks like Parabellum are going to try and at least mitigate as much of the isolation as they can. DarkZero trying to get some info on this mid floor here. They'll discover a mute on white stairs. Doc will take that out, but that's just another piece to this puzzle that DarkZero is building.
So as DarkZero continues to look for options, they're unfortunately not going to be able to find a whole lot early on here. Just going to be able to scout out the interior of the second floor extension now. Panda being a little bit cautious of hop-outs that may come from the EE1D charge. Not going to see that end up happening, though. PB still a little bit too shaken from the previous rounds, but definitely looking a lot more secure in their actual holds. Half the round has elapsed, so they're going to call back the second floor extension now. No longer really need to have that out and about. DZ don't have enough time to fully knock things out on the second floor anymore and then still proceed into the site. They have to focus entirely on the first floor hold now, so let's see how they look to clear it out as they're going to make the first bits of pressure over here towards Whiskey and a few other spots on the map.
Yeah, remember what we were talking about with DarkZero's info game? That's what we're talking about. They could just sneak these drones in practically anywhere. They have solid info already on these site members of PB. Now the big thing is that this timer is getting low, but just remember, DarkZero, they're no slouch when it comes to these kind of situations. Canadian's got quite a few bullets inside of this G8, but he's not going to go for the swing. He doesn't know if there's somebody inside of coat check, I would assume. It's going to be Asian that actually gets the first big kill. Canadian, okay, we got a little thrown around there. Apologies about that. Fortunately enough, both of those teammates, actual teammates, not enemies. So people are going to stay alive on that mid floor, but remember, this timer eating at the offense.
Let's see them.
Sky still positioning code check. DarkZero not with the confidence to play forward. GTA Kool-Aid with a nicely done job there. A clothesline against one of the members of the team, but now they're trading it back. Keep in mind, though, they've lost the case. Sky's with an important double to get them to the inside. Well, now double back, get himself control over the case. Thankfully did take out the VIP players, who won't have to worry about that flank, but they still have to worry about cutoffs coming in from deeper in the site towards areas like Bakery. Plant going down for Skies. Canadian at just a sliver of HP. He won't be able to maintain and goes down. Skies, does he get off the case? Yes, but still won't be able to get into the fight. Asian knocks him down. Round 5 is won by PB, and we go to the final one of regulation to decide this matchup.
So close on these executions, but Parabellum are doing such a better job of preventing these ISO plays out of DarkZero. They can't find a single person that they can actually hound on to get this opening kill, and instead DarkZero are having to stretch themselves thin to try and get some of these big entries. Parabellum are capitalizing on that and getting some big kills that are slowing down DZ, forcing them to go for some of these really heavy-handed swings. And yeah, it's working out for DZ in a certain sense, right? Especially for Canadian. He's getting some amazing kills. But Parabellum, at least in the clutch as of right now, are looking very solid when it comes to those low-man situations. Time and time again, able to get one over on DarkZero. It's going to be the tack timeout from DZ. They're looking to prevent overtime here, folks. If DarkZero cannot do that, that's going to be at least 1 point going to the wayside out of a potential 3 if they are able to secure it in regulation.
DarkZero definitely looking concerned, but still fairly composed here, as they know that the issues they've run into are, for the most part, their own. They need to fix them quickly moving into this 12th and final round now. PB have definitely put up a much greater effort. Have been doing a good job of controlling their more passive holds here. Have been using the timing to get sufficient trades against DZ, or just outright shutdowns, we saw 2 rounds back in the case of Doc there, to fend off these very, very tricky pushes from DZ. The final round will be played out here on the library's second floor defense. So let's wait and find out now if PB are going to be able to get the job done. Interesting initial pick from Canadian here, too. Curious to see if he's going to stick with this. He's got the IQ soft-locked right now, as well as we did have a repick for Panda, but he's gone back to his original operator choice as well, so that one's going to stay locked in.
Yeah, bringing a lot of soft destruction here as well, not only with the Zoe, but obviously the Sledge and Buck coming along. So DarkZero most definitely will be looking to clear out this top floor and try and gather control of Bar and Cocktail so they can strip open that floor and set up for a reading plant. We've seen a couple of teams, obviously, though, also going for these fireplace hall or dining area plants. So we'll have to see what DarkZero want to do, but the operator lineup, at least right now, obviously, pointing us in the direction of that reading area being what DZ want to control. We are going to have the IQ come through for Canadian. Now, this is a pretty solid choice, especially given the circumstances of what Parabellum is presenting, specifically with Blaz here and the Capcan. This is going to make it a lot easier for Canadian to assist DZ in clearing things out. Also, Canadian, or rather IQ, comes along with 2 Claymores, and there's been a lot of window hops inside of this game, so probably a good thing to be bringing a couple sets of those. Pambazoo will be backing it up with another 2.
away from that. Still see a very slow lead up for DZ. Only prioritizing the drone game right now. You can see like 4 different members of the squad on their drones on the rooftop here. So very, very patient early round from DZ as they try to make sure they know exactly what's going on with this 3rd floor hole before they try to drop themselves down into the belly of the beast here and try to directly challenge it. Ready to do so though as flashes get dumped pretty quickly from Skylight. No hop-ins though, as everybody's still going to be positioned on the roof for the most part. I think 1 player may have gone in, and even that I'm not sure of at this point here. There we go. Yeah, 1 player went in through Red Hatch, but that's going to be it for DZ in terms of early map control. As I believe that player is also going to realize that Blaz is sitting directly under them, so is going to try to position to contest against that. Might have a mystery, though, about just how low Blaz actually is. Blaz looks like playing a very patient game right now, starting to creep a little bit closer to Panva's crosshair. He'll get the opportunity. Patience pays off huge for DZ here as Panva finally knocks out that frag versus Blaz.
Oh man, Pambazoo had to have dropped in when that Selma was going off for Eclipse. Oh, guys! Oh my god, Kool-Aid! He's been clotheslined by the C8. Eclipse is gonna take a lot of heat. Doc gonna try and retake upstairs, but now they know somebody's tagged up Doc. Do believe that Asian is along with him. They're pre-firing into the bathroom. Doc's dead. Parabellum, it's slipping away from them. It's gonna be a flawless round from DarkZero. Oh my, what a game from them, having to deal with the feisty Canadians. Parabellum put on a show for us. They're able to push it to the max inside of regulation, but DarkZero shut it down quite quickly. Fantastic stuff out of Canadian and the man wearing the Brandon Carr jersey, Skies, as he was there to get so many things done for DZ today.
Wouldn't be an easy matchup. It didn't go the full distance, so props to them for cleaning it up in definitive fashion on our final round of regulation. Props to PB, of course, putting up that great fight, but once again, unable to sustain on the defense there, just tripping them up far too much. DZ knew exactly how to proceed on almost every single one of those rounds. PB trying to change up the expectations in the last 2, just was not enough. Got them close, but unable to trigger overtime, meaning that they will be denied that extra point for making it into OT. DZ will be taking the full 3 spread of it by closing things out 7-5.
So 2-0 to 0-2 the very next week, 2-2 for Parabellum when it comes to the stage so far. Haven't been able to get a win on a map that isn't Border. So pretty interesting thing. We'll see how Parabellum continues to build up their story throughout the remainder of stage 3. But for DarkZero, they're looking alive, even with their new quote-unquote player stepping in for them.
Absolutely the case. And for the 2 of us, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to close things out for game number 1. We're going to go to a quick break, and then when we do come back, we'll have your analysis ready to break things down.
When I pray in my city gritty, gotta keep it on your waist, or you might be a victim. They'll find you DOA. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. You're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. You said hello and
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. With Jesse Jacob Super here with you to break down our last series. And we've got Canadian over in Las Vegas waiting to chat with us a little bit about that last map. So, Canadian added Skies in and now 2 wins here in week number 2. I was going to ask, how's it been incorporating him into the squad, into the comms, but it seems like things have been pretty good so far.
Yeah, things are going pretty good. Obviously, he has to get used to some things about how we play and stuff like that, but I think Alex is he's a really well-rounded and experienced player, and I think he's always been like a leader on teams and stuff like that, so I think he understands like the strategy aspect of the game and kind of sees where he fits in and understands how he needs to play his spots, so it's actually clicked pretty fast.
Canadian, we're seeing a lot of these like aggro pulse plays so far this week. I mean, what is possessing you? We saw it obviously today with the 3K shotgun. We saw it, I believe, yesterday on Club as well around Jacuzzi Wall. What's possessing you, man? What's possessing you to do all of this?
I don't know. Just having fun, man. Just having fun. I will say I saw Sapper using the pulse shotgun and I got a little inspired, and then I started thinking of some spots for it. Yesterday's spot was not good, but today's worked. Today's was good. Yeah.
Hey Troy, you've been putting up kind of some old school numbers so far this season. You've been playing really well. I don't think you're your team's top fragger, but you're certainly up there. Is there anything you've been doing to kind of focus on the fragging, or are you just feeling good right now?
I think I'm just feeling good. I think I've gotten a lot more comfortable in game. I don't know. I've been having a hard time getting comfortable on the stage here ever since I came back. The desk height was a little awkward, stuff like that, but I don't know, just clicking. Yesterday was not good though, but I had no headband, so that was my excuse for yesterday.
I was gonna say, if you're not in character for some reason, then it won't work. As far as you guys are concerned, you obviously want to make sure that you can get back to another major after missing out on Berlin, but because you've had the figuring out behind the scenes of trying to incorporate a new player into everything, do you guys still kind of feel like you're mentally on track to make sure that what you mentioned about complacency from last stage isn't coming into play at this stage?
Yeah, I mean, the reality of the situation is we're in an unfortunate situation. We literally lost our 5th in the middle of the stage, not even in the middle of the stage, after 1 week, right? So, not the ideal situation. Just like literally, within a week we had to get a replacement. I mean, we had Alex ready just in case we did end up needing a replacement. So thankfully we took the precaution to do that. But yeah, it's obviously an unfortunate situation. Thankfully, we're looking great for like an SI position. I think it's like as long as we don't finish 10th this stage, we make SI, and even if we do, it's like 99.9% chance. So, so yeah, we're just trying to go out there, take it as experience, see if we can learn from the stage, improve whatever. Like at the end of the day, the stage it's not going to define us. The big thing at the end of the year is always SI. SI is what matters. And even with Paul, we were taking this approach to the stage, like we want to qualify for the majors so that we get international practice so that we're more prepared for SI. So yeah, I think our mental is very good. I think we're in the right mindset where we're not putting too much pressure on ourselves. We're playing good, and obviously we're hungry for SI.
Yeah, well, I mean, 2 wins after a little roster change this week. You can't really ask for much more than that, even if it was a bit sloppy at times. You got the W. That's the important thing. Looking forward to what you guys can do next week, and thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
All right, Canadian from DarkZero leading his team in kills today as they get the 7-5 victory over Parabellum. I will say it was an encouraging game for Parabellum from my perspective. They did lose, but I think they showed a little bit of resilience. I think they showed some of their newer players can overcome some of those nerves, a rough start, and still put up a bit of a fight.
Sure, I mean, they definitely kept it competitive in that first half especially, right?
Yeah.
And it's nice to see Asian especially, after being the bottom player on their team yesterday, coming back with just strong performances. He was doing pretty decent on their entries, attacking there, and he did have some good, nuke plays as well. So I'm glad that we got to see some of that coming through. I did kind of call that out in the pre-show, so nice to see him at the top of the team, 12-9, but I think Canadian, kind of the big bad wolf inside of the server. Going for another MVP performance, perhaps.
I think the only real big weakness I saw from DarkZero was just defending Cocktail for some reason seems to be like something that I think even in that original Parabellum game from stage 2 felt like it was still a bit of a problem, maybe something they hadn't totally ironed out. It's not a totally different Parabellum team from last stage, but because you've got new guys coming in, it is going to change the composition to a certain degree. DarkZero on everything else felt like they were really, really dialed in. It came down to not even just like Troy's aggression, it was Sky's aggression too. I think he had 2 different runouts over this game, only netted 2 kills between the 2 of them, but it's nice to see that a team that even if it's more stringent or structured like DZ, they can still go for plays like that, and it's almost within their capabilities to do it. It's not like if you just do it, it's a random thing. They very clearly thought about how they wanted to dial that in.
Yeah, on the side of Parabellum, I honestly felt like when they went to defense, it was kind of like what I talked about before the game. DZ was able to get 3 quick rounds on attack, and it was basically by out-patiencing Parabellum. They would get a pick and then immediately start going. Parabellum for like round 10 and 11, I believe, slowed it down a little bit, made DZ work to get the picks. Even they had that 2v5, it was just a scramble because they had no time. So literally, if they just sat there and made DZ do something, they were winning rounds. You go to round 12, they get early picks again, and DZ spiraled that attack. The way DZ attacked that map just really countered the way that Parabellum tried to play. And yeah, the Cafe pick for me was a little iffy because they did lose it to him last stage. Now they have 2 players who haven't been on that team for a while. You know, I think it was just maybe a little bit of a mistake not understanding how DZ's playstyle could affect these younger guys.
Yeah. Especially on like Border too, right? You take that as like the map they were playing last week and obviously last Playday, and that's a map where like you can kind of make those plays, you can kind of get that advantage early. I thought Blaz was doing a great job of that last week, but then on Cafe, like what player are you gonna make that's gonna actually get you that early advantage that's gonna work, right? Are you gonna flank up a staircase? It's kind of predictable. DZ kind of saw those coming.
Yep, there you go. So either way, a close affair, DZ getting the win. Let's take a look at a couple of the replays, a couple of the big moments from that last map. The first one we're going to zero in on is going to be round number 3. And this is just kind of DarkZero handling a push coming in from Parabellum. Eclipse really kind of stepping up in this one.
Yeah, I believe this is the 1v2, Seth, right? This is the one that it starts off really good for Parabellum. They have this massive advantage coming in for the attack, but they don't quite play it right.
That right there is the mistake to me. So they know that Eclipse is trapped behind this bar. He's holding him. You see they just kind of switch. Honestly, they know this player is trapped behind a bar. You just push that guy, take the 2v1, he's not going to kill you both. Instead, they kind of rotate. That rotate allows Eclipse to fall back to sight. He's a smart player. He's a great player. He plays it close with the shotgun, and then he switches to the SMG-11 to finish it off. That's a round that they brought back, but it's also a round they should have finished. That guy was trapped. They made an error in their timing, let him rotate back, and he wins the great 2v1.
Right. Solid round from Eclipse, getting it done in the clutch when he needs to. The next round we're going to take a look at, you kind of probably guessed it already. This is round number 5. This is Canadian. Doing things you don't normally see with a gun that you don't normally see used to do the things he did.
Bars.
There you go.
The Paul's shotgun play gets the information first, of course, right? Can have that impact on who's above him, who's going to be rappelling up the building. He sees both of them there. That's a lot of good information. Goes for the C4 and just grabs it onto Eska. Maybe could have got 2 if he'd waited a little bit longer, but I don't think
the other player ducked down at the right moment to avoid it too, is the crazy part.
So comes around with the shotgun then, and I swear I just unboxed like black ice for this shotgun at the start of the stage, so I might need to try this out. Yeah, I think it's something that I'm gonna have to go for, but gets the 1 through the window, finds the 3rd, and is like, oh yeah, I can get that.
Midway through cooking a nade too. I honestly even think as soon as Doc was swinging the window, it didn't even feel like he was trying to go for that kill. It was more like, oh, you just crossed the window at the same time I'm crossing over to it, and then she's down, and it resulted in another free kill. I wanted the 4th. As soon as this one happened, I swear, he was firing the entire time. The Kool-Aid just does it a little bit better, a little bit more succinctly, downs him right there, almost a 4K. If Troy doesn't do that, we may end up looking at like an overtime game in this one, if only because of how close the scoreline was. Great stuff from Troy.
That's like a round where if I'm in the server and I'm not seeing what's going on, I'm just like, guys, why are we all getting pulse shotgun right now? What's going on? And they're just like, we don't want to talk about it kind of issue. Yeah, I mean, great play by Troy. Little inexcusable from Parabellum to get 3-piece by pulse shotgun, but It happens, I guess.
Happens to the best of us. I mean, hey, at least they still made it fairly tight. 5-7 isn't, the worst score line to lose for. But either way, DarkZero getting the win in our first map of the day. But we are just getting started here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, Beastcoast takes on Astralis. Astralis looking to keep the momentum going from yesterday. Beastcoast just wants to get anything going at all. We will see if they can do it in just a few. We are back here at the Rainbow Six North American League. It's time to get ready for our second matchup of the day. It's going to be Beastcoast taking on Astralis. And, you know, again, kind of like we talked about earlier, as we see these teams go head-to-head here, Beastcoast just looking for signs of life. That has not changed from yesterday to today. I guess they did win a couple rounds on attack. There is something there. But Astralis with a great opportunity to build on their first win of the stage and maybe finish the week with 6 points out of 2 wins. We'll see.
Probably going to say it every time Beastcoast play until he comes back, but not having Ferda in has seemingly been really rough for Beastcoast. 10th place right now, 10th in both attack and defense. Like, it's just not been a great stage, and I think Mark being in has not only made them suffer because Mark is obviously a coach, and while he played back in the day, he's obviously a little bit rusty, but it also feels like it's impacting the rest of the players, and it feels like the mental on Beastcoast is kind of shot just through the fact they can't play with their whole roster.
Yeah, it's a matchup of an Astralis team that did find footing yesterday, which was great to see, but then a Beastcoast squad that, like it or not, we're going to keep on talking about them in this way until there actually is some other big change. I think the only real 2 things I've seen from Beastcoast is 2 players seem like they're performing at expectations at minimum, but no one is anywhere close to actually exceeding it. The same actually can be said for Astralis. It doesn't feel as though anyone is really blowing up what we've known about them or is at the exact average that we've grown to expect from a team that was second at Charlotte, went to Berlin in first place as the #1 seed out of the stage. But still, I think it's mostly just a question of what is Beastcoast going to do to shake up the formula they've had for the first 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, this is Astralis having the opportunity to go to 7 points, puts them right back in the conversation for the major. You know, everybody was kind of, you know, saying doom and gloom for Astralis heading into this week. After this week, kind of looking like old Astralis if they get a win here. For Beastcoast, I kind of don't know what to say because when you watch them, there's just not much to say about them. They're struggling right now. You know, it's kind of one of those games where you're like, let's go next.
There you go. Well, we can't do that. We have to actually watch.
I wish.
I get the sentiment. For now, though, we're gonna talk a bit more about Beastcoast, but first we're gonna watch a little bit of some interviews we did with them to kind of get their feelings coming into the stage. Some expectations.
I'd expect a really good stage out of me. A good performance. I mean, I'm not coming here to disappoint anybody. Get a lot of kills, get a lot of wins.
I'm gonna take the stage off. I expect them to carry me. Our biggest rival would probably just be OXG because they have our former player.
Probably Oxygen just because of the sweater situation. I just think, you know, they're a team who thinks very highly of themselves, so if we can come in and beat them, it'd be fun. And I think there's gonna be a lot of back and forth. I took a break for a while, and then I ended up coming back. I came back and made the NAL. Leaving, going to school, coming back, and getting your dream job is always nice. So.
Come around stage 1 when we lost to Mirage, kind of just fumbled our major spot. It was like my first pro league stage to be that close to being at a major already. My first stage, it kind of like when losing to them, like it hurt bad. After that, it just gets me ready for the upcoming stages to just bring the same type of competitiveness.
We're all striving for one goal, so we're gonna come to every play day with, you know, the best intentions and try to come in as hot as possible. I just want to attain the goal of, you know, winning a major and then winning an invite. That's what every player I think wants when they come into the NAL, is to make it to the top. So I don't think I'm going to stop until I make it there.
At least top 10. At least top 10.
I mean, well, congrats to Surf. They are top 10 in NAL. That is true. So mission accomplished there. But I think they want a little bit more. And my heart kind of breaks for Ferda a little bit. You know, I mean, he's in Vegas. He's practicing with the team. You know, again, working on the visa situation to get him to be able to play in the league. For now, Mark's filling in. But, like, obviously those expectations are high. It's disappointing when you can't put that stuff into practice, you know?
Life's tough for the Canadians, man. I know all too well the visa troubles of getting down to the US of A. We hope that Ferda, can make it in at some point, because he really does feel like the key that Beastcoast need. At the moment, they are struggling quite hard without him.
It's really weird saying that about somebody who we haven't seen play at a tier 1 level before, but everyone's kind of hoping that even when he does come back, it will mean that this Beastcoast team is actually able to shape up in the right way.
Yeah.
But here's what I meant specifically about, like, are any of the Beastcoast players kind of like at expectations? I'd say Surf isn't the world leader that he was back in stage 1, but I do think that he's still kind of like at a level where if I look at his stat line, I'm not gonna think it's literally the end of the world or cause to hit the panic button. And I think the same goes for Slash, because he's still meant to be playing in a supportive role, and if you look at just at his numbers, he's kind of where he's meant to be. Zeno isn't, Anthony most certainly isn't, and Mark is just always going to be the wild card who, even though he's not being relegated specifically towards just Breach, he's playing more roles that expect more kills out of him. If he's playing line, if he's playing offsite or lurking a little bit, if he's got more of a mute responsibility, it doesn't just mean that he's going to be relying on his abilities and activating them to get them through rounds. It's more that you're going to need to get a kill, 2, 3 here and there. Right now, he's -10 on his KD. He's 13 and 23, which honestly, you don't want to just like expect too many things out of a coach who had to sub it at the very last second, but still, it makes me wonder if Mark and Slash were to make some kind of role change, does Slash have what it takes to play on a slightly more aggressive role? Like, I don't know what Beastcoast themselves need to do here to shake things up.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad, honestly, because in that interview, Ferda says, you know, he wanted to be the best player on the team. He wants to put up numbers, honestly, he is. Everybody on their team right now is negative. He hasn't played a game, so he's even. So congratulations, Ferda. You are the best player on Beast Coast.
Not an ideal title that he wants to have maybe at this point. I think when you take a look at Beast Coast, one player that unfortunately sticks out is Anthony. And, you know, he's somebody that I know, Super, you've been kind of critical on in the past.
Certainly sticks out.
And rightfully so. But I want to say, you know, I'm an optimist. I want to look at the bright sides. I get why people don't really see a lot from this player so far. He is the only player in the league right now with 0 opening kills. And he does only average 1 kill every 4 rounds. And he does have a KDR worse than any season Super ever played in his career. I checked that stat.
Yep.
But you know, somebody's got to be last. The fact that he's bottom on the team means that Mark, the coach, can have a little bit more confidence, maybe playing when he's not expecting.
You know,
he's already dead.
I'm just thinking about it, and you know, he is playing difficult operators. The guy has to play Zofia and Wamai, his main 2 operators this season. It's hard to have those guns. They're super easy. Maybe he's a guy who just needs a challenge.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I mean, there's
success through more challenge. Yeah.
You can only go up from here if you're Anthony.
Look, there is a thing as doing too much work. And if you know that it's not working out, you don't need to keep on putting yourself through that when you have 4 other teammates you're meant to be working with. Like, I don't want to think that's the hole that Beast Coast are finding themselves in, where they don't think that they can make a switch up because, they're keeping the seat warm for Ferdo, so he can just come straight in, assume what Mark is doing, and then everything is all right? I mean, I think you've already kind of identified that you've got some issues that are rolling through this team that are pertinent enough that if you can make a switch, and you don't have Ferda back for a while, and you know you're probably not going to make the major at this point, then this is your experiment ground. You might as well use it if you can.
His coach has 13 kills. He has 7. His coach has almost double his kills. If Ferda can come back, Beast Coast have to legitimately think, do we just keep Mark playing?
You know, I mean, well, Beast Coast is the league punching bag. They've been our punching bag for long enough. Let's move to the other team on the other side of the arena, Parabellum. You know, not Parabellum, what I'm talking about. It's going to be Astralis over there. That's right, another red-colored team as far as their logo goes, I suppose. There you go, Astralis getting the win yesterday, and they needed it again because 0-2 first week, a bit rough for a team that took first in both stages so far. Obviously, stage 2 very, very close towards the end, so that was a tighter race than stage 1 was. But it's a team with a lot of expectations on themselves, right? And for good reason. They want to make it back to a major again. They want to rectify what happened in Berlin. Yesterday was the first step towards that, but today they really need to be dominant. I think if you struggle at all against Beast Coast, where Beast Coast is at right now, that's still a problem sign for Astralis.
Yeah, whilst it's not been the best start to the stage ever from Astralis, they have had a pretty tough schedule so far, right? DarkZero into Mirage into TSM. 3 teams that are all positive in the league right now, either 3-1 or 2-1. And I do think that Astralis have a lot of upsides, even in those games they were losing. They are currently the most clutch team in the league. Shuttle, the only person in the league right now with more than 1 clutch. He got both of them back in week number 1. Iconic also became the 4th player on that team, or almost became the 4th player on the team to have a clutch as well in that reading round from yesterday, which he just barely didn't catch up on the 1v5 with. So all in all, I think you take a look at Astralis, and whilst the results weren't there, I do still have confidence in this team that they are going to make a bounce back throughout the rest of this week, and they shouldn't feel too bad themselves, even though they've lost a couple of squads that maybe they weren't expecting to at the start of the stage.
It's already pretty good, man.
I'm just kind of wondering how we got a picture of Shuttle in that graphic without his sunglasses. glasses on. That's a rare treat right there.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I feel like, as far as the TSM game is concerned, that also does seem like a bit of a return to form, even if it's going to take a long time with games like that for their statistics to stabilize to a point where we can start putting guys like Iconic back into the MVP conversation if he starts doing that well. Still very, very highly ranked as far as statistics are concerned. Right now, I don't really know how long it's going to take for them to get back to where they were in Stage 1, Stage 2 form, but even in Stage 2, it still kind of felt like it was a little bit tentative, and I think that same thing persists here. Obviously, DP Fire had an ace, but it felt like in that game yesterday, they're still not back to full-on, full speed, here's how we attack sort of play style. It almost feels like they're still trying to hold themselves back and calculate exactly when they want to get chaotic, because they do thrive in moments like that. Like Jesse mentioned, they're good in the clutch, Shuttle especially, and they were one of the best teams in the clutch when it came to Stage 2, but that same kind of thing doesn't seem like it's really made the translation stage to stage, so I'm wondering when we're going to see them really, really wake up. It was good to beat TSM yesterday, but we need more consistency.
There you go. Well, the map vetoes are in, so let's find out where we're going to play for the second map of the day. No clubhouse, no chalet.
Find me a time where Astralis doesn't ban club. The only time they didn't do that was Charlotte Major Grand Finals, and they lost the darn thing. So they're not ever going to want to play this one again, and it's the same relationship for Beastcoast and Chalet. I also think that there are times where if we see Astralis try a bank, it will probably be or it should be in moments like this. Like, you have an opportunity to play something that is outside your map pool a little bit, or if you want to expand it when you know you're going into a situation against a Beastcoast team that is still very hampered. So we could see something a little bit out of their wheelhouse here. Not opting for the theme park. They've already tried that this stage. It didn't go nearly as well as they'd hoped. I think they probably wish they could have won their theme park game by a couple more rounds than they did, but still, I think there's a couple good options for Astralis here.
How on earth? I mean, a couple. Everything feels like a good option for Astralis. They ended up with 3 maps that they play a ton in this game. Villa, Oregon, and Border all left up on the board. They are very good at Oregon. They're very good at Villa. You know, it's maps that they are super comfortable with. They're not bad at Border either. That might be the ban to come through against Beastcoast. I think for Astralis, you're probably more playing to what you feel comfortable on than your opponents. They do take it out of the way. For Beastcoast, I mean, Oregon and Villa.
Pick your poison, right?
Yeah, it's tough, right? I think for Oregon, you took in a map, and it's like it's something that Astralis are really, really good at until they got to Berlin. So they do have struggles there. Maybe Beastcoast can look back.
I think you want Oregon
games.
if you're Beastcoast, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Looks like it's finally through.
All right.
I mean, Astralis here on Villa, 8 plays this year and only 2 losses. However, both of those coming kind of recently against Parabellum in Vegas and Elevate in Berlin.
Yeah, as a player, I will say, and obviously Beastcoast had a different roster at that time, that we just didn't want to play Beastcoast on Villa. Villa to me, like, always kind of ran towards the, you know, you can get away with doing a lot of random stuff on Villa. Beastcoast was a team that thrived off of that. The problem is that's not Beastcoast now.
Yeah.
As we talked about yesterday, simply put, there's no fragging power on Beastcoast. What do you need to contend with a team like Astralis, who want to run and gun the whole map? You need fragging power. I have a hard time seeing them being able to keep up with Astralis here, unfortunately.
It's going to be tough, but we got to make our predictions. Sounds like Super kind of already just made his. We'll check back in a moment. First, let's find out what the casters have to say. Blue and Stokes, yet again. Okay, who wants to go first this time?
I'll take it. Okay,
go ahead.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I got to agree with Super here. This is not a balanced race. This is like a Ford Focus versus a Ferrari. So I'm going to take Astralis in red, and we're going to quickly kick it on over to John so he can say the same thing.
Pretty extreme example, but yeah, it's
what year Ford Focus?
2006.
Very
perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's going to be the same for me. Beastcoast just really on the struggle bus right now, so I feel like it's going to end up being Astralis at the end of the day, especially considering the map we're going to, where Astralis is going to have a field day with their gunplay.
Well, there you go. 2 for Astralis and no chance of a Ford sponsorship for us anytime soon. Oh, well.
Don't say that.
Ferrari, you got my number. Come on. You know what to do. Analyst, what do you think? Who's going to take it?
Astralis currently on a 4-game win streak against Beastcoast. 2 of those 4 maps coming on Villa, the map we're headed to today as well. A 7-4 win in Stage 3 last year, and then an 8-6 win just last stage. Overtime 8-6, you know, that doesn't look terrible for Beastcoast if they even had the same roster. We got to go for Astralis.
Naturally.
What he said.
All right.
I don't feel like beating a dead horse here. Let's just put it up there and just move on.
You know, everybody's saying Astralis. I'm really thinking, like, maybe Beastcoast, they're coming into this. Anthony, I feel like it's redemption time. I'm going to say Astralis.
All right. Then the fan vote also Astralis as well. Let's flip the coin. Come on, coin. Come on, coin. Hey, it's heads. The coin says Beastcoast.
Very good, very good.
The coin picked Beastcoast yesterday too.
We win these.
Sympathy flip, I guess. I don't know, but in all seriousness, it is difficult to see a team in the position that Beastcoast is in. They just got to try to get that much a little bit better every day, even if you're not going into it necessarily playing to win it. We'll see what they can do. Let's see what our community poll is. It's going to be who will have a higher cost, Surf or Forest?
Who's higher right now?
Well, cost is attributed to like winning usually.
Yeah,
it's like participation.
So
and
if
also
you vote Surf, you're a bold individual.
You are.
There you go. We'll see how many bold individuals there are out there on social media. Until then, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the map begins. Beastcoast faces Astralis here on the NAL right after this.
Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I might rent the Lambo and go drive it like it's stolen. I've been living wild, I'm just going through the motions. Stumbling out the Uber, grab my hand, gave me the notion. Swimming in your water, but it feels just like the ocean. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I was sipping Moet for 2 years straight to the face. Champagne belly bubbles still won't go away. Last year my best man hit a stain with bare face. Now he's got a hell behind the water's cold case. I wake up with pain sometime and never go away. Wonder why I balance to my knees when I pray. In my city gritty, gotta keep it on your waist. Or you might be a victim, they'll find you DOA. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get ready for our second matchup of the day. Beastcoast still looking to get that winning chip onto their record here, but they're going to have a tough challenge on the other side in the form of Astralis, of course, who has been on fire so far throughout Stage 3.
Yes, indeed. Astralis starting to light things up finally. Here was kind of a rocky start initially, but week 2 has been a saving grace for them, at least for the first day. They still have to get past Beastcoast, which at the current moment look to be the bottom of the dog pile here in North America, but obviously that could switch up as well. The first week they were only able to muster 3 rounds, but they eclipsed that yesterday in just 1 game up against DarkZero on Clubhouse, able to get 4 put together. So we'll see if they can try and continue this streak of, well, building this team up to actually be something, as we'll be heading into Villa pretty shortly. Excited to see what Astralis can do on this map. It's been a little while since we got to see him play.
Villa's going to be interesting to see how it gets played out, just because of the kind of open-ended nature of it and the open-ended nature of how these teams have currently been playing as well. But it is time to go into it regardless. Let's get to it, ladies and gentlemen, our second matchup of the day. Going live now between Beastcoast and Astralis. Beastcoast starts on the attacking side. Astralis starts on the defense. Meaning that Astralis is going to get the first and final ban coming up here in just a second. Beastcoast will get our 2 center bans. There they are on the screen now. Astralis with our first ban. Interesting one is they're going to knock out Yana.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Very smart ban here, thinking on that big brain level here for Villa. Yana not only amazing to try and clear out a lot of these rooms and stuff like that, get you a solid info game going on the offense, but also fantastic at clearing out laser gates from Aruni. So we're more than likely going to see Astralis leaning into that, forcing Beastcoast to give up utility rather than a clone that just comes back in a handful of seconds. Nick also going to be a pretty obvious ban for the offense. She's pretty sneaky, and Villa happens to be the map that you can be the sneakiest. Lots of areas to work your way in, unbeknownst to the defense. And speaking of defense, we've got those bans on the docket as well. It's going to be Azami and Valkyrie. And, well, if you've been playing Siege at all, you know exactly why those fall in. Get rid of those cameras, get rid of those kunai knives. It can make some extra, cover to play around. And now we got ourselves a ball game. We're going to have Beastcoast on offense, Astralis on defense, and we're going to be starting things in really the only place that you can start Villa, in my mind, AVG.
Yep, we have been seeing teams shift over towards the trophy start from time to time as well, but between the two sites, it's still very much the go-to inside of the North American region, so that's going to be where we start things out here. As usual, Shotgun's going to be popping off as there's a lot of reconstruction to be done for Astralis here to open up pathways. They're also going to be opening up some top-down angles too to try and avoid the early clear from Beastcoast to be going down into areas like Art Studio there, giving them angles to play back into that, and potentially some late-round flanks to play from below as well. We sometimes rarely will see that pop up there in a clutch scenario if it's needed for the defense to potentially be able to use that. In terms of operator picks, so really not much that's going to be surprising us here when it comes to the defensive side of things. Iconic, of course, adding a Mira in will give that very annoying angle to the defense here that Beastcoast will have to contend against. And aside from that, it's either going to be intel or utility mitigation, or just, of course, a good old slowdown from DP Fire on the smoke.
Yeah, a lot more going on this mid-floor than we usually see around, things like Art Studio and other areas. Obviously, we are used to seeing an extension here over towards the trophy statuary side, as a lot of teams really like starting things off inside of Master, but there's the final piece of the puzzle there. The other mirror is going to go downstairs inside of Piano and make the clear across the map really difficult for BC. Astralis is going to get ahead of them early on here. That's positioning of Shuttle as of right now. He's got J90 in tow to be able to assist with this, but if Beastcoast try and go completely around this, circumnavigate, move their way towards the other end of the map, they still have to deal with Iconic set up down low. If they don't get him out, then he can just play inside of Art Studio and try and be a nuisance through those angles we saw them set up earlier. So Astralis, so much going on here that Beast Coast is going to have to try and get a little bit of info on, try and keep track of here going into these next 2 minutes.
Shuttle waiting to see if there's going to be a play opportunity showing up here in Master at any point. Either way, great time wasting coming out so far from the Astralis side of things. Beast Coast will put out, I believe it's going to be their first E1D, and indeed that will be the case to try and suss out the intel from players like Shuttle and a few of the others messing around here closer to Statuary, but none of that really going to be given out, unfortunately, as there's not any pressure to counteract it. Drones will sneak in from the roof, and eventually Forest will come dashing up through those Astro stairs, surprising Zeno and taking him down outright, removing the sledge from play as well. Not a make or break for this round specifically, but they'll have to watch out for that in a later round, as they'll be wanting to keep him alive, obviously, for the top-down openings.
Yeah, now Forest can just play downstairs and be annoying. He can go for a flank again against BC. He can rotate across and come up red because Astralis have that entire setup inside of Piano to occupy the hallway. I mean, this is going swimmingly right now for Astralis. The timer is the big differential here for Beast Coast. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining, and they're stuck on the north side of the map. They haven't even made a forward push for bench just yet. They're stuck back in these 2 rooms, and not only that, but Shuttle has this cut here. And again, just a reminder, this is going to be really easy for him to hold on to, given the fact of Iconic's positioning.
Time going to continue to tick down here, and Beast Coast still going to be worse for wear in terms of figuring out what exactly they want to try and lean their strategy towards here. They have been able to finally take control of the upstairs partition of the statuary area of the map, and DP Fire will actually be caught out by Anthony, so not the end of the world just yet here for Beast Coast. It's been a struggle, to say the least, to get themselves set up for this late round play, but there might still be a little bit of something to cook out here. We also have seen the fallback of that other extended player deeper into Kitchen from Astralis, so they're going to more than likely be able to wrap their way up through main stairs and support the actual hold. Iconic very much could be make or break here as well with that Nitro cell to stun out the rest of the push coming back in through Death's Door. In a second, Forest will also take out another player attempting to work their way in. Entry attempt is going through. Here's Iconic's time to shine with that Nitro, and it'll work out well to deny the plant. Still, of course, seeing a successful entry kill be made by the players on Beast Coast, and now another one picked up also here. Down to just 2 alive for Astralis as that final plant being put down onto the ground, and Slash will successfully be able to lock it in. Smoke will block out any immediate play potential from Iconic, and now Forest, he'll move forward, knock out one with the shotgun, get a second one on top of that for a quad on the round as Astralis takes swift control of the first round overall.
Astralis playing their setup to a T. I especially love Forest patience in sight, allowing Iconic to get his task done down low. They had that prevention. They were willing to play it down to that timer, and it works out so very well for them, especially with Iconic quickly rotating up red. A huge distraction, especially with an operator like Mira. One speeds are just very, very loud whenever they sprint around the map, so everyone is immediately completely focused on his location. That frees things up, allowing Forest to continue on that dominant path and take down the last two members of BC. So what a round from Astralis across the board. I mean, whatever way you want to look at it, from frags, from strategy, it was all just extremely stellar.
Very much the case. Beastcoast just kind of trudging along, hoping they would be able to make things work in their push, coming from the statuary side and then eventually working their way through Death's Door into the site. Unfortunately, not a good plan ultimately, as Astralis had counters for it set up and then some. Right from the Nitro cell that Iconic was prepping down below to the right shotgun play from Forrest, and even his own aggressive extensions out from the interior partition of the site. Nicely played by him to pick up a quad in the very first round. Let's wait and see what else he's able to do over the course of this matchup. Astralis, of course, will move along to the next expected site here. We are going to have a mirror window along with a small amount of utility. You can see an ADS, probably one or two other things positioned here inside of AVG as well. Once again, since the extension wasted a lot of time in the last round, they'll commit a bit more utility to it this time too, in hopes of accomplishing the same thing should Beastcoast try to clear things out from the south side.
Yeah, not the exact same strategies we've seen Astralis use on Villa before, but same general game plan, trying to hold map control, force the offense to take it away from you, and they are either exchanging that out for utility or time, or in some instances both, if they're going about things in a lackadaisical manner, which is kind of what we saw from BC the last time, but this time they're hopping two, not even 40 seconds off the clock, and Anthony, of all people, has the opening kill. John, that's his first opener of the entire stage.
Nicely done from him. Either way, it'll be a nice cross here to be able to catch Shuttle. A bit of an unorthodox position, so we'll cut him off mid-transition, heading into tarps there. Give Beastcoast, of course, that opening advantage to play into as well from a 5v4, but the rest of the players on Beastcoast still need to get themselves the interior access. Fire going to come through. Thankfully, it's heading towards the ceiling to take out the camera up above, so Forrest will not become a victim of that. Just due to poor timing, he'll be able to fall back deeper into the master bath, where he's going to actually camp out here. Wait to see if there's going to be any play potential for himself. Look at the window for a second there, but definitely not wanting to take a risk on that. That is almost certainty of a trade, even if you get that opening kill. So he'll head down the stairs instead and wait to see what's next for Beastcoast.
Zeno with the position of the Sentry right now, actually inside of the red stairwell here. Astralis still really focused on this top clear by BC, but Zeno could slip through the cracks and start dealing some serious damage to this site setup. Fortunately enough, Astralis, they've got their eyes dead set on a lot of these entry points. J9O will go down to Zeno as he simply rotates in. He'll get gunned down by Iconic, and now DP Fire. He's going to try and rotate up red. Mark will take down Forest, but where's Iconic at? He's actually upstairs as well. So now the site completely open, but Beastcoast might not be aware of this as the two remaining Astralis members try and get things done from upstairs.
Should overall have a good amount of control here as they move themselves forward, but there is still some delay to be thrown out by the defense, such as Iconic right here with the cross from the inside of Statuary. Takes out the first player attempting to move into Master Bedroom. They fall down to that, and he'll be able to peel away after that too. I was expecting a pretty quick reaction to come in from the other three members of Beastcoast, but they've been slow to follow things through. So he'll be allowed to get a second Toxic Babe off. Has the cross established once again for the breach that's been made over in Master. Anthony paying attention to that doorway closer to Statuary as well, just to make sure that Iconic isn't trying to make some sort of last-second play here to get an aggro onto these three remaining players. And once again, Beastcoast, their second guessing is getting the better of themselves here, wasting a lot of time that they could use to get themselves closer to the plan. Iconic now ready to make a move forward, but the timing is paid out much more promisingly for Beastcoast on that secondary push to the inside as they catch both of the remaining members of Astralis unaware as to where they're even being shot from.
Great round, specifically from Anthony as well, getting the opener as well as that entry kill there onto Iconic, who was trying to play the timing for the swing on the master door. Great stuff from BC, making sure to use their advantage to its maximum potential. Astralis, a lot going on there, some very solid decisions, but I'd say, a lot of what we saw with the initial aggression, Beastcoast was really able to get a hamper on, especially for Zeno and his positioning around red stairs. I think that really caught Astralis off guard, and honestly me as well with Astralis's just body language. I was honestly assuming that we were in kitchen until we teleported upstairs. Like, oh, the bomb chassis are in here. That's a little awkward, isn't it? So yeah, but either way, very well done from Beastcoast there, especially with the understanding that Astralis more than likely looking for some aggressive plays to try and pull on them early and securing those kills because of it.
Right, so Beastcoast looking to try and make their mark here on the attacking side by netting themselves a second round. Did a good job of isolating out the presence for Astralis in the downstairs partition of the map, kind of on a one-by-one basis there to be able to allow them to take control of things that they then swung that advantage, of course, from the 4v2 into the rest of the site. Things got a little bit dicey in that 4v2 clear, but still able to ultimately take it without too much of an issue at the end of the day. It leaves them tied now at 1-1 with Astralis looking to make up the difference now with another very spread out opener to round 3. They're going to be trying to see what they can pick off early from Beastcoast. Beastcoast, as usual, taking a nice slow route to this clear, wanting to play heavily into the intel, so we shouldn't expect anything crazy to come from them for the first minute or two at a minimum.
I love the game plan from Astralis here. They see that Beastcoast is trying to play this down to the maximum that the timer will allow. So what are they going to do, John? Well, they're going to get in the way of that. They're going to put some Banshees down, some Goo Mines, maybe some EED, or I almost said EE1Ds. You got to love that you have EDDs and EE1Ds in the same game. So, but either way, Capcan and his EDDs placed around to, again, just put an obstacle in front of Beastcoast, make them second guess some of these entries or potentially lose half their health. And past that, they have all that info being worked in by J90 as well with the Pulse. Force is actually going to be able to take down Slash or still barrel his way into Tarps, but that's the only person home, at least in the building for now, for BC. The rest of this moment, well, it's mostly focused on the top floors. Anthony is actually across the entire building. He just entered in through study as he starts working his way in towards 90.
Anthony's going to proceed over towards the back hallway here and attempt to continue clearing things out, but anything that would have been able to be cleared is already long gone for Astralis, so just checking the doorways to make sure there's no EDD surprises waiting for him as he continues to clear things out closer to Astro. Meanwhile, on the defensive side, you can see J90 just keeping an eye out on the side of the building, closer towards Laundry side, I do believe, waiting to see if there's going to be any play potential lined up for Beastcoast to try to make a swing towards the Laundry entrance, get themselves in. Does not look like that's necessarily the case, although we do have Mark sitting on the outside of it. This could be something they're going to lean towards later on in the round here. Actually, just correct myself, Mark's sitting outside of Mudroom right now.
BC and get control of the top floor, but as we said, this is where these traps and their potential for the round skyrockets, practically worth their weight in gold. Longer and longer we await Beastcoast. Lots of angles on this top floor now for them to try and abuse, but Astralis not giving them a single look. Surf going to try and work his way in. Walks in, actually gets all the way up onto Tetris. I think he's even surprised that he's made it this far without a single person trying to take him out. Anthony will take down J90. Surf calming this to this team. He'll get Mark inside. There's still 4 people alive, by the way, on the defense. Shuttle will go down. No one's working their way back in from Pantry. They're done and dusted. It's all left up to Forrest, the man that got the opening kill of the round, but now he's on the receiving end of Beastcoast. Beastcoast, some nice swings. It'll be Mark to deal the death blow, and BC take the lead over Astralis.
Astralis is playing way too heavily into their roam game right there, trying to hold back the tides, when in reality, never really having the defense properly set up in the site to begin with, allowing Beastcoast just flood their way in those final 30 to 40 seconds, take an easy setup and a very quick post-plan establishment as well. Props to Beastcoast for that. They haven't looked the best when it comes to these roam clears, but when they get themselves into the site, they were very snappy to set themselves up and deny any sort of retake opportunity from Astralis. So great stuff there. Be able to now take the lead, as Stokes mentioned, over them at 2-1 and trigger, once again, a very early tack timeout coming in from Astralis here.
Yeah, and you know, I think this is well-deserved as well. Callout doesn't want to allow this to get too far gone before using the tack timeout, so you might as well get in here, try and right some wrongs early on, see if maybe you can help Astralis with this defensive side. I mean, they still have the means to be able to go 4-2 on this half, which would be quite dominant if they were able to string along 3 rounds. And Astralis are no slouch when it comes to their ability to adapt on the fly. That's usually what this team's game plan is. A very friendly squad, all really, really good friends, and usually just trying to make the most out of a situation. And that's really what you want with a team. If you're malleable in a way like that, then nothing can really go wrong, even when it is, right? Even when you're down scores like they are right now, they're still cool, calm, and collected and willing to try and get this job done. So past that, Astralis will be launched back into the game here for round 4. We're back to an Aviator defense, and that means that Iconic will be back downstairs inside of Piano.
All right, well, Astralis looking to try and quickly course correct now on their second go of sites. They've been able to complete that first wrap. Well, not locking in the initial round on AVG for themselves. Otherwise, it all goes over to Beastcoast. We do have Anthony going over towards an Ash pick for the first round here.
Super's really lucky, you know. If he was still in the league, Anthony be coming for his job.
So he's going to hop onto that. We'll see what that potentially gives us. Aside from that, though, it is going to be, once again, your usual clear utility here to be able to get access to AVG. The Ying is going to be the big wrinkle that comes in as a new element for Beastcoast for the second attempt here, trying to give them that extra boom to get them into the actual site. And this is actually a pretty good adjustment here because Beastcoast eventually did make it to the site entry, but failed outright to work their way past that point. So this should hopefully alleviate that concern in a pretty simple way and make things a bit smoother. But they still have to get through the early round as well, and that's been another point of pain for Beastcoast so far.
Yeah, all thanks to a man with an obsession with one-way mirrors and a love for classical music as he sits in piano. But Astralis, yeah, a fantastic round the first time that they're able to kind of pull the wool over the eyes of Beastcoast and force them into that top clear, not really paying Iconic any mind, and that was the big issue. They got Nitro celled, and then a nice flank from him allows Forrest to get the flank off through Gunvault and catch both of the remaining BC members. Shuttle actually going to start trying to get a little aggressive. Mark's going to punch a window and immediately be met with cannon fodder, but none of it going to be lethal. Just a few bullets into the chest. Never hurt anybody, right? That's how that works. Surf is actually going to be the first one to go down. Lots of Candelas out for Slash, but no kills just yet. R4C in hand. Anthony swings into Shuttle. He'll take him out, and that's going to be the second EE1D as well for Mark.
Good adjustment from Anthony there, once again being the hero for Beastcoast inside of not only this round, but the previous ones that have been played out also. Iconic now taking a position on the red stairs. He'll wait for his next frag opportunity. Will very well have that coming his way soon. Slash a little bit cautious of what could be hiding out in tarp, so he's going to chuck out one of the Candelas just to alleviate his concerns here. Only saving one now for the site execute, but in reality, that's all that should be needed at the end of the day. So we'll wait and see if he's going to get the opportunity to actually throw that one out. He will have to work past Iconic just to get to that point. Never mind, you DP Fire is also positioned at the very end of 90, and the two players upstairs. That will probably be their primary concern before they worry too much about Iconic sitting lower down on the staircase.
Yeah, this round is still on a knife's edge here. These next engagements are really going to be the deciders. Slash starting it off strong for the offense, which means that the defense has to come back. DP Fire is going to go down. Beastcoast, there's no way that this is lining up to be a BC-dominated offense, as Iconic will be able to at least pick up a downed Anthony. Still 3-2 in favor of BC. Iconic trying to hold things down on red. He has that Banshee in tow, but he's got two people at the top of the stairwell. It could dawn his location at a moment's notice. Believe that might be a frag grenade. A little worried there. Doesn't seem like anything's actually going to end up going off, so could have been a little piece of a different utility at the end of the day. It doesn't really matter. Not going to be lethal to either Iconic or that Banshee. They know he's there as well. The pings keep coming out. Slash will take down J9, and Mark will end Iconic. The timeout does nothing. BC up 3-1.
Astralis once again out and about all over the place across the map, and that is to some extent what Villa demands of a team as well here, but Astralis playing into that a little bit too heavily and leaving those constant opportunities open for Beastcoast to knock them out. They've been doing so for the past 2 rounds at a minimum here, giving them a massive lead over Astralis, one that I don't think anyone really expected to see here. If not 3 in a row. In fact, yeah, I think it is 3 in a row now from Beastcoast as we're going to continue the run from Astralis. They'll move over to Trophy and Statuary for the upcoming round 5. But again, things went awry on the last hold here as well. So how are they going to make up the difference quickly enough as well as Beastcoast is just on a warpath now? We could very easily end up at 5-1 with the way this game's going.
Yeah, we saw Astralis for their last defense here have a lot of bodies down in the mid floor trying to play around kitchen, red hall, library, just that kind of area. And, you know, try and make sure that Beastcoast couldn't try and get control over that mid floor. But the big problem is that they forgot about the basement. Zeno just sneaks up through, assists his team in getting some big openers, and that's past that initial kill that we saw out of Anthony, which, by the way, has the most kills in the lobby, at least for Beastcoast. Forrest currently sitting at 7 and 3, but his team overall looking like a shell of their former selves. DP Fire all the way through J90, currently sitting on a big old goose egg with, well, 12 deaths in between them. That's not exactly what you expect out of this squad.
All right, well, let's see here now. As the round continues to get deeper into it, we've got Beastcoast starting to line up with their first entry points. Probably going to be some time, of course, before they actually take a risk on it. We've got a few risky positions still out for Astralis. Iconic specifically sitting over here in the walk-in closet corner. He's going to take the gamble on this position. Shuttle, really the lone holder for the actual interior of the site. He's got kind of Iconic and one other member holding the wings for him, but if Beastcoast try to directly pressure to the inside of it, things will get hot pretty quickly here. We're going to see a rotate from that interior site player to try to assist Iconic a little bit. He has been spotted out by a drone now, so his time is going to be limited.
And honestly, I'm scared for Dave here because there's a lot that can go wrong in this position. Yeah, he has ADSs, but they have a Lion and they also have an Ace, so they're going to be able to make a lot more angles for him. They'll probably just end up burning these out and potentially nading him. Hopefully he can at least get one. He'll be able to swing out and actually find himself some space. Iconic able to get past Mark. E1D out, won't be able to lock him down as he'll get out of the clutches of the Lion.
Anthony ready to move forward here, but still needs to line up the rest of these Ash charges. Still going to see a Goyo can alive and well on the inside of Master Bathroom, or Master Bedroom, excuse me, as well. So that will continue to be a problem for this squad. You can see one more still positioned for Iconic, just on the outside of those doorways. Slash takes some heat, doesn't know exactly where it's come from, though. Will be able to realize onto that, and again, members of Astralis will continue to give him the challenge as well. Only able to go 1-for-1 this time because there's a pinch set out against him, but still surprising he was able to get away with that one alone. As things are brought down to a 4v4 now, they've calmed down a little bit. Anthony finally making his entry into the walk-in, trying to move forward, but there's just way too many angles that have been opened up by Astralis. They've turned this into a shooting gallery, and Beastcoast doesn't know the way to the high score just yet. J9O nearly gets that swing and a hit, but it's a nade from the other side that'll take him down instead, as Beastcoast are still making this work.
Very well done. Sledge caught completely off guard by Forrest, but Anthony, he's taken out J9O. Oh my, Beastcoast looking to take another round away from Astralis, but no drones. Doesn't seem like it's gonna really affect Mark or Surf, as they're gonna be able to take down 2 members of AST. Now it's all down to Forrest, the man with the most kills in the lobby. He's got Astralis in a duffel bag right now in the kill department, and he's gotta do it 2 more times. Make it 1 more time for Forrest. It's a triple kill on the round. It's up to Surf to try and bring this back. He's sprinting, he's diving, he doesn't have case control, but now he knows where the last man is. Forrest tries to pre-fire. BC, what is happening right now in Italy?
Things just continue to get worse and worse for Astralis as well, trying to play around each other, but that support just not seeing it happen. When the fights are actually thrusted upon them, it just seems like all the members of Astralis are on their own, off on an island, and that's leading to far too many deaths early in the round, and way too successful of an assault, time after time again from BC.
So I know I said that this was Ford versus Ferrari, but I didn't realize that Beastcoast had a sleeper. And not only is it a sleeper, but it's also just so happens to be a GT40. Like, they're just racing past Astralis right now, man. This is incredible stuff. I can definitely tell you that there is not a single person in this building that assumed that this was going to happen. Beastcoast have looked like a shell of a team, not even their former selves, just a team for the entirety of Stage 3. And just this week alone, they've had a complete 180 from where they started. It's truly amazing what they've been able to do in the last 2 weeks.
Definitely the case. Excellently played from Beastcoast so far here, latching on to the problems that Astralis have been showing inside of this matchup and abusing them at every single turn here. Astralis has just not been able to cover their butts as of yet. And that's leading to a heck of a lot of problems here. At least a 4-2 can still be stabilized on this final round, but they're going to need to lock it in, and we're still seeing notes of the same strategy being deployed here. So the very same problems that they were dealing with in the past 5 rounds are going to continue to pop back up here. Players not necessarily in the best positions to support each other. That's going to leave plenty of room open for Beastcoast to isolate them out one by one and take them down. Astralis need to avoid that at all costs here and keep their full team alive as close to the end of the round as possible. They're just losing far too many players at the moment.
Yeah, if this ends up being a 5-1 in favor of Beastcoast, Astralis needs to take a really hard look in the mirror and think about this Yana ban, because it hasn't slowed down Beastcoast at all. And not only that, but we're not seeing anything where, you know, really having Yana in play would have been the biggest deal ever for Beastcoast. The biggest problem right now for Astralis is Lion. Lion is getting in the way of everything for them. They can't rotate how they want to. They can't take fights how they want to. It's basically just making them a stick in the mud whenever they click that button. They're not allowed to do very much, and Beastcoast are exploiting that to its maximum potential. So for Astralis, see if they can try and get round 6 here and at least mitigate the damage as much as possible.
Play coming in from Slash. He's taking no prisoners here. That's what we needed to see, though. That's what we've been lacking in previous rounds, is that snapshot trade from Astralis. It doesn't seem to matter, though, yeah. As Stokes was mentioning, Surf able to work his way forward, trade out the trade that was found for the defense. Forrest trying to make up the difference again, though, as he finds Anthony trying to work his way in. Started from mud and tried to move forward past that, but Forrest able to shut things down. At least we'll be able to control the other half of the building across the way from the site in living room, distracting players like Xeno casino now and making them focus on that and not this site take.
Well, a 3v3 here, but the site in favor of Beastcoast. Selma's out, Surface got Case. He should start plant here very soon. There it goes. Mark will be occupying the crosses here for Kitchen as well as China. What a shot from DP Fire. The timing working out so very well. A nice move from him. He'll take out the second one. Astralis, they might get through this round, even though BC had such an amazing start to it. Astralis, they fight back from outside of the site to at least pick up 2 rounds on their defense.
Finally making that adjustment that we needed to see for quite a few rounds. They're going to be able to bring things back under their own control finally. As you said, a second round up on the board, but now it's still put them in a bit of a dire position going into the second half as their opponents only need the remaining quarter, or a remaining quarter of the game to be able to close things out here. 3 rounds are all that BC need, and there's still 2 to go for the Astralis players just to be able to tie things up. Moving on to the attacking side, shouldn't have those formation issues any longer, shouldn't have much of a problem playing together as a team, but at the same time, we'll have to wait and see what Beastcoast has cooked up on the defense. We've seen some massive improvements to the attacking side, and I would reckon we're going to get a little bit of that on the defense as well.
What in the Fragger lineup is Astralis running right now? We have Ace, Sledge, Zoe, Ash, and
might be a
Twitch.
quick one.
This is like, if you guys have ever seen a champ lobby in your life, this is exactly what it looks like.
Oh,
and then Forrest is going to go to Blitz. No, yep, this is definitely
This is going to be a quick one.
Yeah,
This is going to be a quick.
Well, we're doing some crazy stuff here, and I'm totally about it. Just as a reminder, Forrest not only has the most kills in the lobby, he's the only one at double digits by a large margin.
You're going to put him on the shield.
Is Anthony with 6 kills. This man's currently 12-4, and he's on Blitz.
So let's see how this strategy works out for Astralis.
I love it.
We've got DP Fire 2-5, Shuttle at 0-6, J9 at 1-6, and finally Iconic as well, a little bit closer to Forest there at 4-4 as well. So going to try and put all the effort onto Forest here to try to make their way forward. It's not going to be as fast as we initially thought we would be seeing here. I was expecting something crazy from these guys, but a little difficult to achieve both on Villa overall and for the site that we're playing into. So they need to cook this one up a little bit more, apparently, for Astralis, as they're going to be trying to drone their way over here towards 9. You can see, though, that Forest is very much lined up, and there's no way he's going to go for, like, foot shots here, right? Like,
oh, of course. This drone hole, John, this drone hole is iconic, and I'm not making a pun. I'm really not. Like, the amount of dumb things that has happened to me or I have done to people through this drone hole, it's too much. Honestly, it's way too much. Yeah, I've been naded through that drone hole. That's why you put a disc. Like, I'm just telling you, like, Siege players know no bounds, man. If there's some way that they can potentially kill you, it's gonna happen. Like, oh my. Forest, are we going for it, my friend?
Smoked it.
Yeah, smoked off. Looks like they're gonna do a lot more than smoke it. Nitro Cell out, he's gonna rush through, bull-headed. He's not gonna take any damage. He will find himself a slash that has no idea a blitz is working their way into his location. DP Fire will pick up one as well. BC on the worst end of this thing, as it's currently a 4-3 man count in favor of Astralis.
Forrest unfortunately stuck now as he made this play pretty much solo, and he's going to need to have his teammates rotate over to be able to support him a lot better. Despite the solo play, he got another kill though, and so did J90. DP Fire just with a quick peek to finish this off as Astralis close out that round in one of the most fantastic ways I've ever seen.
I mean, who would have guessed that if you had like a really mechanically gifted lineup, John, like everybody on the team was a gunner, right?
It was just like,
and then you gave them all really good guns and a blitz shield.
I'm just more curious, like, what was the overarching strategy for that round as well? Because it was just like, everybody was like, there was like 2 groups of 2 and then the shield. Well, and they were just like kind of doing their own thing.
There's no like there's the way you need to think
didn't really connect together that well.
Yeah, but the way you got to think about the Siege round in general is like you have the start and you have the end. The middle, it's gonna be what it is, right? So like yeah, their main strategy was we're gonna take like top control and try and get some picks on these players up top with blitz, you know, try and work them into 90. But it just so happened that Astralis killed literally everybody, and they're like, all right, well I guess we just walk at the site, you know, like hey, screw it, why not? There's 3 people dead now. We might as well go try and find the last 2. And yeah, I think that's a much better way of doing things, keeping that pace, make it to where Beastcoast stays discombobulated instead of immediately slowing things down to a grinding halt and being like, okay, let's sit here and drone for a minute and a half and see if we can find these last 2 players. We have a blitz, we have so many guns, and players that can play off of each other, and probably a decent amount of info even on top of that, past what you've already cleared and everything. So I think that like it was just more of a means to an end for Astralis than it was an overarching strategy. They're like, oh, well, if the earlier game goes well, we'll just try and snowball it. Past that, though, Beastcoast will maintain the lead walking into round 8, but this is the opportunity for Astralis to tie things up, and they've definitely got that in mind. They're going to be switching things up for DP Fire. He's now over to the Logic Bombs on Dokkaebi.
All right, so Astralis with another opportunity to surprise us here with their excellent strategy. We'll see as things will probably return to a more normal chain of events this time, just given the operator lineup and the way that they're currently playing things out. Doesn't mean they're not going to do it quickly, though, as I know we saw already one player hopping back in. Yes, you know, it is going to be him, but it's just going to be from another perspective, as it'll end up being the Thorn Trap that'll end up taking down Shuttle here, so he'll get knocked out by that. Jane, I know, like we were talking about before, the very quick play being made by him to clear things out over here towards Trophy and Statuary. He's already been able to clear out the Trophy side. Statuary should be by default cleared out as well, since they have a pinch on it. So it's just about moving past this now, getting themselves over towards AVG.
Kind of going to hop outside. Not actually going to get rid of the Banshee, funny enough. Don't exactly know why he didn't do that. It was just as simple as shooting
more
thing.
Important things to do.
Bigger things on Batman's list. There's a lot of crime in the cities of Italy. Anthony, me holding things down in sight, as with the rest of Beastcoast. Not too much going on just yet, as Astralis needs to open up a couple of different areas, including the gun vault that they're looking to do right now. J9O, one impact in, the second one in, but you know what the problem is? There's a mute jammer probably on the other end of the wall that's holding things up rather than being directly there. Oh no, it really is there. I think that the actual, the case, the suitcase, probably blocked the splash and didn't get the mute jammer. That's so unfortunate for Astralis. My God, Surf. He's trying to put him 1 foot in the grave.
They're blind now.
Beastcoast double down. DP Fire will finally get something back into the offensive favor, but it's definitely not the round just yet.
Astralis caught with their pants down on both of those peaks there. Did not have the intel for either of those players, or at very minimum, we're not expecting a push at that timing. Zeno will bring it down to 1 for Astralis as he's able to knock down DP Fire. So J9O sits alone. He's able to move himself to the interior of the site at a minimum here, but Zeno, I think he was like just after a reload there or something to him. I saw the animation, right? He's able to close it down.
It was mid-reload animation.
Mid-reload animation, cancels it, shuts him down. Very well played by Zeno and the rest of BC to quickly rebound after that chaotic first round of the half. Take back their control now, which should be 5-3.
Okay, well, Beastcoast. I'm truthfully astounded that we're at this point. I thought that we'd at least have somewhat of a good game on our hands. You know, I was thinking like a 7-3, 7-4 in favor of Astralis. But this has completely turned around my expectations for Beastcoast, at least for the near future. Either that or Astralis are just not looking that good. But honestly, I think Beastcoast are just making some very solid decisions. Astralis are also overplaying their hand a little bit in certain situations, which are allowing quite a few of these kills to come through. But the big thing is that it's like Astralis has been kneecapped when it comes to their frag potential. You know, J9O 2-7, Shuttle 0-8. DP Fires came back in a certain sense, right? 5-6. But then you look down at Iconic, one of the biggest names on this entire list, and he's only 4-5. It's really just Forrest that has, you know, that entire gold pile that he's sitting on here at 14 kills. And really that's only happening because there's so many bodies around to still frag on. You know, nobody else is really getting kills right now for Astralis, so Forrest has to do so much just to make sure that they can get these rounds.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of it ends up just being stat padding at the end of the day, as it close out the round itself, won't contribute to
almost a 3.0 KDA right now.
Yep, I'm very curious to see what the stats for like cost want to look like for him at the end of this game as well. Just
100% in every category.
Yeah, would still probably end up being pretty good. But yeah, we've got a lot of these rounds where he's picking up plenty of frags, but unfortunately they're like frags in the dead of the round when he's already in a 1vx, so not contributing a whole lot to the end of it. See slow play here from Astralis as they're going to take a bit more of a cautious note. They've been noticing, of course, obviously them proceeding onwards without the highest amount of caution has led to quite a few slippery situations where it's ended up getting away from them. So I think they're going to try and make extra short of themselves before proceeding forward this time. That will be a bit of a tectonic shift as far as Beastcoast is concerned. So they're going to have to adjust for this as well, but obviously won't have to worry about that for some time.
It's been a little while since we got to see this gun, hasn't it, John? The TCSG in the hands of Zeno. As the suppressor's got a little bit of a change, it's that single attachment for that, and also as the 2x, as the AUG doesn't have a 1.5 anymore. But some actions happened whilst we were discussing. DP Fire goes down. He does get his Selma charge off, though, so they'll at least open up part of the triple wall here for Master. roster. Force EMP takes out a majority of the equipment, but just to remind you, it doesn't destroy things any longer like it did a handful of years ago. It just disables it for some time and allows Astralis to either shoot it or do whatever they need to do in order to actually get it destroyed. A Nitrocell will be out on this single panel here, seeing if Astralis wants to rotate in through Bookshelf. Forest will take down Slash. That was the Alda-wielding player at the back of the site, but Astralis not wanting to push ahead just yet, so very scared of the potential of how this could end.
Big play coming in now from Astralis. They move their way forward, but have not been able to account for Zeno deeper into the site itself. He can only go for one, though, as Iconic trades him back, leaving us into a 3v2. And mind you, this is the off-site play. Surf now able to activate from the actual site itself, but again, Iconic making up the difference. He trades it out 1 for 1. Anthony left alone. He's not been able to account for the player deeper onto the inside. Still is able to find out at least the first. No, won't get that confirmation. Iconic again will make up the difference as he saves the day here. Really comes alive for the first time in this round to make up the difference and lock in a very important round for his team.
Nicely done. Good patience from Astralis, especially on the clear over on the AVG side. Had to respect the Nitrocell there on the soft paneling. Did not want to try and swing for that door, and you really can't blame them. I'd be pretty antsy in that situation as well. But not only that, they found another way to quickly dispatch most of Beastcoast in that area, which was that shift over to study, barrel themselves through the wall, into planes, and then try and take those fights, get that done, and then they're able to energize themselves, put that battery in their back, and push themselves towards sight, getting themselves within one of Beastcoast, and really looking to tie things up here. They do not want to allow BC onto map point.
Definitely not a game you want your opponents to get away with as well here, given the kind of rockier standings you can see for Astralis. They're sitting at number 7 currently in the standings here. A 1-3 record will certainly leave them in a bit of a delicate position with regard to trying to qualify for the major here. And given Beastcoast's prior performance, this is one that they would expect to take outright here, but are struggling quite a bit. Even ending up in overtime might be seen as a bit of an L here for Astralis, just in the fact that they would have definitely wanted the full 3 points from this one. And if Beastcoast is even able to steal one of those away, definitely not going to be a happy day in the post-game talks for the Astralis roster. But Beastcoast, I think they've got a lot to be happy about from this game, regardless of the outcome from this point forward. But if they can give us the full set and rack themselves right up to 7, it'll make the day a heck of a lot better.
Yes, indeed. Astralis looking to string together as many rounds as they can muster at the current moment. I'm really hoping that they can get this done in regulation. They want to lose as minimal points as possible. The big thing right now for them is going to be the clearing of these roamers, or at least getting info on where they lie. We're going to have the logic bombs from Iconic to do that. Forrest has some more pointed info utility in the likes of the Inox, and he's going to be clearing out the basement where we saw Beastcoast motioning through quite often on their offense, but Astralis never really having a defender down low. I believe Forrest used it as a means of travel a singular time on the entirety of their defense. And as you can see, the floor lies barren in Forrest's eyes, so no info just for him yet, but he still made it all the way over to Red Stairs, so that does have some merit.
First frag of the round finally shows up, this time for Forrest here, as Astralis is going to be able to move in and take that away from Mark, knocking him down, and giving, of course, Astralis the opening advantage to play with. Zeno still going to be waiting for his chance to frag things back for BC as he's tucked deep onto the inside of Master Bedroom here. No opportunity being gifted to him just yet. Another phone call going to come out here. We should expect some follow-through on that from Astralis. Surf, at the very minimum, able to, I think, avoid that by getting himself closer towards a mute jammer, but still not seeing that actual play come in from the Astralis roster just yet. They're taking their time and now moving in somewhat lackadaisically will lead to the death of Forrest. J9O, though, will still find the exchange in Master Bedroom against Zeno.
J9O propels himself up red. He'll get rid of the Banshee. Should be a telltale sign that he is here, but nobody more than likely an earshot. Slash, it's a lot bigger fish to fry. Anthony's worried about the double doors here, seeing if somebody will try and rotate in through Boar. Surf on a late flank here. He's going to find himself a J9O. Nice little clear here from Beastcoast, and this is starting to look like Astralis could be letting this slip through their fingers. A nice swing from Slash, but Shuttle will shut it down. His second kill, his third kill of the game when they need him most. The glasses, come on! Astralis tie it up at 5-5.
For the players on Beastcoast, losing their edge here now.
Look at this man here. Shuttle's like, yeah, just another day in the office, baby. Yeah. Yeah, Shuttle, we get it. You're cool, man. We got it.
And So for the players on Beastcoast finally losing their collective, not able to bring things together here. I've been working so hard towards it. And even moving into this half, things started out well, able to claim around there, but ever since Astralis has been able to slow things down, take a much more cautious approach to the round-to-round basis, it has been looking way better for them on their attacks here. Now they've been able to tie it up outright. So it's time for Beastcoast to show us a big adjustment here. We are going to see a pretty big departure from normality in terms of their site choice. They're going to head downstairs into living room. We'll see if this shakes things up enough for Astralis to make another mistake and finally get Beastcoast on the map and match point.
I honestly love the way we've been seeing Astralis use the openers for their rounds, especially on this offensive side. They're leaving a lot in the, up in the air so that Beastcoast has to try and figure things out themselves instead of this, very bullheaded way of just taking the map, rushing in, taking these fights. They're taking their time working the map from the outside of the building or trying to find some areas that they can actually slip into the map unbeknownst to Beastcoast. And that forces BC to try and think about what Astralis is doing with his time, right? If you don't have any read on where somebody could potentially be, you're now going to be a little worried as to what they're doing, and Astralis able to slip Forest in downstairs and get in behind Beastcoast, getting that first big kill that was practically the domino effect to really set things up for Astralis throughout the remainder of that round. Fantastic job, and now, after tying things up, looking to take the lead here in round 11.
It's all going to go quiet across the map here. No one really wanting to challenge the other squad just yet, especially so on Villa with how cautious things have been played out here. Astralis are going to proceed, it looks like, primarily over towards the kitchen as well as master areas of the map to start their take over there. Pretty heavy on the drones, of course, to begin with, just to make sure there's no one that's going to try and contest them on the inside of places like kitchen. So we'll see them eventually now move in without too much of a delay afterwards. Shuttle Forest already on the inside. We should see the rest of the team following through on that pretty quickly as well, as Shuttle's going to begin to opening up the top downs here. And of course, probably to hop back onto his drone too to make sure we didn't see that usual extension for Beastcoast going up to the second floor. Beastcoast have not set up for that kind of traditional gun vault play that we oftentimes see a lot of teams going for against the both sides of this dresser here.
That could be worrying. Mostly because of the angles that play in towards that fireplace area that we saw that Flores drone go down. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Those angles upstairs are extremely pivotal to trying to prevent the take from this side of the map.
Them,
yeah, but is anybody occupying them? That's the big question. They know that this is more than likely the take now from the BC point of view because they saw Forest in this position. So they're looking to see if there's going to be any way that they try and take through this top floor, but nothing's happening just yet. Surf is going to be able to take down DP Fire. Jane, I know, now starting to take some heat. Forest, he's worked his way in with Osa. They don't even have to do this the traditional way. This spot inside of living room is so hard to try and bunker bust. There's not an angle in the world that can assist Beastcoast in killing Forest. And actually, the shoe's on the other foot. 18 kills. He'll finally get down by an angle from Mark, but nobody was there to try and take out the man as he rotated in to put down this case. And just right there, Forest. To be honest, John, I was thinking the same thing. You got to help your team. You're upstairs. You're not even occupying a damn angle to assist your team. That's a bait in my book, my friend. So got a little bit of truth behind that alt chat right there.
So Astralis continuing to turn this game around and apparently trying to teach Beastcoast a few lessons along the way here. They take back the lead now, and are going to end up being the first team to make it to match pointer, which is somewhat surprising given the way the rest of this game had played out. Seemed like it was in Beastcoast's hands to fumble, and unfortunately, they have fumbled it now. Need to recover on this final round of regulation play, otherwise Astralis take not only the match, but the full 3 points with it. And all the effort from Beastcoast will get them a solid nothing out of this game.
I would be just elated if I'm Beastcoast if they lose this in this fashion, especially after that last round. Again, that big kill coming out of Forest on Osa, that tells you really all you need to know. Osa's not going to be off on an island by herself unless like they've already set up a shield or something and she's going to be playing that area, right? As soon as that kill goes down in tarps and you're playing a living room defense, you're like, oh, okay, they're totally going to be coming for living room. This totally makes sense. Nobody's done anything on the study side. They're not doing anything upstairs, so it's totally got to be this. Not for Beastcoast. No supporting angles from upstairs, nothing at all. Osa literally walks in, if you remember this, past the smoke player, just staring at him through the shield, and walks up right to where he's going to put the bomb down. He's like, all right, so I'm going to put this case down. Don't worry about me, guys. I'll be out in a jiff, I promise. And yeah, that was basically the round. Beastcoast just gifting over the space to Astralis on their living room defense.
I just finished like a very serious monologue. Elated means happy, by the way.
Oh,
So
my gosh.
Probably
Yeah,
when
yeah.
he's like distraught.
Yeah,
Probably,
distraught's a better one. Yeah.
All
Man,
right, anyway,
it's been a long 2 days. All right.
Let's get back to this matchup, though. Snoke's making some very good points there at the end of the day, and now leaving Astralis in pole position to try and shut down this game. But they've only got one chance to do it, ultimately, at the end of the day. Beastcoast could still rally back and bring us to OT still.
How does elated mean happy? It sounds so mad.
I'm pretty sure it does. I'm going to look like a real idiot now if I'm wrong. But
No, I'm sure that I was the dummy in this situation, I promise. He's going to Google it, ladies and gents. He's doing it right now. So hopefully nothing too crazy happens in the meantime. Anthony is going to be trying to keep things on lock here for study. J90 rather, going to be inside of Art, but hasn't found anybody's home just yet.
Surf as well, still waiting for a chance to play things out from the inside of the piano here. Sees the door get open. He's going to get a little bit curious here, but knows what's on the line for this round, so I think his senses get the better of him here. Backs away from it. He's like, nope, I'm going to let this situation play out. And Forrest, nicely done, catches the aggressive moves from Anthony coming up from the bookshelf corner, shuts him down, and gives Astralis the opening kill. A lot of damage returned onto Forrest, however, so he should be an easy trade at a later point in the round, but still, he's in the game, and more importantly, he still has that last Rotero drone to throw out as well.
All right, so official definition, who's elated in this situation?
Oh, I was right. Yeah.
You were right.
Yeah,
All right, so I would say Astralis is pretty elated about that pick onto Anthony. Slash going to be swinging for the hills here on bookshelf, but doesn't have anybody on the receiving end just yet. Beastcoast are looking to get it back in blood as they did lose Anthony earlier on. Forrest on a sliver's worth of HP, but he's out of Rotero drones, so he's just a man with another gun and a few stuns to his name. Astralis will probably feed him to the wolves here soon, unless Surf wants to try and go for a play that we saw earlier on. He'll hop out the window at the bottom of red stairs and be dusted by Forrest. It only took a bullet to take him down, but not even one will connect. And in fact, Iconic will be the first one dead for AST.
Slash with a big play, but it's caught out. J90 reads it and is able to shut him down. Zeno, the last hope, it seems, from the inside as he goes for 2. Still up as well, by the way, yet to be traded. So the numbers evened out. Mark will miss an opportunity to catch a player moving in on repels. It's a quick one that swings past him. Trying to decide if it's worth it to swing back out again. DP Fire will take some heat as he's still trying to knock out Zeno as well. Zeno very ready for the fight, shuts him down as he tries to push back in. That'll be his 3rd on the round. It may have very well pushed his team into at least 1 point for this matchup by triggering OT, but DP Fire still with a chance to stop it now. He's going to move forward. Does he catch the door swing? May have heard the footsteps. He's going to make a play for it. Catches him. Loses a lot of HP in the process, but look at it now. Zeno plays this so smart, just runs away from it. He has to know that the case is not on them, and as a result, BC win it on an all-timer and send us to overtime.
We're going to overtime on Villa between the team that doesn't have a win yet in North America and Astralis, which is one of our best teams in the last season of the NAL. It's pretty wild. I'm completely distraught, discombobulated. We're just trying to get as many vocab points as we can here today. Yeah, my 11th grade teacher will be very proud of me. I haven't used loquacious yet, though. We're very talkative, but they aren't, right? So, yeah, that was her favorite word. That was the first word my 11th grade teacher ever taught us was, I almost said lackadaisical again, loquacious. And she did that just so she could say it for the entirety of class. Now, literally, the entire year, anytime anybody was talking, she'd be like, you are acting very loquacious right now. Yeah, I need you to stop. I was like, oh, okay, all right, so I see where this is going. But good news is, folks, we've still got a lot of action here left today, not only in this game as we've reached overtime, but John, this is only our 2nd game of the day.
Yep, absolutely, folks. We still got 3 other games coming up. Parker and Nick, of course, are going to be casting on those. They'll be jumping on the broadcast here in just a little bit. See our community poll results up there on the screen as well. I'd hope Forrest was winning that one, given the performance he's given us inside of this game so far. Surf's been giving us a good show, too, but I think in the cost department, I'm pretty sure Forrest should be acing it out right now.
Yeah, Forrest has the highest credit score out of everybody in this lobby right now. It is immaculate. Man's at a perfect 830 or whatever the top end is. Astralis, though, will be starting things off, obviously trying to work these windows and make sure that nobody tries to swing through and get an early pick. Slash was looking for that there on the bore window, but he discovers nothing, just a few bullets flying by. Astralis looking to try and take control of 90, or at least exert some pressure in the area. Slash is going to try and thwart these plans, though. And this is only going to be 2 pieces of Astralis' puzzle, but it mostly seems focused around this portion of the building. Might try and work their way into study and across here, just maintaining this 90 space as more of a counter angle. Making sure that they can't move their way up through, and you know, if J90 gets in a fight or something like that, could potentially support them if they do try and swing from an angle that they can't cover. Astralis is going to swarm this portion of the building. Iconic is actually going to accidentally drop down the hatch. That wasn't supposed to happen. J90 now off in an island practically, as he is the lone soul in this area. The lone proprietor of Astralis for Plains has the swing and the kill onto Xeno. Saw one on top. Red won't be able to deal anything considerable, but Astralis across the board will, as he'll take down Xeno and Slash.
Astralis making their impact marks known now, as Mark, Surf, and Anthony are the last three standing here, trying to fend off the rest of this push from Astralis, with unfortunately just the ghost crew of their remaining squad trying to piece it together, keep themselves well formed as well. You're still going to have one player looks like kind of off on their own, also a little bit deeper down on the first floor, potentially looking to catch some light pushes that may come in through kitchen. More than likely not going to end up happening on this particular round, is due to the way that Astralis are trying to clear things out, but still having it prepped down there. It's actually going to be on red stairs, then they get a better picture of things here. Jane, I know, is actually going to be caught as well, trying to proceed through AVG, through study. So he'll be knocked out there, and he'll bring things into a much more palatable point for Beastcoast, down into a 3 versus 4, assuming that J90 does not get rezzed. It's a good possibility they actually might be able to get him up given where he went down, but Surf as well is there to punish that should someone attempt to bring him back.
Worrisome moment for Astralis. They're hoping to start off on the right foot here in overtime, putting all of that stress on Beastcoast's shoulders, that 7-6 score line, but the shoe may be on the other foot. Moment's notice. One of the clones will get tagged from outside, and that's going to give some solid intel for Beastcoast, at least on one member. J90 will take down Mark. It's a 2 versus 1 versus 5. Iconic will be down, and Surf will dust J90, but there's still so much more to do. We'll have to see what he can get done. The MP5 in hand, but dead to the world now as Astralis bounce back quickly and claim the first OT round.
Nicely done from the players over here on Astralis to bring things back under their control quite quickly as we move into overtime. Now just one more needed to lock things in. It is going to be on their defensive side, though, where a lot of problems were popping up for Astralis earlier in the games. Definitely don't count Beastcoast out of this one just yet. Interesting almost pick there from Mark. He had a Blackbeard saw selected for about 3 seconds. Pretty sure that was a mistake.
He's definitely in meta now. He has EMPs. Come on, you know. His shield isn't made out of paper mache.
The problem is you still have that, like, stigma around Blackbeard, I feel like, to an extent, where, like, if you pick him, you're going to be, like, that guy, like, that picked Blackbeard, you know what I'm saying?
You know what I say?
Exactly, I saw that smile. You know exactly what I'm saying.
Good. That's what I say. I am that guy. Hate me all you want. Your MMR is mine. Oh,
so, I mean, who picks up Blackbeard?
I just can't wait to see one team that brings him for EMPs. Like... I swear, please, anybody that is listening inside of the NAL, just do it one time for me. Just one time. It'd be the greatest joke ever.
It's like picking Caveira to an extent, you know. It's almost like an ego pick.
Yeah,
you know?
kind of in the common day, right? Yeah. Blackbeard's just in a really weird spot because, like, if you make the shield useful at all, he's a broken character. So it's just that's how it is, man.
You don't want to be the one that starts that problem.
Exactly. Yeah, the dev team definitely have kind of like that. That dark
bad.
Yeah. They kind of just have like that odd one out, right? Like just the ugly duckling over there in the corner. So.
He's just kind of GA'd, you know.
Poor guy.
Anyway,
poor guy.
Moving into this round now.
You got to feel for him too, because the other seal is Valkyrie, which is like the most used defender in the whole game. So he really got shafted on that one. But either way, though, Beastcoast looking to stay alive here in OT. Astralis moments away from being able to claim victory, but not ultimately the 3 points that they wanted so badly against Beastcoast when they started this game. If they do end up winning here, they'll claim 2, and Beastcoast will get 1 for their troubles of getting this to overtime. So far, so good for Astralis' setup. Might be a quick trigger pull from Beastcoast as smokes will fly through. J90 actually on the receiving end of quite a bit of damage. Don't exactly know where that came from, but I'd assume that it's going to be the Astro windows there. All of this drone intel still in the back pockets of Beastcoast as well, so they're sitting pretty, at least for the time being.
J90 though still remaining very mobile from his current position, waiting for this to happen as Anthony peeks right into his crosshair. Finally, he's gifted that kill. Had to lose a lot of HP to finally get himself in position to find it, but he will eventually find it. Surf and Slash, though, train things out as they attempt to brute force their way through the statuary door deeper into the site, but it's just not having the best of results. It's a good enough result, though, to keep them in the fight here as it's brought down to a 3v2 with Slash now finishing off J9O. Still need to get themselves onto the actual site, I do believe, though, and that's where problems are going to continue to potentially surface for this squad now that we've seen Astralis peel back, as of course this was just the extension over here inside of Trophy and Statuary, not the actual site. So a big battle, bring things down very quickly to a 3v2. We still have a whole nother area of the map to fight for.
Yeah, with how these teams have been fighting, especially in the latter half of this game, it's just so crazy how often we see a bloodbath on the other end of the map. So many bodies strung along Trophy and Statuary at the current moment. Beastcoast still occupying. Forrest is going to risk it for the biscuit. He's holding the cross in 90. Not only that, but he's been droned out. This is quite the play right now. It's more than likely going to be a swing here momentarily. Going to have one of the players from BC rotate across the mid floor, try to get over towards main stairs, but double back towards red. It looks like they really want to try and go for a vault plant here. A smoke out for DP Fire. That's going to be his last one of the round as well. It's all down to the sheer firepower of Forrest and DP.
Xeno ready to move forward here. Not going to be able to spot much, though, on the initial clear. That actually has a full clear window into the plan, or at least that would be the appearance of it at the start. Forrest making a big play to immediately take out the support. They don't feel the confidence to go for the plant. Now, they're far too worried about what Forrest may attempt to accomplish, and wasn't even from the best position either. He gets the kill, runs out the timer, and with that, Astralis will be able to shut this one down in their favor. Beautifully done, and once again, a scrappy game at the end of the day, but they get it done, taking both points with them.
Oh my Forrest, Astralis, but again, Forrest, most importantly, doing so much to get this victory over Beastcoast. The official number at the end of the day, folks, Forrest, 22-8-2. The very next person having 12 kills on Beastcoast. An amazing game. One would say immaculate out of Forrest. When his number was called up, he did more than step up. He was able to claim everything that was needed for Astralis here on Villa.
Still some problems showing up for Astralis over the course of this matchup, though. They're definitely going to want to take another look at it. Beastcoast as well with some impressive performance to be able to take this as far as they did, but regardless, that'll do it for the two of us for the day, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go on a quick break, and when we do come back, we'll have your analysis team ready to break things down.
Well, that was a bit unexpected. Astralis, I mean, getting the win, but the manner in which it happened, I have not seen such an insane one-person carry for a very long time. Move over, Princess Mononoke, because there's a new forest god in town.
That's probably a great reference.
No.
It is.
No.
Trust me, it
No.
is. And we're going to have Forrest to talk to in a moment here. But before that, wow, I mean, Beastcoast taking it to overtime. And to their credit, they needed Anthony to step up, and he did it. He finally did it, more than doubled his kills. And that actually brought Beastcoast a lot closer to winning that one.
I think it just proves the overall point. Beastcoast needed kills. Beastcoast needed fragging power. They got a little bit of it. They got Anthony on the rolls. He was playing to do something way more substantial. It lasted for the first half. It didn't persist through the rest of the game. So progress is still progress, but yeah, it goes to show exactly what their problem was.
Really didn't feel like it was the best showing from either team, obviously. I mean, I thought that it's a 4-2 split, right, coming into that first half, favoring Beastcoast, and it could have been even worse. I mean, Forrest having a big 4K to start off the game. That was just kind of a preview of what was to come. Even round 6, it was more of a dominant kind of player count favoring Astralis, but even still, the positioning was quite good from Beastcoast in that round. It got a little scary. So, yeah, I don't think that Astralis are going to be super pumped about this game. They did drop a point as far as the standings are concerned by letting it get all the way to overtime, but at the very least, they won the game.
That's true. And we have one of those winning players waiting to chat with us over in Vegas. Forrest is standing by. Forrest, wow, getting the win over Beastcoast. Astralis, getting 2 victories this week after last week. That's got to be a positive, but at the same time, Beastcoast certainly did make this one close, didn't they?
Yeah, they put up a good fight, and last time we played them, same thing kind of happened. We went down and had to bring it back.
Forrest, I mean, I've talked with your coach, Call It, a little bit about kind of the problems that you've been experiencing as a team a little bit. And one thing that he talked to me about was how you guys have been experiencing some burnout. Do you feel that that's something that's been affecting you as a player as well as your teammates? And how do you get around burnout for a team that goes to so many LAN events, for a team that's playing so consistently here in the NAL?
I think me personally, I don't have a problem with burnout. I'm kind of I like to grind, so I've been grinding for so long, I'm kind of used to it already. And the rest of the guys have been doing, their own burnout management and such, and doing the steps necessary to show up to practice 100% all the time and get that stress off at the end. So, I think we're taking the right steps in the direction.
Hey, Forrest, when you go home after a game like this, you had 22 kills, you're going 8-6 against a team that has been struggling. Is this one of those games where you're glad you get away with the win, but you're not really happy with the result?
Yeah. Definitely, we had a very slow start. We had I think at some point, some dudes were just didn't having kills. We were just getting kind of cheese picked and just getting walked on a lot. So we had to kind of change our gameplay in mid to half. And, even though we still got 2 points out of it, obviously we wanted 3. This close in the stage, this coming up half, we have to get these 3 points every game, or we're not gonna go to the major or even potentially get first place again.
Game starts off, you're 1-2, you're down by 1 round. Call out calls a timeout, a little bit of a discussion happens, and then there's still 2 more rounds lost from that point. When it's 1-4, what is it that you guys do to finally claw that 1 round back in the first half and then not allow what happened in those several losses to then continue through the rest of the game? How did you bounce back after round 5?
Just try something different, I tried a different route this time and played a different kind of, zone, and it worked out pretty well. The rest of the guys did the same thing too.
All right, there you go. Well, a hard-fought victory, but a victory nonetheless. So thanks for taking the time to chat with us a little bit. Congrats on the win, and good luck with the practice going into next week.
Thank you.
All right, there you go, Forrest.
He's MVP of the day. I'm just saying it right now.
I
don't care who else does whatever throughout the rest of the day. 22 kills is still ridiculous, man.
Yeah, 22 and 8. For a while, it seemed like Astralis, the rest of the team just did not want to win that one. And Forrest's no, I'm putting the entire team on my back. I'm going to carry you across the finish line no matter what. And he did just that. I mean, what more can you say? 7 opening kills, 22 total. Great individual performance, but still definitely a concerning game if you're an Astralis fan, I'd say.
Yeah, 7-0 on entry. I mean, just ignoring the massive 22 on the stat line. Like a 7-0, I don't know if I've seen a 7-0 entry game before.
Does he cross Blaz for the season already? That's ridiculous, dude.
Maybe.
Seems that way.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this game. You know, I kind of brought it up to Forrest, but this is not a game Astralis go home happy with. At the half, 2 of their players had 0 kills. I think there's got to be some, you know, a little red alert right now for them. DP Fire and Shuttle, in my opinion, this season have had very inconsistent games where it's like some halves they're not even in the server, and yeah, they end up with decent stats. You know, Shuttle has 6, DP has 7, but you can't keep relying on guys to, you know, Force has 22 kills in this game. Through the first half, he had more kills himself than the rest of their team. If he doesn't have this like standout performance with DP and Shuttle dropping 0 kills apiece, like they're not going to go very far. They need the other guys to show up because Forrest cannot, like, that was an unbelievable just solo carry performance from him.
Yeah, we only talked to the winners here in the NL, but when we talked to Forrest, it really kind of felt like a loser's interview because I don't think they were happy with that, and it's kind of tough. I do want to like highlight some of the stuff going on Beastcoast though, because they were managing to like really get a lot of those kills in the early round. One player that we talked about and we highlighted him in the pregame is, maybe highlight's not the right word. We put a spotlight on him in the pregame as having not the greatest of opening 3 games. Anthony was actually showing up on Ash, okay? He was actually getting in, going to kills. Forrest said that they were getting walked out a lot, and I thought Anthony was doing a great job of that, picking up those fights early. 8 kills, more than doubles his total fragging power in the NL this stage. So I'm glad to see him, you know, having a much better game, even though he's only going 8 and 12, 50 costs. It's still nice to see him putting up those performances that we've seen him put up in previous years. I mean, there was definitely a time where Anthony was the best player on Beastcoast.
Yeah.
It's good to kind of see shades of that once again.
We're talking about last year's Beastcoast, back when he was mostly trying to frag out playing Hibana, which is like definitely a sign that on a team like Beastcoast that had a completely different outlook last year, it wasn't working out then. Now seeing the way that he's translated to this year, you maybe wonder if what he was doing on Beastcoast was literally just the best player on a bad team. And now we're looking at a situation where he actually can prove bouncing back after a mediocre year is possible, even if you've had 3 games where a lot of people have been clowning you around for a bit. I am curious to see how far this raises him rating-wise. It may not, because again, cost was around 50%, but I do like the fact that he had 3 straight games of near nothing and then has this kind of performance. Credit where credit is due, Anthony. That's honestly a really good improvement.
Yeah, other players on the team too bringing their kill numbers up a bit. We did see, you know, Mark usually in the top half of the stats for the first 3 games for Beastcoast, at the bottom this time around. And I feel like that's where a sub coach should be, right? Numbers wise. Like, no shade towards Mark. So. But yeah, you'd hope your other players are outplaying you numbers wise, right? So I think that was an encouraging sign too. Beastcoast coming up a little bit, not enough to get the win, but there's something there. We wanted to see signs of life. We saw it. Let's talk about one of those signs in particular as we take a look at round number 3. And this was really just kind of an instance of Astralis giving Beastcoast maybe more room to work with than they should have.
Yeah, this is one of those frustrating rounds, I think, coming in from Astralis where they really shouldn't have let it get this bad. They're in the advantage, right? It's a 5v4 Astralis. They're holding on to the kitchen bomb site. They have a pulse on J9O, but the pulse is looking the wrong way. He's looking at Astro stairs. And what did Beastcoast do? They recognize, well, listen, there's nobody on the site. Let's walk on in. And Surf, I think, maybe thinks he has the defuse kit here. He gets into a really good position. When they run this bomb set again, Surf does have the kit. He instead goes kind of around, gets a better angle. J9O and the Pulse does eventually die, and they get Mark into that plant spot. But like, where is Astralis? They're not up above. Top floor is being controlled by Beastcoast. They're clearly not in the site. We saw Iconic was playing on the staircase, and they did have a lot of pressure kind of around that living room, kind of Astro side of things. But like, you've really got to have better awareness than that. I think that's kind of where that communication maybe was breaking down for Astralis early in this game.
Yeah, it was weird because in that round we saw Forrest start off, read the entry really well, and then all of a sudden the site hit proper is something Beastcoast feel like they just see through for a second, long enough for them to actually get the advantage, find like places on the site for them to sit, and then it's just up to Forrest at the very end of the round. He starts it and finishes the thing, and Astralis go from having an advantage to suddenly having to call a timeout right after that round was done.
True enough. Now the second round we're going to take a look at is the very last round of the game. This is just another instance of Forrest just clutching out. I mean, he, like I said, he carried. Like, a lot of times people say, oh, that guy carried, right? That player carried, right? But this is a true hardcore carry for one player of their team. Good example right here.
As we like to mention, he is the man that really did pull them through this game. 2v3 coming in, overtime match point for Astralis, of course, playing on Jaeger as well, an opera that doesn't, you know, tend to have the greatest of guns these days. But standing beside DP Fire, of course, they are defending up here, trying to hold down the top floor. But it is going to be kind of difficult, just given the fact that Beastcoast going for those drone outs, right? They're going to try to clear them out. And it's nice that he's able to clutch this out eventually, but it's, again, kind of a poor situation that has to get to this spot.
To me, this is like one of those rounds where, okay, you're in a 2v3, but you have Forrest alive. The guy's got 20 kills. You're like, somehow Astralis is going to win this round. If Forrest is alive, you have confidence in winning this round. And something that's not even like, that you maybe don't even think about, is Astralis did make adjustments going into this overtime round. Remember, they were running that Mira, playing red more aggressively. They changed the strategy. And Beastcoast, they did kind of take advantage of it, but they weren't able to kill Forrest.
I'm definitely worried about as soon as he comes back to the rotate. If he dies here, there's genuinely not really much of a chance, but there's still the down back outside, DP Fire. All he has to do is distract for long enough for Forrest to get 1 kill on Slash, and it means Surf is not in position to come back around in enough time to either reclaim Diffuser and start the plant, or force onto Forrest before he just ducks back for cover. It's really good spatial awareness from Forrest because he was on another plane of existence in this game.
Yep, absolutely, and that's exactly what Astralis needed to get the win against the Beastcoast. That seemed a little bit resurgent here. Curious to see how they're going to take that into next week. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, though. We got a really great match coming up. I'm hyped about this. Our two top teams coming into today, Soniqs and TSM going head-to-head, should be a great one on NAL right when we come back. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. I am your host, Doa. With me are Jesse, Jacob, Super, here to analyze the games that we see, just like that crazy one we just saw between Astralis and Beastcoast. Absolutely nutty performance by Force, but it's time to move on. Soniqs versus TSM is our next match, and coming into today, these were our top two teams. We're going to see which one of them stays on top after this one. Soniqs, I would say, not just because Super here, coming into this one a little bit stronger than TSM maybe looked yesterday after their loss versus Astralis, but this could still end up being a bit of a close one.
Yeah, Soniqs obviously very good starts to their stage. They're 3-0 undefeated, technically a 4-game win streak if you count that last match from the major as well. So they're looking very, very good coming in. But TSM, as you mentioned, are currently second. They had a really strong week one, right? They beat out both Mirage and Beastcoast. Struggled a little bit yesterday. They did end up losing that game, but it wasn't a blowout. Right? I still think they look like a decent team against Astralis. Now, maybe you want to put questions on that match based on how Astralis just played. But in general, I think TSM are also looking like a very strong team. It's obviously our top two teams currently in the league, so we're hoping to get a good match out of it.
And if you're wondering why we're saying top two teams, but you're seeing TSM in third on the graphic, it's because when DarkZero got their 3 points earlier today, it bumped them directly above TSM, but only by 2 points. So technically, TSM's rankings that you see right there for attack and defense do stem from their performance from yesterday and don't take any other results into account. So it is still technically coming into today our two best teams, and for very good reason. I think Soniqs have kind of shown us exactly why. There might not even need to be much of a reason to explain why, but for TSM, I think the incorporation of having 2 rookies is a good thing. It's for a similar reason for Parabellum. If you lose one game, you're going to understand how to deal with it and then bounce back into things. And TSM this year, unfortunately, are very well acquainted with loss. So hopefully there is a way for them to realize what that mistake was and then bounce back against a very good Soniqs team.
True. Let's talk about that Soniqs team a little bit. So obviously, Super, you played for that Soniqs team up through the major, now moving to the general
manager. You may say I created
position.
the Soniqs team.
You also did create the Soniqs team. There you go. Exactly. What do you think about the current status of our Soniqs squad?
I mean, obviously, if we're just watching the games, they've looked really good. They, beat XSET 7-2. I think that may be the worst loss XSET's ever had in the NAL or close to it. They beat DarkZero 7-3, and those are teams that we've played close in the past, but maybe not necessarily that, those kind of victories. So they look really good, but, in my personal opinion, they could be better. They're still losing rounds. They're leaving a lot on the table. They've died a few times, and honestly, unacceptable.
I mean, they're number 1 on attack, number 1 on defense, number 1 on plants. They just moved up massively from 50% entry to third, 61% entry. Where are they getting better?
Nobody's gotten 22 kills in one game yet.
Exactly.
I guess. Well, they do still have great KDRs coming through here. When you take a look at the top KDRs out of anybody, kill-death ratios in the league, number 1 is Grixer, an insane 2.31 KD ratio. Ridiculous numbers to be putting up, even though it's a low sample size. Number 2,
what is
Rexon.
Benji Moolah doing on this list?
Rexon, an amazing player. And then number 3, the man that we expect to be at the top, the king.
Do they check his PC when he plays? I just don't understand it. What's happening?
He's the GOAT.
It's a Mirage revolution. It's not an illusion.
They're not playing this game, but I did want to highlight and shout out Benji Moolah because I think he's having a great stage.
It's legit. We'll talk about them a little bit later today. But yeah, 2 out of the 3 though on that Soniqs organization. It's gonna be tough for TSM, I think, like at their best, and they certainly have looked better this stage. But Soniqs really seem to be on track to at least make the major, if not take first place in the stage if things keep going the way they've been going.
I'd say biggest statement is probably the fact that they knocked off a DarkZero team that, yes, we knew had some problems because that was the game right after Hyper had said that he was having some motivation problems, but then did the same thing in even better fashion against an XSET squad. They dominated opening kills everywhere because they moved up to third in the league, second is what you said. Before today, they moved up to second, which is insane by itself. They were capitalizing on XSET's positional mistakes just as much as they took over the map. It feels like when the Soniqs aren't playing diffuser protection detail, which is what they were doing back when you were on the team, they are incredibly effective at the clearing, gaining tons of control, and when Gunner settles down, he's now 4-0 on entry in one game. It literally took 1 week for the jitters to kind of get figured out, and look at where they're at now.
Yeah, exactly. And they're going to need that jitterless Gunner to go up against the team on the other side of the arena. It's going to be TSM newly resurgent since the additions of their new players, Snake and Gasher. They've been looking much, much better. But the thing we were talking about a little bit in the break, Super, is that Soniqs kind of has a little bit of a secret weapon here in that they have one of TSM's former players. You got Geo. How much can you really change between stages as we start to talk about TSM a bit more?
Yeah, obviously once we see the map, we'll have a better idea. But, you know, when you have a player who has been, you know, Geo was on TSM for 3-4 years.
Yep.
They picked up 2 players. You don't have a ton of time to just change the entire strat book, change the entire way you play. It's likely Geo probably has a little bit of insight into what TSM want to do on whatever map they go to.
Yeah, that's right. There is the TSM roster, and we'll talk about them more in a moment. But for the moment, we have a little bit of a video to see what they had to say before the stage began.
I expect to play the game the best I can and to win. Best player. Better than the previous stages.
If I could upgrade anything, it'd be my comms. Teamwork is probably gonna be like more important now than it was the last couple stages.
I just want to be me, because what I've realized is when you're trying to change your style, like you want to be someone else, you're usually not very good.
Hit more shots and put myself in better spots. Whoever's the easiest.
Probably SSG.
Astralis, because I used to team with them in 2020, and when they all went to Pro League, I went to T3, and now I've waited 2 years to be able to play them.
If I'm feeling good, me.
Probably gonna be me.
Winning a dream hack. Just kidding. SI, winning SI.
Just the last stage, because I learned a lot about myself, and I think that helped me a lot, just changing a style from I'm doing it like all IGLing to just I'm gonna do my job, I'll shot call, and then I'll have teammates around me help me. And doing that helped me a lot.
My very first CL game, we lost 7-8, but I had 20 kills. So that would probably be what put me on the map for sure in CL. I mean,
let's go both Snake and Gasher.
Snake's really good. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I thought Snake was pretty bad, like before I played with him, but then once I actually got to play with him, I actually realized he's really good. Me and him have a good duoship of like how I drone him and how he acts on it. I think like he'll do really well.
My name is Snake. I play entry for TSM. I'm pretty good. You should follow me on my socials. It's all Snake or Meta on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
I am confident, ignorant, and I do not care what anyone thinks about me. I'm gonna do my thing, and I'm gonna do whatever it takes to win.
Boss ass bitch.
I gotta say, out of like some of the newer players coming up on a challenger, Snake and Gasher are both two of the most fun ones I got to talk to in Vegas. Like, you could tell from the video, they got the confidence, they've got the attitude, they're you know, looking to kind of like come up big here and show what they've got in stage 3, and so far so good. Aside from a short misstep yesterday, it's been a positive addition for TSM.
Yeah, ultimately, I think Snake and Gasher have both put on really good performances. Snake especially is kind of brought in to be that big fragging player for TSM. That's, of course, again, Snake R Meta on all socials. Well done to him for plugging that. He's been a fantastic guy, right? And I think that even in the last game where we saw TSM falter, we saw them get their first loss of the stage, it was reassuring to see that even the rookies there were still having pretty good games.
I'm still seeing diversity from this TSM squad, mostly in the map selection process, because it's not like they're falling back on the exact same process over and over again. Even that Cafe loss to Astralis didn't feel like it was the same thing or the same method we've seen that team play that map in the past, even though it's been a considerable time since we've seen it. And I like the idea of them bouncing around to different battlegrounds because it's showcasing that you have to have a really deep strat pool. And TSM usually are going to have a lot in the tank, even if it means they didn't have the communication with the players that they wanted in those positions in previous stages this year. I like the idea that now they finally have 2 new guys coming up from CL that they can kind of mold into the perfect image that they find TSM to be. Through 3 games, even with an Astralis loss, the only thing that I've seen them do very, very poorly thus far is just one half, their attack half on Cafe. On defense, they still went 3 for 3 and then just kind of flustered a little bit at the very last hurdle. Everything else about TSM still seems like they're on the right track to getting back to major contention if they keep this kind of thing going.
Yeah, well, a big part of that is what the map is that they play on, which we are about to find right now because the bans are in. Let's see where we're going.
Opening bans, Sky and Theme Park, 2 maps that the team banning them have only played once and lost once. TSM losing their map ban 7-2 to Beastcoast, and Soniqs blowing that 5-1 lead to Alamau. Sorry, Super. Then we see Oregon coming out right afterwards from TSM. That's a map that TSM have played 3 times this year against SSG, Mirage, Beastcoast. Their only win on that was against Mirage. Then you see Border coming through as the next ban for TSM. That's going to be one again where, you know, they were quick to ban it last stage and as a result have never played it in official competition. Soniqs here taking out Chalet Villa.
Even in spite of TSM beating Soniqs on Clubhouse last stage, I'm pretty sure they don't want to take it to them now, seeing how they've played it so far, which will remove that from the field. And Cafe is still up here, and even though TSM played it just yesterday and lost it, it's still a Soniqs permaban, which means we're heading to Bank to start with. Little bit since both teams have played it. Soniqs obviously played it one time at the Berlin Major. It was the last time you played an official competition. That was a dub. And back in stage 2, it was still a 1-for-1. So on the year, they're 66% on Bank. For TSM, not nearly as many plays. Didn't touch it in stage 1, did it twice in stage 2 to mixed results, and have yet to do anything with it so far in this stage. So if you're looking for a slightly more even battleground, even if you think of Bank and maybe you think more TSM historically, this year, not nearly as many plays to be concerned about.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, on Bank, TSM obviously haven't played it a while, but at Invitational, that was the map that was, like, key to them making that run. And Soniqs, they ended phases, and obviously a different team, but they did end a long, long time, like, phase win streak on Bank. No, everybody was afraid to play Bank. It's going to be an interesting map because it's new teams. I think they're both going to be good at it. We'll see, I guess, whose insight is more into it.
Yep, that's right. Got to talk about our own insight right now, though, as it's time to make some predictions as we mull over who's going to win the first Bank pick of the stage here. First, we'll send it to our casters, Pengu and Intero, waiting to let us know what their predictions are. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first, Sonic.
Okay, go ahead.
That was very fast.
It's fast.
He literally said his pick before you said go ahead.
I didn't even hear what it was. What was it? Soniqs?
Soniqs.
Okay, I figured. All right, there's one for Soniqs. Pengu, what do you got?
I like investing into Soniqs as well because when I do, I get some benefits back. My percentage goes up in my prediction rate, so Soniqs stops all across the board.
All right, there you go. So 2 for Soniqs, starting things off. What's it going to be for our analyst desk as we say goodbye to our casters for just a minute?
I mean, I don't think you bet against a team that is first in basically every category that we track stats-wise. They are undefeated so far in the league. TSM look great, and I like their new pickups, but SQ just look unbeatable right now.
I agree on the unbeatable point, but I do think that they're like the odds of somebody finally getting an undefeated stage still isn't going to happen yet. And I do think at some point, a team that is undefeated eventually has to meet adversity. And for the Soniqs, I honestly think they're going to be better off with a result like this. And I think if anyone's going to beat them at this stage in the game, it's TSM. So I'll take the black and white. Let's do it.
Wow. All right. TSM for Jacob. Super.
Yeah, I was getting scared there that it was going to be unanimous. So now I feel, I feel okay saying Soniqs. I think this is going to be a good map. It's a wider map that allows for like the gunplay to kind of play out. I think that plays into Soniqs' favor. Geo, obviously, with some insight maybe into what TSM's going to do.
True.
Soniqs.
Hard to argue with that. Well, we got 1 for TSM, 4 for Soniqs. Let's find out what the coin has to say. It's going to be heads Soniqs, tails TSM. And the result is, the coin says tails.
Dang it.
All right. The coin wants TSM as well. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Hey, the coin's got a higher percentage than you do right now, Jacob.
You didn't need to remind me of that live on broadcast.
The fans could go Soniqs here. I could see it.
They did. In fact, for the first time I can recall.
TSM lose a poll.
I've never seen that
What
ever.
in the world?
I've got the number. I've got the number from our producer. It's 58% for Soniqs, which is about as big of a margin as TSM have ever lost a fan vote for, I think, in like any game. So that is incredible. Wow, I'm floored.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Twitter has turned on their god. Bolo's lost it like more stands than I can think of.
That is wild.
Welcome, Bolo stands.
You are now Grixer stands.
There you go. All right. Well, we'll see who ends up taking it. The fan poll, which team can utilize Geo better, Soniqs or TSM?
I mean, I'm going to be honest. This poll just doesn't make sense. TSM doesn't have Geo anymore. Now, they did win Invitational, so I guess the answer is TSM, unless you think we're going to win Invitational, in which case you're very smart.
Maybe our social media person, they're suggesting Geo's a double agent or something like that.
He's just going to start team killing in the middle of the game. I'll freak out. You might see me
lose
run out
the game,
of this
walk
building.
over to the other side of the stage, take off his Soniqs jersey, get TSM 1 still underneath.
Hey, TK penalties aren't turned on in LAN, I'm just saying. All right, there you go. Well, that's it's going to be interesting to see what happens. It's going to be a great game either way. Soniqs versus TSM. We'll see who takes it right after this.
I hit record a drop, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, vintage friends on my face. Looking like I'm from the deep, these no Cartiers. Pockets deep, 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 bro. I can make it in my seat, bro. Do you, I'm doing me, bro. Making noise, use a beat, bro. Whoa, whoa. I press the button and the doors go up like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, 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 whoa. Neighborhood on the scene, neighborhood on the strip. Neighborhood be the name, neighborhood no crib. Neighborhood that's me, neighborhood that's Nick. Neighborhood do the dance, neighborhood do the dip. Okay, thought I'd never make it like no way. I'm the real deal, no role play. My days off, that's no days. No, I hustle hard, young rose. E be the shooter, that's cold case. Those on the deals, that's brose. Got no pay, you don't no say. Okay, this the news, tell them read it. Been the one since a fetus. Don't sleep on me, Tempur-Pedic. That's a no, no, no. Spending dope for no reason. Got a bald head, Mr. Cleaner. Heard the big bags overseas, then we gon' go, go, go.
All right, everybody, it's time for our third matchup of the day. TSM on a bit of a hot streak with this new roster versus Soniqs, who are on a smoking hot streak of their own with their new roster, too. And yes, Geo is only on one team, social media guy. There can only be one Geo. Actually, there's two Geos. There's the caster Geo, and then there's Geo the player. So I suppose if she was to emergency sub on TSM, then you could say which Geo helped the most, but that's not the point. She lives in the UK, so she can't even play in Las Vegas. Either way, for those of you that haven't followed along, TSM dropped Geo and Chala, picked up Gasher. I keep wanting to call him Slasher.
Slasher?
I keep wanting to call him Slasher. I keep doing it. Snake and Gasher got picked up to the roster. I've almost done that with Slasher before as well, as that I've almost called him Slasher in previous matchups. He had a good game in the Beastcoast just before this. But no, this TSM roster looks rejuvenated with these two younger players, as do Soniqs. Gunner had a particularly noteworthy game yesterday. He'd had some stumbles in his first two matches, but seems to be far more comfortable with the team. Will that carry on? Soniqs are undefeated right now. They've won all three of their matches in regulation.
Yeah, I was going to say TSM, of course, they have suffered that one loss, but other than that, they've been flying pretty well so far, and it was a loss against no other than Astralis. That was a 4-7 for them, so it wasn't a lopsided match by any means of measure, but we are now Soniqs TSM on bank, and operator bands are flying across our screen very quickly. Hibana, Nuke, Echo, and Valkyrie.
Literally flying.
Literally flying. Like, it went by in 5 seconds. Insta-ban from both teams, flying across the board, as I mentioned. Yes. And this is going to speak to an information game, right? Super set on the desk. Bank is a very open map. A lot of informations and decisions can be made. And that's why we're going to see all this information being taken away. The Nuke is an issue for the defenders because the default cameras can't detect her. Nothing really can. But the Valkyrie and the Echo both being banned on the table means if you're roaming now on bank, you're running completely blind.
Hold on a second. If this Soniqs lineup holds...
No.
Blitz,
no.
Blackbeard,
no.
Amaru, Kali, Glass. If this lineup holds, good God, pity TSM, but it won't. Look at that, 3 changes immediately. We got you baited. Everybody changed.
No, you got you baited.
Okay, I got you baited. You got you baited.
I like that.
You got you baited. That's exactly what happened.
No.
This lineup looks far more standard, but I will say adding Zero is a bit odd. A lot of teams are not running Zero at the moment, even though he's an operator with tons of potential. And Finka is not the same operator that she used to be.
I actually think Finka on bank, if anything, makes a lot of sense because you do have a lot of roam activity, a lot of chip damage going out, and there's very many ways you can really end up taking damage. I mean, look at the lineup from TSM. Smoke grenades, Capcom traps, Goyo fire, C4. So if you withstand and you just take some damage but you survive, well, the Finka can top you right back up. Zero being played on very few maps in North America. It's mostly like Chalet, some teams will have to bring it, and of course Bank is probably the #1 map for this particular operator. Rogue themselves, the Berlin Major champions, they were bringing out both the Echo and the Zero on Bank, and I'm sure the teams are going to start following Troop, seeing how much success that particular roster had with their operators. But it's a roam game right now for TSM. We're in the basement, they're roaming an open area, and they have a lot of hatches soft, but not open up just yet. So in case they fall before, Soniqs have to still use their soft utility, but if they need to, Merc has that secondary shotgun to pop a hatch open and drop back down towards the bomb site. Soniqs are making their approach slowly. The Jackal, of course, going to help out tremendously by locating those footsteps off the roamers. And Gio actually opting for a quick server take, as it might actually be free for taking if he wins this gunfight. No, Snake, beautiful shot to Gio, shuts down the Thermite.
And that's a pretty damning blow, but there's backup with those secondary hard breach gadgets. A Capcan trap goes off. Rexon doesn't give a single hoot. There's a bit of sloppiness on that entry. Bolo credited with the assist on his own kill, because he was able to do all that damage to the Jackal early on. Now it's Gunner, the next one up. Grixer not too far off. Gunner's sensitivity almost betrays him on that Captain trap. He could have taken an extensive amount of damage. Sonic still reeling from losing two very important parts of their lineup, especially Geo. Those two hard breach gadgets are now going to need to be used very sparingly, and more important than any time before, Gunner needs to stay alive.
Yep, I mean, they haven't even cleared out Bolo on Murphy's position, so open up the A hatch seems very desperate, but I mean, it works out because Bolo drops down, but Bolo has a kill down from downstairs regardless. Trades it back onto Kansen. It's still 4 versus 2 in favor of TSM. And again, Soniqs not aware of the roamers from TSM. It cost them once again. Last man standing is Grixer on the bomb site. Can't find it. Bolo gets that kill as well. 1-0 for TSM.
I'm going to say it. I'm just going to get it out of the way. I'm going to say it. We're never going to talk about it again. There's a lot of walking into bullets there by Soniqs. Now I'm going to move on.
I thought they were moved past from that with a certain roster change, but sometimes the past comes to bite you.
Very odd start to this game by Soniqs. This is a team that usually is very good on droning, very quick to get into the building, whether it's Gunner, whether it's Rexon, whether it's Kansen, sometimes even Grixer. Being able to capitalize off of a player out of position is a hallmark of Soniqs over these last 3 games, and frankly has been a hallmark of the team for the last 2 stages. They had some difficulties that time around, and there wasn't really anything I saw from TSM that even made me think, okay, this is a bit confusing for Soniqs to deal with. It was a relatively standard hold upstairs inside of that admin office, small office, extending out into archives. Capcan traps on the doors to delay. That was not checked at all by any of the attackers until it was too late after Rexon had sustained some damage from it. It was a pretty common open area style hold. I mean, unless there was something that we missed, which is entirely possible because we don't get to see everything from our vantage point. But you take a printer, you take electrical, you could sweep in through staff area. There was a late reinforcement going down inside of that small office as well. Like, there was ample time for Soniqs to capitalize off it, and they failed to do so.
No, I agree. The verticality they can do inside of stockroom to open area, the hatch usage, etc. There are a ton of different options there. Soniqs went for a very simple approach. I am curious if Geo had won that gunfight inside of servers, that maybe that round would have gone differently because they had that opening, but no, it was Snake on that smoke who got the opening kill onto Geo instead. Now, you said open area, Parker. That's where the previous round was kind of held on the roam, but right now it is the bomb site. So TSM are going to go 1 floor up because Bank is a map where you cannot just stay on the bomb site itself. There's going to be verticality above you. You need to try and hold the map control, slow down the attackers, and at the very least, kill a handful of drones. So far, TSM, they've killed 3 of those drones on the side of Soniqs, but with Grixer on this floor race, those Terror drones are going to add more to the tally as you get 4 additional ones at your disposal. And of course, you can do some self-destruction as well. It's Bolo holding stock with the magnets and the shield, and Snake suffering concussion, but he still wins his gunfight. He is true to his name as a masterful entry player.
This is more of the Gunner that we saw in the first 2 play days, which cannot show up for Soniqs. This is a team that usually had their 3 superstars carrying them forwards with a sporting cast of Yeti and Super. You would live or die off of your entry players. In this instance, there's a bit more depth now, and it's something that even Super has said before, but this entry is proving to be a significant challenge. That's 2 kills for TSM. A third will be added. The only kill for Soniqs comes to the hands of Kansan. We are very quickly approaching the point of no return in this round. Soniqs with only 2 to TSM's 4. That is not the spot you want to find yourself in. And Grixer just looks away. I don't know if he knows that Bolo is sitting on the shield. Bolo picks up his 4th kill. That leaves Kansan alone to die to Merc. TSM are preventing the Soniqs from getting into the building, and if they do get into the building, their stay is very short-lived.
I think one thing to point out right now is that Bank as a map is typically attacker favored because you can, all the outside repels, the long lines of sight, you can play quite comfortably from outside the building itself. When you're failing to shut down the roamers like the Soniqs are currently, you're basically giving TSM so much confidence on a map that normally you might not have as a defender. They're running out the map, they're winning their gunfights, they're getting the intra kills, and no one is really being shut down. At the very least, TSM are trading 1 for 2 or 1 for 3 in those first 2 rounds. And it really comes down to if Soniqs can turn the ship around and start punishing TSM's mobility on the map, then they're going to get overrun. Superset on the desk. This is the map where TSM, basically lived off of when it came to that miracle run at the previous Invitationals, where they found so much success. Merc on that IGL role, when TSM goes on the attack, was a very lethal entry that granted TSM so much map control. And right now on TSM's defensive side, it's just all 5 players. I guess we can kind of exclude Gassier and Achieve because they're 0, 0, and 0. They have not really done much. Achieve has 1 assist, but still. But essentially, the front hold from TSM are not being punished, they're not being shut down, and Soniqs, they have to change that. Whether they gotta go slower and take a more calmful approach, whether they gotta go faster and just play with more confidence, either or, but they have to start finding these openings on the map somewhere. And right now, it's gonna be a lobby attack.
Based on the first 2 rounds, the picks that Snake's gotten for the team and TSM have been getting suggests to me that Soniqs are not working together as effectively as they could. A lot of single drone in, follow in very quickly, and not have the information that you need, and that's what's allowed Snake and TSM to get those opening first couple picks. Back to the drawing board for Soniqs now, as again they find themselves in a vulnerable position, which is the rappel outside of office. Common spot for teams to play. And Nade could go down. Again, TSM starting things off. It's Grixer, the one who finds an early grave. Bolo in this exact same position by Stock. And it was Grixer who died here in the same position before. That's an exact repeat of the previous round.
I think you're right. It comes down to Soniqs not really playing together because no one was there to help Grixer at all. And achieved another free kill onto Gunner through a nice angle inside that railing on Banana. It's a tough position for Soniqs.
You know what I'm feeling here?
What are you feeling?
I'm feeling a timeout.
I could see that.
I'm feeling a timeout after this round because there has been no growth that we've seen so far from Soniqs. Things continue to snowball against them. Rexin with half of the round to go is in a 1v5. TSM obliterating the Soniqs, and now it's Rexin to take some serious damage inside a lobby. Way too much debris and target prioritization. Can't find any of the culprits. Merc gets kill, and it's TSM flawlessly claiming their 3rd round. That's a tough spot for Soniqs to be in.
That right there, that round is what I'm referring to. When you don't shut down the defenders, they're going to just run over you completely. I mean, TSM is swinging everything, taking the gunfights, winning those gunfights, and Soniqs look that they are completely lost right now inside the server. And I think you are correct. A tactical timeout should definitely be had right now because no improvements have been made, and we got to start getting some rounds on the board. And you are correct, Parker. A tactical timeout has indeed been forced out from Soniqs. They got to have something to say right now from Goddess. And she is. She's going through it right now.
Absolutely. Maybe it's just settling down the team. Again, the one thing that always does come back to me with this new squad is that they've never really faced any real adversity. Soniqs have never had to really stare down the barrel of a bad match. They have always been in it every single time and time again. And, I mean, when things are good, things are great. 7-5 victory over SSG to start off the stage. That was a 7-3 victory over DarkZero, 7-2 victory over XSET. So not only were things good, but they were pretty damn good. Dropping only 2 rounds to XSET, dropping only 3 rounds to DarkZero. Like,
oh, you're right.
There's not a lot of troubling signs there for you. They had their hands full with SSG on the very first play day, but I mean, you're doing it with a brand new roster.
That you are, and I mean, the thing is, we can also talk about the map pool, because the maps that they have played so far aren't quite like an open map like Bang. They've played Skyscraper, they played Clubhouse. Those are maps that are a bit more compartmentalized than like singular hallways, 90-degree turn and corners. But Bang is very open, very dynamic, so many different things to worry about. And someone like Gunnar, who you mentioned earlier, is 0-3 right now, not really finding success on the entry. He has so many more things to worry about walking up a staircase. There's 4 or 5 different angles on Bang he has to worry about every single time. When he's roaming on Clubhouse or lurking rather on the attacking side, it's one singular angle, and it's so much easier to also get information with those drones because those maps are smaller in size. After the timeout, I'm hoping to see a change in playstyle and approach from Soniqs. They need it. We're back, bombs at reset, basement time again, where things started. We can effectively say that it's round 0. Don't worry about the scoreline right now, because Soniqs, at the very best, can tie it up for a 3-3 half, and that's going to be all right, but they got to get 3 in a row.
I mean, your best opportunity right now for the second half is just you win these 3 in a row, which is not an impossible task for any team to do, but I mean, it's not obviously always possible, but the best that the Soniqs have is tying this first half. There's no victory, there's no win condition right now, and oh my goodness. This is again the exact same thing that happened in the very first round.
Yeah.
Rexit sprints through that doorway, he triggers a Capkin trap. He doesn't this time, but Bolo is there to take matters into his own hands. Soniqs forfeit the first pick for the 4th round in a row, every single round so far. TSM have excelled, but I mean, that's, I guess, a freebie onto Snake. Gunnar, a nice shot achieved, isn't quick enough to follow up. So yeah, they might have given up the first pick, but Soniqs are now working in pairs and seemingly more confident on the way they hunt down these offsite players.
Yeah, and they got server control, which they didn't get the last time around. Geo is alive with those exothermic charges. TSM now trying to punish Gunnar inside the lobby. It's a 1v1 gunfight, but achieved with the UMP comes out on top. It's an important kill to clear out the map.
And before Gunnar pivoted towards that teller's desk inside of lobby, he knew there was somebody at the stairs. That was where Achieved lay in wait. The Finka will allow this chip damage to be removed, and they'll all be topped back up to full HP. It's a heavy investment from TSM off-site. Soniqs can march on in once that Goyo shield, of course, and the Goyo canister's fire goes away. That's a long 20 seconds for him to stare down. We have about 10 seconds left or thereabouts. 45 seconds in the round with the diffuser still in hand by Soniqs. This is very doable.
It is. I mean, Gash has a C4, but it looks like Soniqs might try to grist down this hedge with those flashbangs, but no, cancel goes main stairs instead. Plan starts getting started. Gash's C4 is the only thing that can stop this plan from going down.
A spot that Merc is in inside a garage, long range with 30 seconds to go, is a very common angle that we've seen been held by operators in the past, like Maestro and Echo, and you can do some serious damage here. Geo's been whittled down to basically nothing with that diffuser in hand. The Nitro cell still in the back pocket of Gasher. The last of the flames will need to go away. I don't think they were anticipating that. Merc sustaining some serious damage. He will continue to swing in his position. Geo's been down to the fire. I guess he thought it was over, but it wasn't. Kansan now drops, and Merc is still in the same position, leaving Grixer to die again to Merc. A huge play from Merc, and a huge play from TSM gives them 4 of 4 rounds.
It looked good for Soniqs for a moment after a sloppy start. They weren't using the verticality instead of CEO to help clear out Bolo in this Archives position. So it started sloppy, but then they brought it back, right? The drone, the yellow ping, Geo with that entry. Then right here, Gunnar turns around the exact right moment, rather, gets the initial kill, but then loses the follow-up gunfight. Then the fire into Geo must have been just a mistiming. Maybe he was predicting the fire to end a little bit sooner, or maybe he was just a little bit too low on HP and took one step too far forward. They're not burning down. Either way, 4-0 for TSM, and it's going to go straight back to the same previous bomb site rotation. Basement, open area, CEO, basement, open area right now. They still have 2 more rounds to go. TSM looking great. Gasher, honestly, do you think he should get paid for this match, Parker, if this keeps going? Because 0-0-1. He hasn't really done a whole lot, but he's here, I suppose? I don't know.
Gasher's just along for the ride at this point.
Yes. He's making rotations, I suppose, with the shotgun.
I mean, but to be fair, look at the claw grip that Gasher has.
Oh no, let's not talk about
his claw. Look at the claw grip that he has on the mouse.
Yeah. It's kind of...
It's
unique.
It's not as cursed as Achieved's grip, if you'll see it. And it's hilarious that they both end up on the same team. But either way, it doesn't matter if he's 0-0-1. He's not playing in a particularly dangerous spot. This would be a sheltered position. He's playing sheltered minutes, if you want to call it that. He only really needs to step up if the rest of the team falters, and that has not been the case up to this point.
No, you're right. He's the backbone and the backline of the team on that smoke operator, of course, but he's just not needed for now. Merc on the Vigil, stable operator for him on Bank. That's how what he was playing during Invitationals as well. And just again to confuse the drone game from the attacking side. And Rexon now is actually off the Jackal once again, back onto Sophia. So Merc gets a lot of free roam right now. Just kind of make his approach around the map. And they have no idea where he is. They're still looking for him. Scanner goes on, scanner goes off. First minute burnt on the clock right now for Soniqs. A double Claymore flank watch in the server stairs. Might keep Gio alive, but yeah.
Merc is on a collision course with it. He's yet to die. He goes on to drone, and Merc can hear that, so the cloak will come out instead. It'll at least give away the position.
Hey, they have no idea.
Merc is still here.
Oh.
Oh, no, no, no. Gio. Will Gio get off in time? No, he will not, but you have to watch for the Claymores. They're both there, and Merc gets them easily. Bolo with one as well. TSM are putting on an absolute clinic at the moment. Gunner is also on 1 HP. The only damage that's been done to TSM is Snake plowing through a wall as Oryx. It wasn't even damage that was done by somebody else. Oh, what can the Soniqs do? A vault in here towards this trading room, stock room, etc. The Magnet will come back. Kansan is looking in the wrong direction. Bolo will see the buck and do some serious damage, but not quite enough. He favors the spot, up by the vending machines, playing on that deployable shield. He said to fall off. Instead, he'll sit at the top of main stairs.
Yep. Bolo playing Discipline with Merc holding on that diffuser. But Grixer finds Skasha on the bomb side itself, but when they don't have the case control, this really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. And Gunner with 1 HP surely can't win this gunfight against Merc.
And this is just Merc ego challenging at this point, really. He's got the case, he doesn't need to go for it. Instead, he will fall off back to open area where the bomb site is. The Soniqs have made this a much more competitive round than I think we had originally assessed. Merc now inside of Electrical. No deaths to his name. Only a single point of HP for Gunner, and well, could this be it for Merc? Yes, it is, and a grave for him, but it comes with 20 seconds left. Bolo, a huge round, he gets the final 2 kills. TSM are storming through this matchup. They're up 5-0.
There's 2 ways I can go about this. Either the Soniqs are making a show out of this, and they're gonna show just how good they are by making a reverse comeback effortlessly, round by round, hopefully soon, or they really are just struggling this much with TSM's roam presence. And this is something where TSM, they're known when they first joined the NAL as a cafe team. They are such a formidable team on that specific map. They would play a basement defense with like 4 roamers, vertical holes all across the map. I scrimped them back in G2 on high ping, back when they're in North America and I was in Europe. It was very, very difficult to fight them. This is giving me that same TSM OG cafe vibes where they own every single part of the map. And there's just no easy way to go about it as an attacker. If I was Soniqs, I would play Monty and just walk around and at least I would feel safe. But we got a question. Which team can utilize Geo better, Soniqs or TSM? And I mean, I think Super kind of hit the nail on its head. TSM, they won the Invitationals with Geo. That's about as good as you can get.
Yeah. And that's correct. Look at that.
And that is correct.
Which team can utilize Geo better? The team that doesn't have him. Excellent. Brilliant job, everybody. Let's pack it up and go home.
Yep. TSM actually lost the fan vote for who was going to win the match, but they won the fan vote for the question at least. So like they got a dub somewhere, you know?
Well, final attempt for Soniqs here on attack. You even said this map skews towards the attackers, and would you look at what the scoreline would suggest? That you are the mayor of Wrongsville. How does it feel?
I mean, it feels terrible because I predicted Soniqs to win, so it's like a double loss for me right now, but I still believe that this could just be one of those defenders-sided banks for whatever reason that might be. We'll see when the side swap comes out. Soniqs, they need their first round right now. Otherwise, if they're staring down match point, no mistakes can be made. They need a little bit of breathing room, and this round would give them a little bit of that.
See a potential comeback if the Soniqs are able to get the very first pick and then go from there. They have been deprived of a lead in any real sense. They have never held a numbers advantage in this matchup. They have never gotten the first pick. They have never been in close contention for a round, except for maybe that basement defense that TSM was able to hold together at the last second. Can things change? Can momentum start to build? There's no real momentum to be had here other than mental momentum at this point.
Mental momentum.
Well, if you think about it, we're now halfway through this final round.
Yeah.
When they switch sides, all the sides are open. The only real momentum that you can talk about in Rainbow Six is on the defense and whether they're able to have a favorable bomb site rotation. Soniqs do something they haven't done so far. It's got a very first pick. They add another to it as well. TSM have lost both Bolo and Merc, and now they'll lose Achieved. This is a formidable round from Soniqs, but Gasher under fire. He takes down one with him. It leaves Snake in a position where, well, he can fire. Oh, and he can fire for sure! Hitting those shots onto both Gunner and Grixer. Another heads over towards the window. Case has been picked up, so Snake will have to charge his way back in. But Rexon will find safer pasture elsewhere. It'll be incumbent upon Kansan to watch him. Gives his position away. Snake knows roughly where he is, but can he hit the shot? He does some serious damage. He needs to control that T5. He doesn't have tons of information, and now the clock is also working against him. There was a drop through the hatch. So all of Soniqs are just going to play keep away. Try to buy as much time as possible, but Snake has a way back to the bomb site. The worry now is this vertical control. He doesn't know where either of them are, and they'll be watching through two separate areas. He's only got about 12 seconds to pull this one off before he hits the point of no return. He knows where one is, but he can't outduel Rexon. The down comes in, but it's not enough. That's it. Soniqs take their very first round, and it's Kansan with the nosebleed powers, it seems like.
Yeah. Yeah, it appears to be that way. An important round for the team there, because now they get to show off on the defensive half, and at least they're allowed one loss to figure it out and then change things up as well. They're going to start in the basement too, just like TSM did. Of course, Goyo being brought out because basement is one of those bombs that really favors burning down the clock, as you gotta roam clear, breach open the hatches, go into server, take server control, or hit the back instead. So both the smokes being brought out, the Goyo being brought out, and of course a little bit of presence with the roam game if you want to on that Melusi or Alibi as well. Usually when you played Bang, we know, let's go back in time. 3 years, 4 years ago, you would just sit 5 defenders comfortably in the bomb site itself, and that would be considered the best strategy available. Nowadays, having all these different operators, utility, gadgets, and secondary heartbreach, you really can't just give full map control over to the attackers immediately. People also drone way better, so normally when you start attacking a basement defense, you'll start putting one drone in square, one drone in lobby, one drone main stage, and you will know by the time the round starts how many people are roughly going to be on the bomb site, how many people are going to be off the bomb site. If there's no one walking up any of those staircases, you can just fly in the lobby, fly into square, open area, full map control, breach the hatches, and you can start executing much quicker than you should be allowed to. And that is why we see pro teams nowadays, as we see on our screen right now, lurk inside of open area, open up that corner hatch. Why the corner hatch? Well, the corner hatch gives you a worse angle towards the bomb side if you were to lose this ground as a defender, whereas the A bomb side hatch would be very terrible to lose control of without forcing the enemy to breach it first. So that is typically the setup right now, is what we saw from both TSM, is what we see from Soniqs. Can TSM pull this apart better than Soniqs could and find it up in this first attacking round?
Remains to be seen. We have not seen an upstairs defense yet. That's one thing that you just want to keep note of. The first half, as we now have a brief pause before this round gets underway. TSM took the first 5 rounds, one of which was flawlessly done. They got the opening pick 5 of those 6 rounds. Soniqs took their timeout at the tail end of round number 3. It did not pay off immediately, but they were still able to get a single round before switching sides. Only one diffuser was planted, and it happened in that final round, which was a big one, and basically a perfect round for Soniqs. Outside of it being flawless, that's really the only other way it could have been better. So TSM setting up themselves a wonderful nest egg early on, and now they only need 2 rounds of the remaining 6 to put this one away. A single round will guarantee them 1 point at minimum, because they will then go to overtime, whether they win or lose. Oh my goodness, Merc.
Come on.
Shoot, Merc. Oh no. Oh, if only he'd known. Right on the leg.
Yeah, would have been a kill, of course, but a bit of damage would have not hurt anybody. Speaking of Heartbreach utility, well, TSM, they brought both the Maverick, the Thermite, and the can openers from Achieved on the box. So Buck can give you vertical destruction, it can open up the hatches, and really is a very dynamic operator on Bang. But the thing is, there's no frag grenades on the side of TSM, so Bolos with Terror drones is like the only tool they can really use besides Merc's Ash Charge is to like do any self-destruction or force out player positions. And Bolo's gonna do just that. It's gonna gain information, go through red, but gets shut down by Kansen. Shield stays alive. Kansen's position here is crucial for Soniqs' defense.
I was curious as to why they would bring so much hard destruction, and I have to wonder, as Merc gets the very first pick to start off the round, and there's only 30 seconds left, I do have to wonder if it's because they expected Soniqs to extend upwards and not just consolidate around the bomb site. Either way, does it work out? Some of the defense for Soniqs disappearing, achieved, getting gassed out. He needs to continue to run. Another kill from TSM comes in. Geo, first on the board for Soniqs, but it's a scramble as there's 5 seconds remaining. They need to get the kills. Gasher's at the halfway point. Soniqs will need to stop him before it goes down, or else it extends the timer. Grixter the only hope, and he gets Gasher, but it's too little too late. The diffuser is down. Grixer can clutch out with the 2 kills on Snake and Merc is just a tiny point of HP. Snake, this new pickup. Will he be the first set of eyes to see Grixer as he emerges from red, from Vault, towards the diffuser, making noise in the process. On the B-bomb chassis. He could potentially long-arm this. TSM knows that. He's in a dangerous position, but Grixer falls off and instead decides to engage with Merc. There was such limited HP. Grixer now will have to hop back on that diffuser with only 2 seconds left. Snake will need to stop him. Grixer gets the kill, but it's just for posterity, as there's no way to get the diffuser on time. Might as well pad the stats. A nice 4K from Grixer still falls short of what was needed. And TSM win based off the objective. They moved to match point.
There's a great push in from Gasher there, recognizing that there was a toxic baby in his path, but if he can get in towards that bomb side and trust that the cover is there, at least the bomb goes down and they go, they buy that 45 seconds on the clock. They can play the post plan together in a 2v1, which they did. Sure, TSM didn't really play together for a trade in that scenario, but they burned down the clock far enough where it was an unwinnable position for Grixer in that 1 versus 2. And the basement bomb side, which we'll see again, by the way, really comes down to a fine line between how long do we stay on the roam versus when do we fall back. Because let's look back at what happened at the end of that chaotic round. TSM were executing with 14 seconds left. Theoretically, had Soniqs run for 14 seconds longer, that can change a lot of things in that scenario, because then TSM has to buy 14 seconds somewhere else, either going too fast, not joining a corner, rushing a gunfight, etc. Maybe not throwing 3 flashbangs, which is 1 flashbang. So you really have to try and min-max how long you can stay for on this initial roam. Same with the drone count. The more drones you can kill during the prep phase, or the more drones you can kill during that initial droning phase, the first minute of the round, so to speak, the more time you buy on the clock as well, because drones are utility. Manpower is an essential tool also as utility, because you have less things to work with. If you get a kill as a defender, well, all of a sudden, the attackers had to spend more time covering the same ground, and therefore a kill equals time on the clock. Those are very important factors to bank because of the size of the map. And we have a sneaky Snake hiding. This is the Falco spot, by the way. Back in year 1 of the game, Falco would play post and hide underneath the table, and no one could ever find him. Ever. And it worked for like way too long. I haven't seen this in a long time. And he's been possibly found.
I think that little.
I think they know.
I think the little bobble of the drone says, "Oh, we know he's there."
Yeah, that might be it.
We know you're there. And watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
Oh, nice try, Gunnar.
Gunnar was having a moment.
Yeah. Honestly, you never know if you get drowned in that scenario, so he just gambled that he didn't. He trusted the plan. The plan didn't work.
The plan absolutely did not work. I gotta say, the cojones that somebody would have to try that, staring down match point. But I mean, I guess if you only got 1 round, why not?
Yeah, I mean, when you're in match point in this scenario, it's like you gotta try something crazy, right? I mean, had it worked out, we wouldn't have laughed about it. We would have been like, oh my god, this guy's a genius. He had to, he was just sticking around like a madman. But other thing came around. TSM's lineup, by the way, is very execution-oriented for a server attack. Gasher on the Monty, Bolo on the Ying. This is where you want to get the hatch control, open up those hatches, and likely go in towards that server area of the map to then use the Monty to both take that server control and then execute off the bat. But as I say that, Achieved on the main stairs and Merc losing a gunfight inside a garage might actually indicate that TSM were thinking about going for a backside attack instead, but by losing Merc, they might have to change their plan again.
Well, Merc was the player who decided to rush Garage, if you recall, in the previous execute. So it's a good assumption that A, somebody is going to come from the Garage no matter what, Nook is an excellent operator to do that, but she's banned, so that's a moot point at the moment. So instead you put Merc on the Ashe and decide, hey, let's go in that direction. Oh, Gio is making an absolute mess inside of blue, but he can't outduel the Montaigne. He gets a single kill for his trouble, but Gasher remains standing. Can now confront the forces inside of both the bomb sites. There goes the Goyo shields, and that's an awful lot of damage to be found. Hard destruction in spades for TSM. Bolo will work to cut off lines of sight, and he loses out to a magnet. So there's another one to go down, and the default plant spot will be covered and obscured by that smoke. Candela's to go down as well. Achieved wanders in through the fire. No! Grixer gets 2 kills from it. TSM realizing the time is not their ally, and now suddenly, slowed by the Banshee, Bolo will need to get the diffuser down. He knows that this is hopeless, and falls off. Won't give the kill to Soniqs. Instead, he survives. 3 players in the lobby. The clock gives it to SQ. They've got a big climb ahead of them if they want to get on even footing with TSM. But for now, TSM still very firmly in the driver's seat.
And the Goyo fire really proving to be an issue here for both teams on the attacking side. And in defensive achieved, I don't think he saw the Banshee inside the A bomb side, so he thought, I can leg it through this fire, I'll take about 50% of my HP, but I'll be fine. Well, halfway through that thought, there was a Banshee on the ground that slowed him down further, and then he could not make it past the fire point, and therefore got burnt to a crisp. Gasher might have taken 1 step too far forward, similar to Gio and Soniqs on the attacking side, because he too burned at the exact same moment. And TSM might have rushed that right a little bit too fast. Losing Merc and Garage cost them. They lost a bit of soft breach they could have used to clear that Banshee, for example, and they lost a bit of time having to rotate from open area to main stairs, then to servers afterwards. So, again, a fine line and time utility usage, and that really was the big difference maker. Open area is the bomb site, but before we get there, we'll have a quick rehost to fix the drone bug that I believe Merc was experiencing. So we should be back in no time. I always praise the players. They're very good these days at just getting right back into the server. They want to get this game underway as quickly as you guys would like to watch the match as well. So it should not be long at all.
Hopefully we'll get right back in. Is there anything interesting that you saw, albeit briefly? Oh, Bolo did the thing.
He did the mouse went.
Oh, he did the thing again. Hold on. Third.
Come on.
Come on. Do it.
Ah.
Coward. Do it again. One more time.
What a tease. What a tease.
Unbelievable.
Gasher's mouse script, we spoke about it earlier. We don't really get to see it here up close, unfortunately, but it's cursed.
I wish that we had a good vantage point onto Achieved script.
Yeah, that is also something.
It's horrific.
Oh, boy.
Anything that you saw that was particularly interesting before we went into the tech pause?
No.
No?
No. I saw Drone Buck in chat, and I was like, that's it.
Great.
That's the round. It was open area. I saw that much. And then I was like, oh, I want to see what they want to do setup-wise. And then I saw Banshee be put down, and that was the end of it. We cut the screen. Did you see any operators? Is that what you're... No?
No.
No, okay.
No, see, here's how it works. You're the expert.
Okay, but I didn't see anything.
Exactly.
So what I need to work on is my vision.
You've already got glasses.
So I'm doing great, I suppose.
Maybe you need another pair.
Another pair. An updated pair of glasses, perhaps.
Man, I don't even know. I don't even know what went awry here with Soniqs in this matchup. It will be fascinating to hear in the post-match interviews because we do speak to both of the teams today after their matchups. I know that I interviewed Panbazoo from DarkZero and then Eska from Parabellum. I believe you did the match.
Yeah, so I did Mr. Slasher, as you call him, Mr. Slashhawk, and I did Iconic from Astralis. And honestly, Iconic had a lot to share about Astralis' own struggles throughout the stage so far. And also, they went OT against Beastcoast, which surprised a lot of people. Sorry for spoilers. So, yeah, we do now have this wonderful insight to interview both the losing and the winning team afterwards, of course, in our rooms off-screen, while you guys just get to see the victor for the analyst segment as well. So a lot of info is being shared right now.
I don't find winning interviews all that interesting unless something incredible happens in the matchup, but I will say I find the losing interviews infinitely more revealing and entertaining.
I agree with
if you can find the right person.
Yeah, of course. Also, they would have to be in an emotional state to share things confidently, because sometimes after a loss, some players just need they need an hour or two to really reset and think things through first. But yeah, if you can find the right person who can talk about the issues that were going on, the things that he saw, makes for a much more interesting discussion than oh yeah, we won because we're better and we shot harder. I don't know. I agree.
Yeah, we just didn't put pucks in nets. That was it. It's the old hockey player saying would go.
Okay.
Yeah, we just got to get pucks deep. We got to put pucks in nets. That's really it. Keep our heads down. You know, be humble. For a second there, by the way, you saw achieved in the way that he held his mouse.
For a small second.
For a small second. Just a teeny tiny second. To open area we go. If this ends up being the very final round, we won't see a single defense on the upstairs bomb site.
Well, technically that's wrong. Third round was CEO. It's a flawless with TSM, and like everyone died like in lobby. But like technically TSM did defend the bomb site. It just didn't really look like it. So I'll be like, yeah, we didn't really see CEO at all because we never saw the site.
I thought that was a CEO.
Basement open.
I thought that was the middle floor.
They went basement open area CEO, basement open area tellers.
I thought they went tellers twice.
If they did, then I am the fool. We'll see. I'll check that later.
We'll check the tapes.
Yeah, let's check the tapes.
Who was correct? I have CEO/tellers question mark written down here.
Okay, question mark.
Question mark. Yeah, of course.
Oh boy. Okay.
But
this
who is the better set of eyes? So one of us is going to get clowned on for this.
We are.
Either way.
So you asked me if I saw anything. Now we can look at the operator lineup, of course. I see Gasher and Capital. That's like an operator we haven't seen yet so far in Bank, on this particular matchup at least. And again, secondary Heartbreach Gadget has the fire to clear out good positions from the defenders, has smoke in it to cut lines of sight, and more importantly, Gasher is now on an operator that has a little bit more freedom, I'd argue, because you can risk dying now because you got Bolo on the Heartbreach of Ace, and Bolo gets that AK-12 at his disposal, which, Bolo being Bolo, I'm sure he loves that gun. So wins across the board here for TSM, whereas for Soniqs, well, we're opting for the Capcan, which was troublesome for them when they were on their attacking side. The rest kind of stays in a similar fashion, nothing quite out of the ordinary. Merc is trying to use his drone and that smoke grenade to grant himself an entry point, whereby Bolo does some entry job up above, and a 1v3 finds one, but is there a second for his choosing?
Very well flushed out, but Gunner has him on the cross. Soniqs playing ring around the rosy above. TSM do get that opening pick. It's only for about 10 seconds or so before it is answered back, so as close to a trade as I think you can get realistically. Gunner still up top, proving that he is not shaken from his position. Finds yet another, and a third could be had if Snake decides to engage in a maybe not so smart manner. Achieved fell, and now the advantage for Soniqs as they look to keep themselves in this matchup. Unfortunately for Gunner, he won't be able to. Merc is waiting patiently in the lobby, and as Gunner tries to get back to the bomb site, it equalizes us into a 3v3.
That it does, but Snake is low on HP, and they have no vertical destruction from that block anymore. Of course, Gasher bringing that secondary Heartbreach can opener is the saving grace of TSM right now, because they did lose Bolo early on in the process. But the C4 takes him out. And sure, the hatch gets opened up, but now we're in a 3v2, no diffuser in hand for TSM. And Soniqs can sit comfortably on the bomb side and let TSM do all the first moves. They gotta walk in through a double door into a crossfire, gotta drop a hatch down into a crossfire, and they only have one single smoke grenade from Merc to cut any lines of sight. No grenades from Snake. It's gonna come down to individual gun skill and timing.
And Merc is knocking at this door. 30 seconds to go. Doesn't have the best read as to where they are. A smoke is out to cut off this line of sight. Is it tossed too far? That's the real question. Well, unfortunately for his teammate, yes, it is. Merc takes down one. More damage to be done. Snake bleeding out. A little bit of HP for Merc is all that there is, but Soniqs finish it off pretty quickly. They've now won 2 rounds in a row, and the comeback begins in front of our very eyes.
That it does. I mean, Gunner kind of was the hero for Soniqs there, because when his teammate fell up above in an alibi inside of Jenner's closet, he killed Bolo and then aggressed forward in towards CEO to take that second gunfight against the Chief, which he won. And sure, he dropped lobby and got taken out by Merc later for that 3 versus 3, but taking out both the Buck and the A's were 2 of the most important operators on that round, because you lose vertical destruction, you can't breach the walls inside a bottom square, and of course, you even back the man count in the process as well. So Teller is actually being played here, so CEO definitely not the favor for either of these teams, as it's only been played possibly a single time. Operator lineup is similar for Soniqs, but Gio is now going to get aggressive on Vigil. He said, you know what, I did a lot of work yesterday on Clubhouse, I want to do a lot of work right now on Bank as well. Get me on a roaming operator, let me do what Merc does as well, and activate my scanner and roam out the map like a madman, and, you know, be an issue for TSM's drone information. TSM are changing a few things around. They're going to get a throwable Heartbreach from Gasher, from Thermite onto Ace. Bolo gets onto self-destruction of Sophia, and Snake actually gets to partake with that Lion Scanner to keep the members of Soniqs standing still. One thing to note in case you are new to watching the game or haven't been updated on the changes, Vigil's Scanner, when it is activated, can actually walk around freely even though Lion Scanner is going on. So Geo can always move throughout this match as long as his gadget is available to him.
And I mean, you'll know if there's a Vigil on the board because you'll see those little spikes underneath, those little visual representations. Shimmers, bar graphs, whatever you want to call it.
That is correct.
Graphs, stats, percentages, I don't know.
Oh, no.
But either way, Geo will be, as long as he uses his ability near a drone, then you will be aware of there being a Vigil on the board. I do like that Rexen is in the exact same position that we saw Bolo being in the past and can easily swing over. Those Selmas are unguarded, and, well, if he decides to jump out the window, I don't know if there's a set of eyes looking in that direction. He gets droned out, and he just narrowly misses out on Gasher, who will now throw it again, and an E1D will keep Rexen from being able to get the Selma charges. It costs him the security of the position he was in. Bolo's in the middle of the site.
What?
He takes some damage, he gets a kill, and now he's planting.
What? There's no cover.
There's absolutely nobody watching this, and TSM are in excellent position. Soniqs now have to scramble to get back into the bomb site. Bolo just rushed on in. Gunner punishes him for it. The clock will continue to go. TSM just need to play keep away, and they still have an E1D in their back pocket as it regenerates. Achieve takes out Gunner. They're sitting on this diffuser now. Rexen within reach of it. Could he long arm it?
Oh.
Yes, he can. Can they get there in time? E1D goes off. Rexen has to hop up, takes out Merc. A swift beheading. But now back onto the diffuser he goes, looking to pick up Kansan, but it's achieved with the two-piece to close out the match. And by a score of 7-3, TSM pick up all 3 points.
I don't even understand what happened that round. Bolo got inside, got Captain Chad, got the opening kill, and started planning immediately with no hesitation. They must have had information that only one member was on the bomb side, which was partially true, but the second one did come around shortly after. And while there was no cover for Bolo, all members of TSM were sprinting toward him saying, okay, just, I guess, stick to plan, we'll get there in time, worst case, to get a trade. It all worked out for TSM. 7-3 victory for them.
Well played by TSM. Caliber Jacob was right. I do want to say that out
That's
loud.
true.
He was correct in his prediction. The community poll and all the rest of us in near unanimous agreement that it would be a Soniqs matchup. We were very far off base. Kudos to TSM. Those 3 points are huge. Soniqs suffer the very first defeat of this stage. It had to come at some point. It was unlikely they would go undefeated. And it comes at the hands of a newly rejuvenated TSM squad. They won SI with a different roster. They played lights out. They had some struggles in Stage 1 and Stage 2, but they seem to be back in peak form. Soniqs have a lot to work on after that one and a lot to assess that our Des will break down. But before we get there, a break. We'll be back in a few minutes.
You know, I think the TSM players saw that Twitter poll, you know, and they were just like, what? Our fans have abandoned us? That'll teach you for not voting en masse for TSM as far as who's going to win the match. They do take it over Soniqs. A much more one-sided game than I think any of us were expecting there. But TSM bouncing back after their loss yesterday, looking strong on Bank.
Yeah, really great game. They started off with 5 big rounds in a row. Soniqs could not get anything going in that match. Super, it's a tough start there.
Well, we'll talk about that in a second. I'll let you digest it because we got Achieved standing by to chat with us for our interview over in Vegas. Achieved, congrats on the win today. Looking at yesterday and today, what was sort of the catalyst for bouncing back and kind of rectifying what happened on day 1 of the week?
Yeah, so, you know, day 1, obviously we lost to Astralis, and all of us believe that, like, that game was ours. Like, if you look at majority of the rounds, the opening picks, we had control over that game as well. It's just we had multiple 5v3s and we were lost. We weren't in our executes were really bad on attack, and we just weren't covering stuff that we should have been covering, and we weren't checking angles that we should have checked, and basically checking the boxes, and that honestly really hurt us. So, you know, after that, we just got to make sure that, you know, on our executes, you know, we're counting down and we're working together and making sure we're all on the same page. That way, mistakes like yesterday don't happen again.
Achieved, you obviously just played against your former teammate of a very long time, Gio. You know, can you talk a little bit about, A, the decision to, you know, move on from him on the roster, pick up the new players that you have, kind of why you made that choice, and then also just how you feel he's playing on the Soniqs so far and how you think he's adapting to his new environment?
Yeah, so I mean, basically, you know, there's a bunch of stuff, the reasons why and stuff like that. I don't want to go into too much detail, but basically we just didn't see it as a fit no more. We didn't think that he liked it here and playing with us anymore, and there's just a lot of indifferences, communication and stuff. So there's a few things, but you know, we also wanted some fresh blood too, and I think that's really helped us, you know, kind of pick up some new people, see how they play the game, add that fire again and stuff, because, you know, our last team with Chal and Gio, we were all together for 2 years, and I think that we got a little bit complacent, you know, not just them two, but all of us, and I think adding 2 new people, new gunners to the team definitely spices it up and, like, just revamps it.
Yeah, kind of staying on the topic of the new guys, when you bring in, you know, Snake and Gasher, and obviously you guys world champion pedigree, you know how to play the game, is it kind of innovating or, you know, kind of like a breath of fresh air to have younger guys come in and be able to offer, you know, maybe some non-kind of perfect siege mindset that you can use to take advantage of?
Yeah, no, it's definitely really cool, like, when you bring new people on and you know, you listen to their ideas and how they want to play stuff, because obviously, you know, we won SI and we've gotten top 4 at 3 SIs in a row, so, you know, we've done really good with our own play and how we see the game. And whenever you bring new people on, it's just cool to see how they think of the game and how, like, they respond to stuff, and just, you know, pick their brain too. Not only, like, are we trying to, like, you know, mold and form them, just like, you know, we have with other players. When I first did with Bo and Merc, not only are we trying to, like, mold them to our play style, but it's just cool just to, you know, get their input on things and just apply some of that stuff also to our play style.
We've always associated Bank with being a TSM map. I think kind of historically, if you put the team name and the map name together, it very much seems synonymous. But for those first 3 rounds, it seems like it's the most tentative I think we've ever seen a team like the Soniqs, who are super good on entry, getting completely shut down and not entering the building very quickly. How do you do that? Because it felt like it was 3 straight rounds of domination that helped set the pace for this game.
I mean, honestly, it just comes down to, like, teamwork, making sure we're holding crosses, making sure we're communicating on, like, what's open, you know what I mean? Like what blind spots are there right now? Are we watching this? Do we need to maybe back up and and help someone else out and, leave that open and stuff like that. It just, honestly, at the end of the day, it just comes down to teamwork, communication. We also kind of had an idea of like what they wanted to do, and we just basically held our ground and got the opening picks, and then just kept playing off of each other and together, and it worked out very well for us.
Certainly did indeed, getting the win over Soniqs today, catapulting you one step forward towards another major, maybe another SI. Who knows what the future holds? Either way, congratulations on the win today. Good luck with the practice, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you.
All right, achieved from TSM after that win over Soniqs. It was a 7-3 victory again. A one-sided match in a way we did not expect it to be, but certainly a lot of strength on that TSM team. The new players, Snake and Gasher, they may have been bottom of the standings there. It was kind of the old blood making the plays today, but that said, they certainly did contribute a little bit, enough anyway to help get the win.
I mean, they didn't have to get crazy. They honestly didn't. Through those first several rounds, I kept saying, Gasher hasn't done anything. It's because Gasher didn't need to do anything. All the kills were happening on roam plays upstairs. He usually was the one either playing on site or back away from where the action was happening. It took until round 5 until he was really in his first engagement. Snake had several, even though he's 6 and 7. I don't see that as a problem when you've got 2 guys on your team having 13 kills a pop. You don't have to do too much. In this case, when you just allow TSM's formula for bank with the 3 core guys they've still got left to just do what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, especially when Snake's starting off the game with back-to-back opening kills. He was kind of the pacemaker at the very beginning of this game that set things off on the right foot for TSM. So very happy to see the strong performance from him. But then, yeah, Bolo and Merc. Bolo especially felt like in that first half on defense, just a monster that Soniqs couldn't handle.
Yeah, it's honestly, if you look at the scoreboard, it's kind of a reversal of Soniqs' game yesterday where they had all the opening kills besides 1, and this game TSM have all the opening kills besides 1. And games like this happen. Unfortunately, you don't want it to, but some days, for whatever reason it may be, you're just not feeling it. The coordination's not there. Through the first 6 rounds of this game, the Soniqs only had 12 kills. That's a team with some of the best players in the world, 12 kills in 6 rounds. It just seemed like an off day for Soniqs, and TSM definitely showed up, and they took advantage of that.
You're not going to win those. Yeah, it's going to be tough. I'm curious, though, from, obviously you've moved away from the team a little bit now in the GM role, but if you were still, giving coaching type advice, if you're still with the team, like what would you say going into a weekend after a game like that?
I mean, they've all been, outside of Gunner, they've all been playing well. They've played in high-pressure matches. I think that's just one of those games where you recognize that it was just off. That's not the Soniqs you're used to seeing. Yeah, I think through the first 5 or 6 rounds, Rexon and Grixer didn't even have a kill. Like, when do you ever see that? It's just one of those games, it sucks to be a part of. It sucks to be the general manager of, but, you just brush it off and, you live to fight another day.
You kind of also know that those losses have to come at some point, right? Like,
nobody goes undefeated,
right.
Like you said earlier, like we still never had a team go undefeated in NA, and there's a reason for that. Games like this happen, hiccups happen.
Yeah,
they'll be okay.
As you said in the pre-show, this is kind of the beginning of Soniqs going 3 and 6 to not make the majors. So this is something we have to get used to as the stage continues.
You did kind of prophesy this. There you go. We're going to have a replay in just a moment to take a look at. I think we're still getting that ready behind the scenes. But for now, looking back at TSM, does this seem like the corner has been turned? Does it feel like from this point on, well, actually, let's revisit that. We do have the replay ready now, so let's check that out. Round number 3, and this is kind of TSM defense being calculated, getting the job done.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the big problem. This is a good summary of what we saw throughout those first 5 rounds, where it's really struggling for Soniqs to get anything going on attack. What I want to focus on here, it's obviously Archives Tellers, not a bomb site that we see very often here on Bank, but I want you to focus on this top floor hold right here. It's going to be a 3-man hold. We're going to see Bolo playing down in the bottom right with that shield just outside, kind of around the vending machine area. We're going to see Snake playing more towards the left, kind of around the front office there and the elevators. And then, of course, we're going to have Achieved as well, who's up here on the top floor on the Alibi, going to be playing more around kind of the CEO where the bomb would be if they were playing up on this top floor. So really what you want to notice here, immediately, already Soniqs have lost 2 drones, losing both them in the prep phase. The lack of intel is really going to harm them. You see Gunner's drone's going to get to this top floor, and he's going to get a little bit of intel here. This is nice, but Snake spots it out, and he's going to make sure that drone doesn't stick around for very long. Eventually finds it. Nice pickup by him on the intel. There are a couple more drones up here for sure, but unfortunately they aren't able to find much intel. Now, Bolo actually going for a swing outside of the window there from stock. they're not playing together. These roamers are very far apart. They can't really easily trade with one another, but by taking these fights early, by trying to get aggressive and get into those gunfights before Sonic can really formulate the push, they're able to get that advantage. Nice another one for Chi at the top of your screen, and then you'll find a third with Bolo right on the right-hand side of the screen there towards the end of this. So really just thought it was a great hold of this top floor, and I want to once again point out the drone's not really there for Sonics, and then playing aggressive from TSM to get those early picks so that the trades aren't really a factor. Nice from Achieved.
Not much else to say. That's the round where immediately SQ realize timeout has to happen after this. Something about this is chalked. 3 of our star players have, I think, maybe 1 to 2 kills combined between most of them. I think Kansan at that point had 2. Everyone else was still sitting on a fat 0. So at that point, you understand it's reset time. But even still then, understanding that kind of like tentativeness or inability to get into the building very quickly, and it's all being read by TSM that effectively, that's got to sting, especially it takes 3 rounds to realize, and then even after that, it still doesn't get fixed.
Yeah, a little bit rough, but either way, TSM happy about that win, no doubt. It's time to look ahead, though, to our next match of the day. Our 4th game is going to be XSET versus Oxygen. Would you have believed me at the beginning of the stage that I would say Playday before these 2 teams have 1 win between the 2 of them? Shocking, right? Somebody's going to get a 2nd win today, or the first one if it's Oxygen. We'll find out who it's going to be when we come back here on Rainbow Six North American League. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Your host, Doe here, along with Jesse Jacob and Super, our special guest, as we look ahead to match number 4. And it's going to be an interesting one because we've got Oxygen and XSET. Now, in previous stages, these were two of our top teams. And even in the previous major, XSET made it all the way to the semifinals. But here in stage 3, things have been a little bit rough, as you can see. One win between the two teams. In Oxygen, the team with the stage 1 MVP, the stage 2 MVP. No wins here in stage 3. Kinda wild. I mean, what's going on with these teams?
Well, Oxygen have made a change. They obviously let go of Laxing for Sweater, and while Sweater does bring a lot of fragging capabilities, it doesn't feel as though the team is meshing fully with the move just yet. Still feels like they were making a lot of mistakes yesterday on Theme Park, and today they've obviously got to rectify that. XSET, on the other hand, it's tough to say. I mean, they're the exact same roster that they used to be, but despite going super deep back in Berlin, this stage has really not been a great one for them.
I'm worried for both of them in completely different senses. Mostly that XSET got their one dub, and then it kind of feels like they're still playing like themselves, but it's almost like it's out of meta now at this point. Whereas for OXG, we're going to keep on questioning this Sweater pickup until they actually start seeing results with it. And I know the team probably wants us to talk about literally anything else, and the public is probably at a point where they're like, okay, fine, we've already touched on this move. What else is there to talk about? But until we start seeing some movement and a supposed super team like OXG bringing somebody with the fragging capability of Sweater into the mix, that's all we're going to be talking about for a long time.
Yeah, well, we'll dive into it a little bit more in just a moment, but we did catch up with the XSET players before the stage began to just ask them a couple rapid-fire questions about their expectations to the stage and a couple other things. Let's check it out.
Hello.
Hey, well, let's just talk about XSET instead. We might get to that a little bit later, I guess, but here is the XSET roster and stats.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, taking a look at XSET, things have gotten real bad compared to where they were in the last stage, right? Their attack is okay, 53% is good enough for 5th in the stage that you can see. Yesterday, I think their take seemed a little flustered. Spears was alone a lot of time, not really finding a lot of value. Even against PB, they went for a lot of those pocket strats, which didn't really work on. They had to rely on some clutches to win their attacks, but defense, 40%. That's 62% last stage, means they dropped 22 points overall. That is a huge drop for XSET. I think previously they were carried by Spirits having a couple nuclear games, and Kino being a really smart strategic smoke player there in the anchor, but now they've lost 11 of the last 12 opening entries on defense. They aren't able to win those starts of the rounds, and that's really snowballing into even worse late rounds for them. They cannot seem to close out any of these holds, and it really does make it difficult for XSET to find some rounds here on D.
Now, Super, I was going to ask you, I mean, coming into this one, we are getting into more of a meta where it is more of a gunner's meta, right? Yeah. And that's kind of a way that I felt like XSET had played for a long time. They like to make plays, they like to take those fights and win those fights. Do you think it's another case where, just kind of like Astralis, XSET is having a little bit of trouble with other teams catching up to that style and having trouble taking things one step further on their side of things? Or do you think it's maybe more of kind of like a burnout thing? They've been to every major, they've been deep in every major this year so far. What do you think to you is the big kind of glaring issue on XSET right now?
I mean, honestly, I think it comes down to they're just not winning fights. A crazy stat about this game. Think about how many great players are in this lobby. There's only one player in this entire game right now who's even positive on the season.
Really?
These are two of the usual top 4 invitational teams. I think right now for both these teams, XSET especially, shots are just not being hit.
Yeah, for the moment, it feels like it's mostly influenced by the way that Soniqs game was played, especially when we're talking about defensive first kills, because their roam against the Soniqs yesterday was getting blown to bits. There were never any trades on fallback positions. They didn't get a single opening kill on that entire defensive half, which meant they never got to be explosive and disrupt the process and kind of play into the style that we've already seen them mold from stage 1 into now. That never came to fruition. We never saw them really get, I guess, the word that comes to mind is frisky, because they will get everywhere and they will be on top of you in a moment notice if you're not careful, but they never really got to get going. But to me, I feel like that score, even if it was 2-7, it feels worse than it is. I think that could very well have been a case of the Soniqs being on a completely different level that XSET simply didn't anticipate. But I know part of that is also copium, because we've understood how this XSET team plays for a long time, and the question of have they accidentally fallen out of meta without realizing it is a very big looming question, I'm sure, in the back of their heads too.
Yeah, I think that awareness was a big problem for them yesterday. Oftentimes we saw Gunnar getting into positions that they just had no idea where he was, right? They really couldn't get any of those openers to kind of start things off on D. So I'm hoping that we can see that turn around a little bit in this game. Obviously, Gunnar didn't exactly repeat that performance today, so maybe things will change for XSET too. Sorry, Seth.
No, you know, it happens.
We will see. I mean, over on the other side of the arena, we have a team that's been kind of equally perplexing this stage in Oxygen. Now, this is another team, obviously, that's made majors appearances. They got pretty far in Charlotte as well. They've got the 2-stage MVPs. And you know what? When I was talking to them in Vegas, everyone was so sure that Sweater for Laxing was going to be a big upgrade. They were like, we got to get another gunner in there. Sweater fills that role. I mean, he certainly has in previous stages, but so far, not so good for Oxygen. They just haven't been able to kind of adapt to the changes the roster kind of has created. It's been strange. We'll see if they can pick it up today, though.
I think one thing that, like, you know, people have brought Sweater into the roster and they've obviously put him on those Laxing roles, right? And we've talked a lot on this desk how, like, it's weird that he's not playing the roles they played on Beastcoast where he was very aggressive. I think one positive that's come out of that is they've allowed kind of Newers and Vert to continue on that role. Newers especially, I think, was the one bright spot that we saw from OXG at least yesterday. Sure. At the end of their attacking half, he kind of gave him some hope. He hit some fantastic nades. Newers has gotten 5 grenade kills so far in the entire league. If Newers was his own team, that would be the #1 rated team in terms of grenade kills. So that's at least, you know, something that we're finding out of here about him. He is perma-Yana-ing, and every other team has banned the Nook against OXG. So the fact that, like, at least the other teams are banning that means there are slightly fewer nades on the board, but he's kind of always going to have at least one set. And sure, you know, Ubisoft can start taking nades out of the game by taking them away from Mav or Finka, but it feels like there's always going to be one operator at the very least that is good in the meta and the Newers can play. So that's what he's finding.
I went looking for anything else to talk about with this OXG team that wasn't Sweater's incorporation, so I found 2 things. The first is, how is Newers doing without Finka? And to be honest, he's the only one on this team at the moment that who's positive on entry, positive on rating, positive on overall KD. Even though he doesn't have a very high cost, I feel like Finka being out of meta and not being something OXG want to incorporate isn't stinging nearly as bad. Dream is also probably still at where he's meant to be, but everyone else is falling below the line, including Vertical, the guy who we heralded as Stage 1 MVP, who was phenomenal that stage and a massive reason why they made the run to Charlotte that they did, is the one who I think probably deserves the most eyes or the biggest spotlight on him, mostly because not only is this kind of performance unfortunately characteristic of a Vertical we've seen in years past, it's the kind of thing OXG cannot afford to have on their plate right now. So as much as the Sweater conversation is going to continue to dominate, I think if we're talking individual performances for guys who literally have a role that is dependent on firepower and what they're able to produce numbers-wise, if you're not putting the numbers up, then we immediately have to start questioning, is your utilization actually where it needs to be? Sweater can be there, but Vertical is the one who's been here for longer, and the fact that he's not showing up might, in some cases, make Sweater's job even more difficult. So it's not just an individual performance thing. The whole team has to step up.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. If you look at the team, honestly, they're all underperforming. Fox was a team of the stage player last stage. Newers was the MVP of stage 2. Vert was the MVP of stage 1. And yeah, Newers is doing well. He's +4. But keep in mind how good he was last stage. He was literally taking games over. And why was that? He was the #1 rated Finka player in the entire NAL.
Yeah.
And yes, he is still doing fine. He's +4 on the season right now. I feel like if you go back and look at that, a lot of those kills are on defense. And like Jesse said, a lot of those kills are with nades. I don't think we're seeing the takeover potential from Newers so far this season, not that it's not going to happen, that we were seeing with him on Finka. And to be honest, just going to Fox and Vert, they're underperforming to what their usual standards are. And that's a winless result.
Yep, that's right. I mean, a lot to look at for Oxygen to improve on today going into this one. It's time to find out what map we're going to go to. The bans are in.
Well, we'll see what we want to go for. Starting off with the Cafe Villa. Cafe, the most banned map coming in from XSET all year long. Villa, actually, where these two teams played last stage. That was a 7-3 win for XSET, so not a surprise Auction want to get rid of that one. For Clubhouse getting taken off the board, OXG are actually on a 3-game losing streak on that map, so an interesting ban, but they were very, very strong when they walked into Berlin previously. So interesting that they take that one out, and then Sky and Border out right after that.
I would love to see an Oregon here. I think that is a map that both teams play frequently enough and have an even enough record on, but XSET have decided they don't want to concern themselves with it. They do have a better record so far on the year than OXG do, but it's something that they'd prefer not to concern themselves with for this game. So it's down to Chalet and Theme Park. Theme Park would be interesting to go back to because we've already seen OXG lose their year-long win streak on this thing. And if they want some kind of redemption, then they can just ban Chalet and go right back to it. Okay, they're confident enough in spite of losing it yesterday that they can bounce back in good form against an XSET squad that doesn't play it nearly as often. They've only played it twice this year, and the most recent time was against Rogue in the semifinals of Berlin, where we kind of thought maybe this is going to be a really quick series because XSET started off that bank in that series, dominated, and then Theme Park comes up, and we're like, surely this is something that XSET have scrimmed on. Surely this is something they can actually pull out of the bag, and unfortunately they didn't.
Yeah, true enough. Well, we've broken it down. We've seen the map. Time to make some predictions. First of all, we'll ask Pengu and Intero, who are waiting to let us know who they think is going to win this one. It's difficult to predict, but maybe not in the normal way. What do you think?
This one's hard for a different reason for sure.
Yeah.
Because Theme Park, you know, OXG, they were really good on it, but then they weren't yesterday against Mirage. So what do you think, Parker?
Well, given what we saw in the TSM Soniqs game, it's kind of shaken me to my core.
Okay.
Understandable.
Given the fact that OXG have not been great, I honestly think that OXG is finally going to break that streak today and pick up a win.
I was thinking the same thing, just because of how TSM shook it around, Copycat as well. I feel like when things make too much sense, they don't make sense. So I feel like OXG, they've been on a losing streak. They're going to break that now for some odd reason, and they're going to do it against XSET on Theme Park.
Okay, sure. That sounds logical when things don't make sense. They make sense. And I don't know. I don't know what's going on with their casters. We'll check back in with them in just a moment. When they're calling the action for now, though, our analysts, Super, I'll have you go first. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, honestly, I see the map, and I understand, like, initially just wanting to go OXG, but kind of using the logic I've been using. When a team like XSET takes you to a map that they don't normally play, we see OXG coming off of losing that game yesterday. XSET's probably going to have some stuff in mind they want to do. I have faith in the XSET, the Bodega counter here. I'm going to go XSET.
All right, one for XSET. Jesse, what do you think?
Let's make it 2 for XSET. I think when you take a map like Theme Park, obviously it's a great map for Oxygen. However, this stage, OXG have really been struggling on their attack, and Theme Park is not an easy map to attack. Likewise, XSET's weakest point have been their defenses, but Theme Park, you can kind of hold your hand a little bit on the defense, right? It is there are a couple of bomb sites on this map, which can be quite simple to defend. So I'm going to give it to XSET as well. I think they bounce back and serve OXG back-to-back theme losses.
All right, well, Caster's saying Oxygen, analysts saying XSET. If Jacob decides to go with it as well, what is it, XSET or Oxygen?
It's kind of a hard pick, but I think my choice was already made for me when I woke up this morning.
Oh my God.
So I'm gonna go with it.
Analysts.
Definitely biased a little bit. They definitely didn't just send me the shirt out of the blue either.
It's a nice shirt.
The big thing for me is when you think about the map we're going to, that honestly,
payoff?
that was all I needed. All I needed was to see theme and to think that there's no possible way OXG try this again if there's not something else left in the tank. Yeah, I think XSET on the surface are probably a little bit more put together, but you're not gonna risk 2 straight Theme Park losses, your best map historically this year, if there isn't something else that they've already drawn up. And I do figure you can play it a little bit differently if you understand what didn't work yesterday. The answer is just don't do it today, and you may have more of a chance. And there's also a little bit of an upset factor with this, so I'm going to take it.
There's a bribe in this.
I think so. Yeah, I think some clothing changed hands for sure, and ended up on.
Nothing else changed hands.
There you go. Well, I mean, it was in their hands. Now it's in your hands.
That's a change.
It doesn't work
on the body.
It was on their chest. Now it's on your chest.
There you go. Well, the coin has to tell us what it decides is going to be head XSET, tails OXG. It is. Oh, heads. Coin goes for XSET. Interesting. All right. Well, we'll see XSET, the team, coming into this one with a win. Let's check out our fan votes, see what the fans had to say about this one. It is going to be XSET as well. All right. And the fan vote, I would imagine it was pretty close. Wait, what? What was that? 74% for XSET.
That's
wow,
crazy.
that's
You
actually.
need to stop leading with
repping the
intros like
set out
that.
there.
It wasn't close at all.
Well, I mean, I just guessed. I think it's reasonable to expect it would be close, but no, the XSET fans showing up in force today to support their team on social media. Well, let's take a look at what our poll is going to this one. Speaking of social media, who will be more effective on entry, Yaga or Newers?
That's
Yog's
actually a
been
good
good on
poll.
entry.
That's actually a good poll.
Yog's been very good.
Tough one to choose. Well, you can go on Twitter and make your choice. Let us know what you think. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, Oxygen and XSET throwdown. XSET looking for win number 2. Oxygen just wants win number 1. We'll see who gets it when we come back on NAL.
Our goal is just qualify the major, regardless if it's first or fourth. For us, at least, we struggle way more in NAL than we do internationally for some reason. Because I think here, every team is a threat, and if you don't take every team seriously, you will lose.
I mean, it would be nice to be first, yeah, but like, I feel like the top 4 there, it doesn't really matter. Like, as long as you're going, it doesn't really matter. Obviously, we would like to get first, but.
I want to get a better performance, like individually. I know, like, I started slow, like stage 1, and people have like high expectation on me because from what I did, like in CL and SI and all of that. I don't really care that much about my stats. As long as we're winning, I'm fine with that.
So our stage 2 experience, it was quite interesting. We started off really good, and then I think we somewhat complacent the second week against Beastcoast and PB. And then we ended up like trolling those games, we lost. And then because of that, we started going really hard to make the major, and we ended up being like beating the best teams. I think it's just like on us to like make sure we're working hard for every game, not taking anybody into like granted, and it's pretty much it. We just gotta put the work in, and we'll win.
I mean, I feel confident going into this stage. I think my teammates are great. I think we're gonna have the best stage yet.
I don't know, we like trolling, and especially like stage 2, we did a little bit of trolling and cost us like first place, but it's fine. Now we're really aiming at first place and get those extra points and get the seeding.
I just expect to win.
All right, well, aiming for first place is exactly what XSET should have in mind. They are quite a ways from being there, sadly. So are their opponents, OXG. These were 2 teams that have consistently represented North America at live events by finishing in the top 4 of the NAL. Well, they haven't had exactly such great success this stage. Given what happened in the first 3 matches of the day, XSET are in 8th, OXG are in 9th. Not great. Not where you want to be.
It's a big surprise to fans and other teams even, because when we spoke to teams before the stage started, like, who's going to make top 4? I mean, sure, some people had their, questions regarding the laxing roster change, but I think most people expected OXG to be doing somewhat fine, maybe being like 5th, maybe being a little bit filled out top 4, but they need the bottom right now, and they need to redeem themselves, and they're going to do it on a back-to-back situation, which I personally am not a big fan of, because normally when you lose in a map, and you only have 1 day to change things around, I just feel like it's a bit of a gamble, but they believe in it. OXG, they lost Mirage, I believe 4-7, and And now they're going to see if they can beat XSET on this map as well. XSET, of course, they didn't make a single change. They're staying true to their roster since they started back in stage number 1. And they will ban Nuke as their first attack and operator. We'll see if OXG want to remove something important as well.
Yesterday in their matchup against Mirage, OXG banned out Twitch on attack and Valkyrie on defense. And it didn't really have the results that they wanted. It was en route to a 4-7 loss. And Mirage have managed to make their way into the top 4. What was Kino trying to type there?
He said let's all have a great game and something about a burger. I don't know if I missed it.
He did the thing where you keep typing until all appears on the other line, so it looks like somebody else said something.
Okay,
but in reality, they did not. Yes.
Interesting.
Anyway, yes, if you didn't watch the matchup yesterday, Mirage toppled OXG 7-4 on this exact map. If you haven't watched either of these teams in action, you might be shocked to see the scores and the standings on the top of your screen. XSET enters in 8th with a 1-2 scoreline. They won their very first matchup on Playday number 1 on Chalet, 7-2 over Beastcoast, who had Mark the Shark playing as a sub because Ferda, the actual member of Beastcoast, is unable to play due to not having a visa. But things were not so rosy as they seemed, because XSET then lost to Parabellum the very next day on Border, and then also lost to the Soniqs yesterday on Clubhouse. As for OXG, they lost to Parabellum in the very first play day. Then they lost in overtime to Spacestation on the second play day, and then lost in regulation to Mirage yesterday. A single point for OXG. And as Jacob likes to bring up, no team that has finished 0-3 to start off a season has ever made it to the major. I know that statistic can be quite misleading because there's only been like 7 stages of the NAL properly. So and the teams have changed an awful lot and yada, yada, yada. But I mean, the point still stands is that OXG are in a rough spot. And the likelihood of them making the major is very, very small. And if they lose here, it's not over, but it would seem almost impossible.
No, it certainly would. And I mean, it is surprising in that aspect. And OXG, I mean, they had a very great comeback against SSG. They brought it to overtime, but then couldn't quite finish that final round that they needed. Now early beginnings here on Theme Park, 30 seconds into the round. Verge doing a great job with the entering right now downstairs in Gong. Drones are coming out, information being gathered. XSET, of course, they are roaming, but look, the map is basically split in half. The left-hand side of the west side of the map is in, XSET's control, and the east side, rather, is OXG's. The only issue with Theme Park is you cannot attack from a singular angle. You need to get split pressure across the map, so OXG are pretty much forced into a challenge here on the roam, and that's why Sledge's going to start doing some verticality here as well to help alleviate some of that pressure above the reinforced wall towards the bomb side. With Nomad on the board from Sweater, you can hold down the flanks and keep York kind of stuck in this position, but York himself has 2 impact grenades, so it's not that safe after all. Air jab gets trapped in the magnet, so it's not going to call it any flanks for now.
There's a mute jammer on the other side of this wall. It's the last remaining nade in the hands of Newers. They'll go down and should be able to open it up, and now the exothermic charge will unfortunately be impacted away. Dream has 1 remaining in his pocket, but they need to ensure that nobody's over there to take care of it. Look at this lineup from Diaz.
I've seen that before.
Deep inside of Throne. He can very easily manage that arc. And there goes another one of the exothermic charges. Does it work? Let's watch the perspective of Diaz. Yes, it does.
No way.
OXG extremely frustrated with this one. They will have no entry from maintenance.
Yeah, and it was OXG who banned out the ace, by the way, and then forcing themselves onto Thermite or Hibana. And that right now is something they might regret because you get a minute left, and now not only do you not have a single angle to attack from, you can't breach the hatch, you can't breach any of the walls, things are jammed, they're electrified, etc. And Spirits is still roaming up above as well, so they gotta go for a full frontal attack and just run in through a doorway. That's not easy.
Oh, Spirit still roaming upstairs could prove to be a major headache. There's been no real contest in terms of gunfire. Only Newers is the one who sustained any damage. That's been a slow first round. After that exothermic charge failed to pay off, OXG have figured out that Well, we have to go through another route. What is the next best option? Sweater might get swung upon. Vertical trying to capitalize off of information from a drone. Newer's the very first pick. Vertical follows up. Sloppy gunplay. Gomez prevails and could get yet another. Dream is in that position, but Sweater's fragging out for it. Spirits and Diaz to come back to the bomb site. Diaz behind the throne. Watch it. Watch the throne. It's Foxay versus Diaz, and Diaz just needs to hide, giving XSET round number 1 based off of the clock.
Actually, a surprisingly close round, coming down to a 1v1 as a member of OXG was indeed injured on the ground there. Given how few things that they had to work with, they really got through the bomb site. They got the trades quite successfully, and well, Armory was successfully defended. The question now is, where do you go secondary bomb site options? Bunks or labs is normally your go-to so far. The lab bomb site speaks more to the roam game and the roam presence. Whereas the bunks bomb site, well, you can extend to the east-hand side, to the right-hand side of your screen if you want to. And with 3 shields being picked up from the side of XSET, I would expect them to make rotation holes from the side in towards the east, put down deployable shields, and extend out throughout the map. Otherwise, you're going to have a very, very small bomb site with very few playable positions and 3 shields to cover such small ground. Of course, Frost being brought on the table as well for any jump-ins. Cafe window right there. Both traps going beneath the window. When you angle them like that, I believe you can see them by just going close to the window, looking straight down, so I'm not sure how successful those traps will be. But perhaps the one inside of Cafe behind the desk will find more success. Top yellow has been reinforced, but that singular wall on top of the bomb site is soft, so I assume a rotation will be made eventually. York shield has been put down, so has Spirits. Kino's just got put down a second ago as well, so all 3 shields have been deployed. It is indeed an extension from XSET. No rotate still. Wait.
Not yet.
Wait.
Oh,
there it is.
Secondary shotgun for the Frost. Just a little bit late into this daycare/bunks defense that we now see. Do we ever get clarification on the bank matchup, by the way, as to which of us was correct? Did we? Can you check for me?
I will check for you.
I'd like to know.
You're very curious about that, aren't you?
I like being right.
Okay.
It's a trait I inherited from my mother. So,
okay.
She, as a woman, despises being wrong. Might be toxic on my end.
Men are left because women are always right.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure. I guess that's how it works. Extending outwards over towards office. That's where you see this XSET defense go as they hang on to the bunks and daycare portion of the map. A minute off of the clock, and OXG want cash as their primary entry point to then march onwards. That means that Kino could be the first one in the line of defense, and he gets swung on by Sweater, gets valuable information. There's a second player from OXG not too far off that could have helped, but instead it was Newers who just waited so patiently. Sweaters loses a lot of HP in the process and ultimately flashes himself, but it is enough to shake Kino off of his position as OXG continues to take greater map control. A late reinforcement from XSET, though, as they now know exactly where OXG is coming from.
I love that mid-round reinforcement because now you have wasted so much time. You've killed 4 drones. Now you're falling back towards the bombs that reinforce the wall. You can have a place jammer on it if Mute was on the table, but that's not going to be the case, so the wall should be opened up momentarily from Dream. But with limited pellets available, it's going to be a scuffed breach, if you will. Not the greatest entry point for the attackers so far.
It's the very first pick for OXG as well. Newers got in on the action. He got the first pick in the previous round, but it was answered back very quickly. XSET on the board. Foxay had suffered some damage earlier on. Kino gets the remainder of it, and now Vertical in the midst of gunfire and toxic gas while he goes down for the count. Diaz swings wildly, trying to rebuff any advance from OXG, as Oxygen are going to have to deal with the clock. Newers goes down to Spirits, the smoke winning that gunfight, but Dream answers back. On to Spirits and sees the arm of Diaz, but cannot capitalize. Still on this breach hole. So close to being able to walk into the bomb site, but with how limited HP Sweater has and what little is left is now dead to Kino, Dream has a mighty task ahead of him and a crossfire that he's not going to be able to survive very much. Softening up Kino, but XSET cannot pull off a proper crossfire. Dream in a 1v2, and he's down for the count. The sidearm from Diaz is good enough and XSET start off hot with the first 2 rounds.
I really feel like OXG needs something to force these executes better, whether it be the OSEF or the cover or a Ying for an execute or something they can really use to like get into these breaches and these crossfires, because right now they're walking in pretty much raw, if you will, taking gunfights 1 versus 1, and it's where the defenders, they thrive usually, and it's a rough start for them. Of course, Theme Park is difficult to attack on, but you just need to come in with a solid plan and an easy way in throughout the map. And right now, it doesn't seem to really have that going for themselves inside of OXG. They might need to change things up here momentarily. And I checked the numbers. I crunched them. And you might have been right. It was a Tello cycle, yeah.
Yes!
Yeah, good job, Parker.
I was right!
Yeah, you're right.
Told you.
See, I could have told you that you are wrong and it's lied to you because you didn't... I checked the numbers, but no. I'm a nice guy. You were correct.
Crunch
Good job.
the numbers.
Crunch
flip
the
them
numbers.
over and send them to me. I need them.
See, I know the reference. That's all that matters.
I was correct. These references are solely for links. That's what I do. I've been trying to see how many references today I can drop solely for links. And I hope he appreciates them, providing he's watching. Because if he's not watching, it's going to be very awkward. But for those of you who don't know, Lynx is one of the very capable North American Challenger League casters. And he joined me by my side here on this very desk.
And he did.
When you were away.
And he looked and sounded good doing it too. I was
just because he was wearing the Azami jacket.
That he was. He was rocking it in style.
We filmed a hilarious bit of content.
Oh, I saw that.
And the jacket, but unfortunately it was not allowed to run. It's very upsetting because it is exceptionally funny. And dare I say it, I think it would have been one of the best content pieces that we made. But I've seen it, and you've seen it, and a couple of us have seen it when it was finished, and it was absolutely hilarious either way. Alas. Alas, it was very good.
Round 3 underway, a minute into the round. Nothing has really occurred yet. Drones, of course, just starting to come out from the cafe side of things, but OXG are taking their time, which I think is smart for them. You don't want to lose members early on and have a harder time throughout this round, but at the same time, looking at their operator lineup, they don't really have that execution that I would like to see from them. The Dokkaebi right now from Fox is being brought out. That might help you with the roam clear. Maybe if you get a kill, you can hack the cameras. But right now, it seems like we're going to go straight into the side windows, and yeah, Vertical, he's just in like that.
And OXG leading the way again with these opening picks. They haven't been able to capitalize off of it and get a proper round, but Dream is halfway towards the diffuser. There's another to go. They don't understand that OXG is just inside the bomb site. And with a blistering pace, the diffuser has gone down. Now boxing XSET out. All 5 players from OXG, all alive. Well, Sweater takes a lot of damage, but he's still upright. Gomez can't capitalize. It's Yaga in a 1v5. They convert it? No. How about a flawless round from Oxygen?
Hey.
They bounce back. They walk right in. Vertical asserts himself in the middle of the bomb site, gets the diffuser planted as well, and then not a single soul from XSET are able to regain their footing. That's OXG finally on the board.
I was worried that OXG would not have the confidence to go for a straight side rush in that scenario because they went up towards Cafe with 3 members, droned the window, droned the door. Okay, a lot of members of XSET are up here. That's trouble. The phone call came out. They sprinted right back down that staircase towards the side window, flashed the drone hall bathroom, flashed the window itself. Vert went in, got that opening, and opened the round for his team. Immediate follow-up as well. Plant went down, successful hold, flawless on that. Armory though, this is where things get tricky. Last time Dream brought the Thermite, that did not work out because the impact trick was perfect from XSET. Now he is hovering the Hibana instead. Of course, those Hibana pellets can also be impact trick, but you should be able to get at least a somewhat either crouch hole in throughout the bomb site or at least a peek hole to work with. But Dream actually thinks differently of it. He's gonna go onto Maverick the last final seconds of the attacker repick phase to then soften up the wall instead and guarantee a good entry point for his team. A smart decision here at the last moment because, again, those Hibana pellets can get tricked and there are 4 impact grenades on the side of XSET. Good read from Dream and OXG.
Yeah, you gotta credit Vertical for that one. He was the one who was in. In there like swimwear.
In there like swimwear.
In there like swimwear. Just as we saw Bolo do in the previous map. You find that there's too many people off-site? Okay, cool. Let's get in. Let's do some damage. Come in
and plant.
So that lab bomb site, we saw so little of it, of course, because of Vertical's success. And the rest of OXG, It's improper for us to just give credit to one. I do want to talk about these opening picks, because OXG have not been able to translate an opening pick to a round success until that previous round, and obviously it was flawlessly done. So the opening pick is not as consequential as all the other 4 that end up happening. But either way, OXG walk in, they get their opening, and then they get just simply beat down in terms of this mid-round. Now, this is where things might get interesting, because XSET have just gotten the first opening pick of this round, and the first opening pick that they have in this matchup. OXG are now going to find themselves at a deficit. The big advantage that they had that kept some of these rounds close, despite them falling short, was the fact they had a numbers advantage. It's gone.
You're right. Dream making work with this wall right now. It's going to take a little bit of time, of course, but I don't think X are going to get too aggressive on the challenge. Diaz does have the impact ready to go if he wants to throw it out. Of course, you can do a bit of damage towards the Maverick here. Oh my god, Dream taking a ton of damage, actually. If this second impact grenade from Yogg hits the mark in a similar fashion, it does not. That could be the end of Dream, at least for this round. Wall should be softened up soon, but Sledge falling early in the round is going to force Vertical to rotate over, likely to use his soft breach, and there it is, to open up that wall. A bit of value lost utility-wise, but the wall is open. That's all that matters.
That's a grenade. 2 grenades, in fact, grabbed by the Magnet. Newer's throwables not accounted for correctly. He's still got some flashes that could have potentially opened up opportunities for more explosives on the side of OXG. It was Dream and Sweater hanging on to those flashbangs. Newer still at the store, biding time, but he has to watch the breach towards the back of Throne as well. XSET very adeptly moving away from these lines of sight. But now it's Vertical engaging over towards the bathroom. He's going to have to watch the Maverick nearby. Can he do anything with it? Final 30 seconds. So still on the hunt, but it's a shotgun from Spirits to end Vertical and give an even bigger advantage to XSET.
That is, I mean, now Dream has to now try and make something work, but it's a hard breach of the team. I mean, this is not an ideal situation, but 15 seconds left. You cannot torch the wall right now, Dream. You need to go towards the bomb side door, otherwise it's just Sweater all alone against 3 members, but he finds 2 of them.
I mean, he's good enough to make it work, but he can't do more than 2. Dream now alone against XSET, and, well, the whole team seemed to be in on that one. Say goodbye. Gomez looked to be credited with the very final kill, and XSET bounces back after suffering a semi-embarrassing loss on that 3rd round.
Yeah. And now, XG, I was going to say, is a tactical timeout that we got to talk about some situations here, because you want to get at least 1 more attacking round on the board before the side swap comes in. 4-2, not the end of the world. 3-3, we can be happy with that, but we got to get there first. So yeah, it is going to be a tactical timeout from them. And going through the comments right now, I feel like strategically, Dream did a good job, as I mentioned, on picking the right hard breacher for the job, but then the opening kill went on to Foxay entering on that lab window, and he was all alone with no real drone support, no one there to trade him, and then it's the Sledge. It's half your grenade value lost as well, so you don't really have any real tools to work the bomb side once that wall gets opened up. Both of Newer's grenades basically got caught by a magnet, so no value was had there either, and it all came down to the trade game, which OXG, they can play the trade game really well. They're doing so round and round and round again, but they need something else to enable them. So I want to see some TK operators. Sweater is showing the Ying. This is what I want to see. Ossa, Ying, something to help them. Munty if they want to. We've seen Vertical play that a couple of times in the past. Something has to change. This could be the one. It's going to be a bombs and defense again from XSET. They're just going through the bomb side motions.
Timeout taken by OXG, by the way. What do you think they are going to try to fix for the team?
It's got to be the operators, right? They gotta force it out. They're running the same similar lineup every single round. Not really playing Thatcher, playing soft breach on Vertical and Sophia. And that's fine if you can make it work, but Theme Park is all about the execution and getting in through the bomb side. Ying is gonna help you so much more. You can smoke off lines of side, Candela, flashbangs, etc. And the thing is, because you haven't brought out this operator lineup before, there's no Warden on the defense. Warden is like the only real counter to the Ying in the scenario, and because they're not expecting it, it's not being brought out. Yogg is showing the Bandit here for Bunks, which is a big thing to note. It changes the entire dynamics of this bomb site, because now we're playing for a passive bomb site Bandit trick. All the walls are reinforced. Bandit can go either north and trick the top yellow walls, he can go south down, he can trick the walls below. C4 comes out because the sound cue is there, and Thatcher is off the table. Yogg once again from XSET finds the opening kill onto OXG.
Just so I'm correct in this, by the way, we are now seeing the same site rotation come out again. As it's this Bunks Daycare bomb site, I don't want you and I getting into any further arguments as to where they are actually playing. You're the one who needs a set of eyes, not me.
We are in agreement.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Glad that we could come to such position. Vertical being down, the Thatcher is gone. We have seen Thatcher's importance fall greatly with the introduction of those secondary EMPs, and even though there are obvious weaknesses to them, smaller radius, not lasting as long as a traditional EMP, Thatcher is not the menace on attack that he was so often, and he's seldom banned at this point and also seldom used for a lot of these teams, but with this lineup that OXG has, clearing out utility, being able to take out the bandit batteries, being able to deal with any laser gates that you might find, any magnets that could be up as well. Those EMPs still provide a huge value.
Not that they do, but even more importantly so is that now you're playing 4 vs 5, and Vertical has been doing most of the entry job for XG. Now instead, someone else has got to step up, and it's most likely going to have to be Newers because Sweater is an execution-based operator. So Newers, it's your time to shine right now, buddy. Otherwise, no one's really going to be able to walk in on this bomb side.
Kino having some difficulties getting that laser gate back up, but XSET just absolutely wiping through them. Sweater drops down, and 2 kills from OXG keep the numbers close, but XSET still have a small advantage. Fox A not too far off of Sweater. They've got some work to be done. Can't find the targets. Diaz in this old reliable position gets the final 2. XSET claim the first half. 4-1, still 1 round remaining for OXG to prove that they can hang.
Oh boy. Now things are getting dire. You call a technical timeout. You have theoretically a good idea on what to do. This happens, right? Yogg preps the C4 in his hands early in the round. Just wait to the sound cue of most likely a sledge he was expecting to walk towards that hatch. Pop the C4 at the right time, but it was a Thatcher. So that breaching charge goes down even slower than a sledgehammer swing, which just further increases the odds of the C4 working out in Defender's favor, and that it did. We might go to a rehost on this lab bomb site, as there is a drone bug being called out in the chat. We'll see there it is. We'll be back in just a second for you. But yeah, we're going to be repeating that same pattern of Armory Bunk Lab, Armory Bunk Lab. So we're not going to see Office at all from the side of XSET. And honestly, that's not really a big surprise because that is the significantly weaker bomb side, at least in most teams' opinion, both looking at the pick rate and, of course, the win rate on that particular side itself. And I mean, Lab worked out so well last time, with the exception is the fact that OG just rushed it and then got the plant down. So I guess you say it didn't work out at all, but there are easy things for XSET to fix to then try and play that round again.
Well, the teams will recoup and get back in here. Would you like to pay them a compliment as how quickly they're able to get back into the lobby?
Well,
you say it every time.
I say it every time, but now it's forced. So now it feels wrong. It feels wrong. I also think if you're XG, you might, I mean, accidentally do it slower to like reset here, right? If someone's like, you know, keyboard's not plugged in, working, admin help, and then, you know, of course, nobody would ever do that. Of course, that'll be rough for the viewers, for us, for everybody else. No, we'll be on the way soon. Players, they are always quick about this nowadays. And the benefit of playing from a LAN event like we are right now from Las Vegas where the players are, is that if someone is like slacking, or like someone has to pee or something, well, you can quite literally go to your teammate's PC, get in the server for them, and then that's that, right? There really is no excuse to be late or to not be here. Whereas if you play from home, you know, you can just kind of leave your office desk and go do something else for a moment and then be like, oh, wait, I got a product game to play.
You're speaking from experience here.
Oh, it's been done before. Of course it has. I mean, we all know that sometimes a tech issue comes around. You've had to pee the last 4 rounds, but you didn't want to, like, you can't just call a timeout for pee. Like, that's not a thing, right?
Please stop saying pee on broadcast. You're not allowed to say pee on live television.
That is so false.
You just say, yeah, you have to go to the bathroom.
But
you have to go to the restroom.
Okay. If you have to go to the restroom or the washroom, you can't just call for a timeout. But if a timeout or tech pauses happens, that's a perfect opportunity.
That's why you play with a catheter.
That is not a thing. It's you know, I don't know if I can say that actually. Normally it's a water bottle. Water bottle. Tactical water bottle. It's one of those. You know, you always have to nearby. Easy to use. Boom, boom. Don't gotta stand up. Good to go.
That's obscene.
Yeah.
Duty calls.
Duty calls.
Either way, last bit of touch-ups being done to this lobby. OXG, we thought, coming into this matchup, would be able to bounce back against XSET. They have not had the results which they want, and certainly we know that they are capable of before. I understand that there are certain members of Oxygen who might be very upset with the insistence that we have and my colleagues have about talking about their roster move. But prior to dropping Laxing, this was a team that would consistently finish domestically in the top 4 and usually would be good enough to finish in the top 8, if not higher, of international events. There is no doubting Sweater's capabilities as a player. He is a very highly touted individual who, prior to turning 18, was talked about so frequently in regards to getting picked up. And there he has at least a sliver of him.
A part of him, yeah.
But clearly, dropping Laxing has had some profound ripple effects on this team because they have just looked so beside themselves in comparison to where they were 3 months ago.
I do agree. And again, some teams, like let's say when OXG plays against like Soniqs, for example, you can always argue that, well, Soniqs, they have a new roster, they got new players, it's a different, different circumstance, different metagame, etc. But now we see OXG play against teams like XSET, who haven't changed at all from last stage, and it's like there's the same kind of problems from the side of OXG. And I think, Super in the desk, they spoke about how think a change has happened, and Newers is no longer that kind of take over kind of level player right now without the Finka situation. At least he isn't right now, regardless of if it's Finka or not. So we can point in many directions to what we might think the issues are, but boiling it down to like the core concepts here, it simply comes down to OXG not really executing correctly, right? As first on a theme park, getting impact tricked on both exothermic charges, slight oversight, OXG themselves banned the ace. Already been flipped, I believe, between the two teams because OXG was the one to ban the ace back in the day. And then they brought the Thermite, they got punished. Next round, they're like, oh, maybe Hibana. Okay, last second, they changed the Maverick. Good read, OXG, but it takes them a full round loss to really make that conclusion. They didn't seem to be overly prepared for the issues that might occur with that ace ban that they put out. They are back on Thermite now, but it's a different bomb site. It's a lap downstairs. Last time they rushed it, thought the site went bathroom window. It was a successful, flawless round and plant and entry kill, so everything went their favor. See if they can do it again. Gomez aggressively on this bandit, might go for a peek here or jump out on the window, and might just look for a 1-for-1 trade.
Well, here's one on Repel. Might lose his window of opportunity if the drone comes in. Patiently waiting. It's almost like he's asking for permission, and there's the jump out to take out Newers, and right back in he goes. Vertical was on Repel next to him, but was on drone at the same time. Gomez will ignore the EE1D and continue to run. His position given away as he hightails it towards the bathroom, but ultimately the damage is done.
Yep, and the fact that he gets out live, not getting traded back, that's going to be a telltale, because that right there was like all 5 members of OXG on the same side of the map, and no one could respond back. Not really covering the crosses. The drone also missed him, went towards that bathroom area instead. Only one drone was really used there. The feet of Bandit Gomez gets spotted out, but he's going to run away and survive. Now the exothermic charge can go out instead. Putting on the far left of the wall, he's going to break both the side wall itself, or not the side wall, the wall towards the bunk beds itself, and of course the prep room next to it. So you get this kind of funky double breach situation going on that you can utilize with the Thermite, because the explosive radius is a little bit bigger than other gadgets. Second one to get open up is, of course, going to be top yellow. So we're trying to clear out the roamers here from XSET. Yogg is last man roaming, I believe, on the top arcade stairs, but even he is going to fall back as well. So we're playing down the clock right now for XSET. OXG, well, they got to start making that verticality happen, but the thing is, Newers died earlier in the round, so the only soft breach they have is verticals, Sophia, lifeline charges, and that's not going to cover enough ground for verticality reasons, the bomb side, to grant them much vision.
XSET are still spread out well off the bomb site too, and there's a nitro cell that could have easily taken out the Maverick, but is pulled way too late by Yaga. Either way, Foxay can get away with his life still intact over towards arcade stairs and assessing what might be below him. OXG have a good foothold on that second floor, but it's not quite so easy. They've got 30 seconds to align the remaining 4 players on their team towards the bomb site and do some serious work. Gomez is the first target for them to equalize back into a 4v4, but they haven't been able to get the remainder of him after doing some serious damage. He persists. And that's 10 seconds now, it's been burned. But Yaga's down for the count, finished off by Foxay. Goyo canisters exploded. That'll buy them more time. DS fires back. It's on to Fox. A Dream is down as well. They both join Newers in the afterlife. Sweater and Vertical in a 2v4. Make that just Sweater, but Spirits with both the primary and the sidearm puts the punctuation mark on the end of this first half. XSET storming through OXG 5-1.
Yep, it's looking almost a little bit too easy in some of these rounds, I have to say. But now we are going to get that side swap, which hopefully is going to bring some life back to OXG, because defense is usually the comfortable position for most teams on this map of Theme Park. And you can get aggressive if you want to, you can play passive if you want to, and I think XSET did a good job of using both of those different kind of avenues, because on the first bonk defense that XSET did, they were playing this really aggressive triple deployable shield extended strat. Second time, 3 rounds later on bunks, they were playing this super passive 5 people on the bomb side bandit tricking strat. They got that C4 opening kill. That really made the round difficult for OXG. Now OXG on their defensive half have to show us those both aspects as well, because you do have to play that dance between playing really aggressive, shutting down entries, and then playing really passive, understanding that Armory bomb site, for example, is really easy to hold if you enable the crossfires. XSET on the very opening round is showing us both the Doka AP and the Ying, and the Heartbreacher of choice is going to be Hibana. So again, they have options available. Diaz is also bringing secondary Heartbreach utility in the can opener in case you need a second set of breaches. This means that either if Hibana or Ying dies, you got a backup piece, and you can get multiple walls and or the hatch if you get full map control. OXG, of course, they're matching a Roam, the Vigil, the Melusi, and the Alibi.
Both teams favoring this jump out window next to Cash at the top of Dragon Stairs. Fox A playing off of it, window prepped and ready. Doesn't give a visual indicator though to his opponents. He's lost the protection of the hatch inside of security. Don't know exactly what he wants to do with it. A Twitch drone will take out the default cam that was giving him some cover down below in Dragon. So Fox A is really on an island here. Gets droned out, has to watch the window, has to watch the hatch. Maybe not on an island as much as we thought, because he's not the sole survivor. Newers is not too far away, playing just by Cash and Bathroom. First logic bomb goes off, maybe to deny some attempts at retreating, and now a window opened up, so Yaga can repel on in. Both players from OXG that were in the proximity of these attackers, well, they fight back. Newers getting the very first pick on the Spirits. I'll start things off with a minute 40 still on the clock.
XSET taking all the time they think that they need for this execute to come through on top of the roamers, but right now it's kind of slipping away because OXG have a good read on the situation. They're falling back room by room, drone after drone, and look at this, Gomez are chasing ghosts. He's right behind them, but far enough away to the point where he can't quite catch them. And now OXG doing a good job with that. Again, early aggression, getting advantage, understanding their position in the map, now falling back to set up that crossfire. Sweater is still on the Roman Vigil. That makes sense. The gadget will shroud him from drones and information. He can stay alive for a bit longer, and with only a minute to go, Sweater's position will add a lot of pressure on towards XSET when they go for that execute.
Yeah, it seems like this is an excellent roam from OXG up to this point. Obviously, things can still go awry and fall apart, but it's been pretty much picture perfect for them. That's clock management from XSET that is quite lacking. Gotta get a couple picks early on, and XSET are on the hunt at the moment. Oh, Sweater could have maybe gotten one, but he fires away, losing a lot of that coverage from above. It's Gomez in hot pursuit. Sweater still just swinging through Bathroom and can capitalize on the Kino. Diffuser's down. Can Sweater do more with it? We know how good of a shot he is, and he proves it right now with 2 quick picks. A third, maybe. Gomez in tow, but Gomez wins that duel. All the while, the clock working against XSET. They find themselves in quite a big hole. Gomez and Yaga against 4 players from OXG. 2.5 minutes, just a little bit more than that, used, and all they've found is a single kill. OXG in one of the most defender-sided bomb sites that we've seen in this game. And it's going to be real tough for XSET to make anything work. Yaga, he can't do anything with the clock. That's it for that round. OXG takes their very first defense.
Much better coordination there. Like, once they have the, their freedom, I guess, to roam around the map, they do a good job at that. It is, of course, as you mentioned, Parker, a difficult task to roam clear Theme Park Armory, it is one of the most defender-sided bomb sites in all maps throughout the game. But the thing is, once you win that bomb site, it's going to be locked to the following 2 rounds. So now, you got to find success elsewhere as well. Bunk Daycare, second choice for both teams so far. Early start, of course, the attackers, they can still re-peek around their operators, but Spirit showing the Ossa and Diaz showing the Flores. There's a clear indication that XSET has a good plan for every single attack they're going through, as they're hovering these operators immediately, rather than changing their minds throughout the prep phase. Of course, it can still change. OHG, they're opting for what looks to be a passive approach, but they are actually making that rotation right now towards the China area of the map between bunks. So it could be in a similar fashion to what XSET did, where you start early with the extension, you put down the shield, and if you're able to, you can spare 1 reinforcement and reinforce this bomb site wall mid-round to then enable the bandit tricking after that fact. Other option that you have, bandit can pre-place his bandit charges if you want to, then play more loose on the roam as a free gun in C4, and play on that aggressive side instead. Have to see which one Sweater opts for. Right now he's looking around the map, looking for drones. Looking for information. Kino, Spirit, Yogg, and Gomez, all 4 members here are going to be on the cafe side, or sorry, the server bulk side of things, with 1 member on the cafe side, I presume. C4.
Opens
Misses.
the hatch. So nicely for them, by the way, to do that. An excellent hand up. Either who.
Both teams doing the same thing, kind of.
It's a very similar style of defense. These teams love playing top of Dragon Stairs. Every single team we've seen in North America play Theme Park will stick somebody in the spot that Foxay is in. Maybe extend outwards to Cash, as OXG has done. Newer's shoulder to shoulder with Foxay, and then after about a minute is done, they decide to sound the alarm bells and retreat. I am very interested to see how this Ossa is going to play for XSETs, because already we are seeing Spirit start to take up ground quite aggressively. And he knows that there's 2 players from OXG that could potentially do battle with him. There are no explosives to take care of the shield whatsoever, so no impacts, no nitro cell. Spirits is going to get a lot of value out of this gadget.
Yeah, of course. He could get shut down if he's playing too far alone, too far pushed up. And I mean, he takes a bit of damage here, but he stays alive for now. Member behind him throws out a grenade, so Crossfire is there to be held. Ossa getting so much information, but he can't just push through this doorway. He's down to 1 single HP.
Oh, down goes Sweater to Yogg. I was going to say, the Ossa is the one who shouldn't be in the first gunfight. It should be somebody supporting. Spirits exists on a single point of HP. That's it. Another nade goes in, but it's missed its target. Foxay should be able to get out of the precarious position he finds himself in, but maybe the call's been made fight to the death. Maybe, maybe not. All the while, by the way, Newers is not too far off. A smoke grenade gets tossed out to cut off line of sight. Now it's Spirits to jump up into the engagement. Foxay somehow gets away from it. This is a good retreat from OXG, but they haven't completely given up all the ground because Newers is still inside a vault, and he makes Gomez pay. Spirits is still on such low HP, but the retreat from Newers is not successful. Kino manages to outduel him, and then another follow-up from Spirits. XSET in excellent position to move themselves to match point.
That they are right now, but with Spirits being 1 HP, I mean, he could just tap this wall by the Bandit Battery, but no, it's Smoking, he comes out instead. Does not kill him with Dream Dust instead with the SMG-11.
I think he knew that he was going to go down there, so might as well take the engagement, put the shield away. XSET still with the upper hand, but the clock is the bigger issue at the moment. That's what we've seen from both of these teams, as clock management has not been ideal, and a lot of credit goes to those defenders. Yaga swatted away, but it's a trade. All trades benefit XSET to this point. Can Dream clutch out? He sees one onto Diaz! Kino was on the diffuser, but he has to take the engagement instead, and he wins it against Dream! Unbelievable stuff from Kino, and XSET moves to match point.
With the pistol as well, sprinting in towards the hallway with no real information to work off. I was thinking that's not a situation that's going to go well against the SMG-11 Master of Dream, but somehow Kino, he wins the gunfight. Dream, a little bit shook there in that gunfight. I think I saw a bit of a shake towards the ceiling. Maybe we get a replay of that either way. Nice shot from Spirits as well to open up that round and entry. Good follow-up across the board. Dream had a huge round there, but with the SMG-11, you're limited on ammunition, and that sometimes can be your downfall. We don't get a replay of the shake, but I swear it was there. Capcan Trap, Frost Trap to follow up here on the lap bomb side. Rotations are being mirrored from these teams. Armory, Bunk, Lap. Well, Armory, Bunk, and Lap as well. It was a really good beginning of a round for OXG, but then it kind of fell apart. Newer's hiding in Vault was a great addition as well to kind of play that Joker card throughout the midst of it, creating chaos. But during the Vault rotation back towards safety on the bomb side, he got shut down mid-animation. Walls were not reinforced mid-round. There were 2 spare reinforcements available to OXG, but they weren't comfortable reinforcing them, thinking that they might get shut down if they try. So the openings were there for XSET instead. Spawn pick here from Newers, a classic one at that actually. This is something that he does very commonly both in ranked and of course in pro play. If you've watched OXG play this map before, he's aiming at the default cam, I guess to get an idea of either the drone being tossed out or just if it got shot or not. But there was a drone flying across his screen, he thinks better of it, doesn't go for the run out. Gomez has the info and covers the run out in case it would happen.
We put a lot of faith in Oxygen bouncing back, but it seems like their dreams of the major could be dead within the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And again, not statistically, they would still be in the running in terms of points, but based on the way that they've been playing and not even pushing into overtime here, giving up all 3 points to XSET, you're in a really, really rough spot. OXG have just simply not been living up to that name, and it is, I'm sure for their fans, is quite frustrating. There's issues that need to be resolved whenever a roster change comes in, and every single team that's had a roster change will tell you that there's usually that period where you have to adjust. I don't know what adjustments OXG needs to make. I don't know what adjustments they've made. I don't play on the team, but clearly they're not performing up to their own standards. XSET, all the while, seem to have found their footing. Again, this is a match between 2 perennial top 4 teams, and yet it wouldn't seem like it based on the standings.
No, not as close as we thought it was going to be, at least. And now XSET doing a good job with this roam clear. Only found 1 kill. Well, they find the second one as well. Wall got opened up earlier on. Candela went out with a smoke grenade as well to enable the entry point towards this upstairs area of Bong's bedroom. Newers, he's looking to get aggressive in this 3v5, supporting Foxy on the roam bottom arcade. They got that bulletproof camera, they got information, but Foxy, he has to go huge in this position.
Well, this is just XSET just absolutely killing OXG. And Foxy in a very inventive spot. Suddenly he and Dream have kept this close. Fox can follow up even more. He can't outduel Yaga. It's a team effort. And Spirits flicks onto both of them to give XSET the win. 3 huge points and a very quick match as they rep the set in style. 7-2 for XSET. OXG, well, another disappointing performance.
Yeah, that means they're now going to be on 0-4 to start off stage 3. XSET yesterday, they played Soniqs on Clubhouse and they actually lost 2-7 themselves. But then today, they turned things around and they showed up in big fashion. Of course, they had the benefit of starting on the defensive side, but I will say, even on their theme park attacks, they looked more confident than that of OXG. Their operator lineup choices I was a big fan of, whether it's the Flores, the Ying, the Osa. They had these clear indicators of what operators they needed to work their way through the map, whereas OXG was just kind of scrambling to find something. XSET didn't give it to them.
Well, we've got only one more match left for you today. It's going to be a banger. Mirage, the team that has surprised us time and time again, will be set to square off against SSG in our very final matchup of the day. Sit tight, because you know it's going to be a good one. We got a break ready for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Doe, your host here with Jesse Jacob and Super. And over in Vegas, we have Kino waiting to chat with us a little bit about XSET's victory over Oxygen. Kino, thanks for joining us. So does the win over Oxygen feel like a return to form for XSET? Is XSET back?
I hope so. I really hope so. I think our game against Soniqs yesterday, we just weren't playing. We just weren't there. You know, the energy wasn't there. We weren't yelling. That's not really something we usually do. We're always like really loud and stuff. So we tried bringing that back for today's game, and it really worked out.
It definitely sounded like you were loud. After that 1v1 pistol clutch, I saw you jumping up and screaming across the stage. Obviously, censor yourself if it's not something that you can say back on broadcast. But what was at least the gist of what you were trying to get across the enemy team after a moment like that?
I just wanted to keep the energy high. You know, after a clutch like that, 1v1 against Dream, I told them they needed me. Yeah. That's all I have to say.
Heck, you know, playing against OXG, who, you know, you used to be a member of, they've been one of the top teams for a while. What it feel like is when you're playing against them? Is it just feel like they're off? Is it just, are you guys so good? What's going on? Because that was a breeze for you guys.
I think we played way better today, but I don't think that's the OXG we know. I think there's something wrong with the roles or something they're not doing correct, but hopefully they bounce back for next stage or even this stage if they can still make it. I'm not sure how the points are right now.
So you've obviously had 2 straight stages of being 4th place to end the stage, then go to the major. But that obviously is indicative of sometimes when you play in the NAL, something doesn't click nearly as well as it does when you're playing internationally. So now you're 2-2, you're back in 4th place for right now, so this is kind of normal. Is there something that you think you can do to kind of get up to a higher level to a point where you're not always around that 3rd, 4th place category? Is does anything specifically come to mind?
Not specifically, no. I just think we've got to keep the energy high, have some fun, you know, and win our games. Win your ones, you win your games.
Fair enough. Yeah, it makes sense. Keep the energy high, keep the positive emotions flowing, get the win for sure. Thanks for joining us today. Congrats on the win. Just a moment to go. Good luck with the practice going into next week.
Thank you.
All right, Kino from XSET helping his team get the win 7-2 over Oxygen, the most one-sided match we have seen today. And, you know, a lot of people predicted Oxygen. There were reasons to do so, but going forward, it seems like XSET has kind of returned to form, whereas Oxygen, the problems abound. This swap from Laxing to Sweater just is not working.
Yeah, I think XSET still very much feel like a team that we are expecting to make it to the major. They're about middle of the table now, I do believe. Now they are a top 4 spot, just technically on round diff. So,
right.
You know, I think that they are still in contention for that to make it all the way. They've been there so consistently. Auction have been there consistently as well. But as we've said, you know, the roles maybe not fitting, something not clicking on that roster, as Kino mentioned as well. It sucks not just to see them lose, but to see them lose back-to-back weeks on their best map, 7-2 in this one. It's just heartbreaking.
I think we're also seeing an XSET team that you're calling it back to form, but the thing that we had a massive criticism of was their defenses, and then that was the thing that I firmly believe today after a 5-1, they're going to get back up into at minimum top 3 when it comes to overall defensive statistics, and that was the thing that it felt like was always their bread and butter when we've always been like their attacks are something they have to improve on, and then they did for Berlin, and then they came into this stage, attacks still seemed kind of decent, but defenses lacked, especially in that Soniqs game. This should help propel them back up because that's the beauty of having a small sample size and winning 5 straight rounds on one half.
Yeah, I mean, even in this game, Sweater's the top frag, and it just still seems like there's something completely off. I mentioned it a little bit before the broadcast. Newer's on attack has kind of been, in my opinion, certainly nowhere near as effective as he was last stage. He was somehow 2 and 4 on attack when they were down like 1-5. It's just something's off. Even with Sweater being the top frag on the team, they're still just getting smoked out of the server. So I don't know if the vibes are bad because they're struggling, if they really need to just rework the roles. But I mean, I feel like I'm watching Mirage of last stage play when we watch OXG, and that is, they have way too many good players for that to be the case.
Yeah, that's the thing. Definitely a lot of talent on that squad, but just for whatever reason, unable to bring it out here in stage number 3. Let's take a look at one replay in particular. We mentioned a little bit in the interview, but this was Kino kind of being a star, being clutch when the team needed him. Because you know what? Dream is dangerous. So let's take a look at round number 8.
I think Dream's like definitely in the advantage in this situation because obviously he is on defense, at times getting quite low, and he wants to be able to clutch things up. And Dream's an extremely clutch player, right? SMG-11, one of his favorite guns to try to use here on the D. So he gets into a position where he's back against the wall a little bit. Vertical here to help him out, but Vertical goes down pretty quickly. It ends up being there a 1v3, takes down Yogg immediately. It's a beauty shot onto DS, but then unfortunately can't find this last pickup.
I was really thinking that all he needed to do was scamper right back into the doorway through yellow, and he has all the cover in the world that he needs, and then Kino just kind of shows up there. We were watching it on the top-down view in the back, and we were wondering, okay, so is Dream out in the open? Does he even have any cover? Turns out the answer is basically no, and to see that he basically like comes back and tries to swing onto it again after the initial engagement is like, of all the places to go in a clutch, does that mean he doesn't have confidence to go back through yellow? Is there somebody on the balcony that's about to swing? Like, what exactly is the information, like Dream's being fed?
Yeah.
It's good for Kino, but it still feels like that was winnable for Dream until the last second, right?
Totally. I mean, if anyone can get that done, it's going to be Dream. We've seen him clutch out in those situations multiple times throughout the stages, but, you know, Kino just had his number that time.
Yeah, it just looks like a lack of information. If you notice, he killed one player, turned around like he thought the Kino was turning behind him.
Yeah.
Then he tries to flick back around. It's just too late. OXG not running enough intel maybe on that site. Just kind of got himself stuck in a bad position, standing in the middle of the hallway, and, you know, Kino made a big play with his pistol.
Felt like they often like either didn't have the right intel or didn't have the right utility. Like even on attack, it felt like so many rounds they just couldn't get an advantage in. There was a round there where we saw, you know, Newers constantly chucking like 2 frag grenades into magnets back to back while they still had 4 flashes in the pocket. So like using that utility, whether it's drones or throwables, really didn't feel like it was able to get things going for auction. Would have been nice to see them having a couple more advantages in some of those rounds.
It's like when one thing goes bad, it's just like everything's spiraling, even your 1v1s.
Yep.
Yeah, it does feel like an avalanche of issues for Oxygen. We'll see if they can maybe bring it back next week. For now, though, we're going to take a break as we look ahead to our final match of the day. This one's going to be exciting. It's going to be Spacestation Gaming taking on Mirage. Mirage certainly on a hot streak right now, but Spacestation looking extremely scary as well. We'll see who wins the last match of the week when we come back in just a moment here on NAL. We are back one more time here at the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk to get ready for our final match of the day. Your host, Doe, here, along with Caliber Jacob, Jesse J. Chick, and our special guest, Super, the GM of the Soniqs organization. And we got Mirage versus Spacestation Gaming. And I'm not saying this wrong when I say Mirage is ahead in the standings over Spacestation Gaming. That's right. 2 wins in regulation, just 1 loss for Mirage. Meanwhile, Spacestation, 2 wins for them as well. One of them, though, in overtime. So, Mirage with the upper hand coming into this one, and they have looked hot lately.
Yeah, potentially the favorites. Back-to-back wins coming in from Playday's number 2 and 3. Of course, they've only played 1 map thus far this stage.
True.
Presumably, just like what we said with Parabellum, that will change up today, and we'll see things go to a new map, and we'll see how Mirage look on a different battlefield. But so far, you can't help but be very proud of this team. Obviously, bottom of the league throughout the first 2 stages, but now looking better than ever.
We had an inkling that this Mirage squad was already going to get an upgrade with the 2 guys that they were bringing into the team, but we didn't think it was going to be second best out of the 4 teams that actually brought 2 rookies into this season. Obviously, TSM are sitting at number 1 because they're at the top of the leaderboards at the moment, but right now it's Mirage, then it's Parabellum, and then obviously Beastcoast at the bottom, but Mirage is still at middle of the pack with potential to still end this week in the top 4 if this game against SSG goes well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they could end the end of week 2 with 3 wins, which is huge. I mean, I believe that's, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's more wins than they've got any other stage this year so far.
Combined in one?
That definitely seems right.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, exactly. But the rise has been pretty meteoric, hasn't it, Super, for this Mirage squad? I mean, the new additions coming in, working great. Benji Mula is on fire. We saw Kento get MVP yesterday. What do you think of this squad now?
Yeah, I think everybody, at least I know pro community-wise, thought that they upgraded their team in terms of talent.
Totally.
But, you know, the surprise to me is like Benji right now, he's got a 1.2 rating. He's plus 11. You know, no player on Mirage right now is negative at all. They are all performing statistically. They just look really solid, and kind of what Dexter mentioned yesterday, more of like going the XSET style of it's like a friendship team. People are playing, having fun. And maybe that's all been needed all along, because this is the best we've ever seen him play. He's literally one of the best players in the league right now statistically. And if he can keep this up, then Mirage in like a major contention is a reality, as surprising as that is to say.
Yeah, Benji Mula's having a fantastic time. I think another person who's really stepped up his game this stage so far has been Melted. You know, he's a guy that I think last stage people did criticize a lot, and we talked about how he did start off with COVID, right? He had to play from home. He played, you know, in some pretty tough circumstances. Obviously, had to miss a couple games as well. But he has been so good coming back into the stage. The number I want to highlight here, cost 81%. Wow. Top of the league right now, and he's doing it on Zofia and Oryx as his primary operators to come through. Usually top costs are like hard support players who survive a lot of rounds, right? When they're not surviving, they're at least getting like a kill or getting the plant down. He's doing it on some very aggressive roles, and so from him to go to the 3rd worst non-coach player last stage, non-substitute player when it comes to cost, to now top of the league has been fantastic from him. Really loving the improvements that we see from him, and it's nice that, right, the team's believing in him after having such a rough stage, and the org is believing in him, and he's been able to actually provide those results and bounce back.
Yeah, you know, when I was chatting with him in Vegas a couple weeks ago, he was saying that one of the things he was really disappointed about was that he felt like he wasn't really able to play at his best, especially in stage number 2 with being sick for a long time. You know, he was saying again, like, I was playing some games I probably should have been playing, I should have been resting, I should have been recovering. And so he really was very motivated to come into stage 3 and kind of show a much better performance, and we've seen that so far, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, the talent's always been there with somebody like him, and I do question how much of this comes down to Nyx not being an active player on the team and moving back into a coach position. It still feels like a lot of the things that Mirage were strong on exist in this stage, because if there was anything we could call them decent at in stages past, it was their defensive rating, and it's only continued to get better with how explosive they've opted to play it. They've met very aggressive teams midway. Melted's been one of the guys who's been doing that, and I wonder how much of it is, yes, he's playing and he's not sick, but he's also having more confidence of 2 new guys and what seems to be an extension of an existing system with new blood. all at the exact same time, and I'm wondering how much of that really all factors in to give Mel like this big confidence boost he's got so far.
Yeah, I'm sure it all adds up for sure. They're going to need it because on the other side of the arena are Space Station Gaming, a team that did make a little change between Stage 2 and Stage 3.
Little?
Well, I mean, it's okay. It's a pretty big change. They dropped Skies, they picked up Yeti.
That's the biggest guy in the league.
That's true. In terms of, muscles, it's definitely the biggest move in the league for sure because they got Yeti coming in, right? And he's made a big difference. They said they wanted to change things up vibe-wise. They said they wanted a more kind of positive personality for the team overall. Yeti absolutely brings that. But you know what?
Of it.
They're also getting some results out of this too.
It's been good to see Space Station, at least having a little bit of success. Of course, 2 wins so far with their start of the stage. I really do think that this roster move has worked out well for them. People were kind of like critical of it to start things off, right? I mean, Yeti coming into this roster, people didn't really know if it was going to be a big upgrade over Skies, but I think the roles that he's been able to fit in with, the way that he's been able to make the rest of the team kind of play roles that they're a little bit more comfortable with has been fantastic. I think when you talk about players on this team that have been kind of pop-off players, everybody on the desk's favorite player, I think Bosco has been a great standout performer for them so far. I thought that even back last week, he was doing a good job kind of wasting some time, and then yesterday, of course, crushed Asian's dreams, going 11-4, MVP of that match that we saw from him play. So, yeah, nice to see some of the other players on this team as well kind of stepping up with this roster move. Feels like they're all feeling very comfortable.
Yeah, I'd say the only real damper on this party might just be that Rampy is bottom rated on the team currently, but I would call that probably not the biggest concern ever because Yeti is highest rated. Hot and Cold and Fultz are still putting up numbers that are very close to 30 kills apiece, and even Bosco had a phenomenal game on Border when they crushed Parabellum's hopes of a 3-game win streak on that map. So the fact that Rampy on a vertical position isn't able to be nearly as fluid or as powerful firepower-wise as he might typically be, I still think SSG are doing a phenomenal job of fitting the roles into everyone's collective strengths. We knew Fultz on entry was going to be the thing that he was best at. We knew Hot and Cold, Flex Frag was the way. We knew Yeti was best on flank. And even though Flank Watch is beginning to fade into the ether, so to speak, in terms of flex roles in North America especially, it's good to still see it working. Even though people had criticized the Yeti move before this stage started, I still thought this was the best thing they possibly could have done for this team.
Yeah, interesting thing to note, kind of how I mentioned on Mirage, nobody on their team is negative. On SSG, only Hot and Cold is positive. But it doesn't seem to matter because they still seem to be playing better as more of like a team effort. And yeah, you go look at Skies, and like you said, a lot of people maybe said, well, we don't really understand bringing in Yeti for Skies. Skies is technically a much better statistical performer. Well, guess what? This is Rainbow Six Siege. Your individual statistics don't matter as much as your team play, how you're, working with the team. And it seems like for whatever reason, Xander is definitely working with SSG better than Skies seem to be.
Absolutely, yeah. So the stats sometimes don't reflect what a player brings to a team. And I feel like you're speaking from experience a little bit on that one there.
I was a great statistical player, as everybody knows.
Of course. Well, I mean, Space Station Gaming, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see because I do feel they are going to need to dig deep a little bit to win this one, but the bans are in, so let's see what map we're going to.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a way SSG allow Theme Park Part 4 for Mirage. We didn't see that when Parabellum tried to almost had Border 4 times in a row. But in this case, I do think Mirage have 2 maps that SSG themselves are practically permabans in both Theme Park and Villa, so I expect both of them to be gone here. There is the Theme Park ban, and the Villa one was already taken off the board earlier. So these last 3, I think, are definitely surprising considering Chalet is still on the board and Mirage have never played it before.
Yeah, Cafe, Chalet, Skyscraper. Presumably Skyscraper going to be a pretty quick ban from Space Station, and then Mirage have to choose between 2 maps that they genuinely do not play. Cafe, I think 1 play ever, and if you go back and look at that series, it didn't look like they were expecting to play on that map. So we'll see what the actual order is through here. It is the Sky ban into Cafe, and there is Chalet, as you said it. This is a map that Mirage, as an organization, since joining Rainbow Six back in 2020 in the Canada Division, have never won ever. Technically a 4-game losing streak because they lost it 4 times last year under a completely different roster, but even then the org never winning it at all. SSG actually also on a 4-game losing streak. That goes back to SI, but they've at least won it in their history, so that's something.
They've played it twice this year with a roster that, at the very least, is 4/5 what it currently is.
Yeah.
Whereas Mirage on this map,
just Benji.
Complete mystery. Just Benji, come on.
We know what Benji looks like on this map.
True, from the days when he played with Flynn and Zilchi, like way back in the day.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, the past returns. We'll see who finally gets the win on Chalet, but we got to find out what our predictions are going into this final match of the week. First, Pengu and Intero have something to say to us prediction-wise. How tough is this one to call, really?
Today's been hard in general.
Yeah, I think this one is a pretty tough one to call, to be frank.
I would almost go as far as to say that this might be a potential best game of the day.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because Mirage SSG, which stage 1 and stage 2, that would be unheard of.
Well, to be fair, we haven't had a lot of good games today. They've all been absolute blowouts. They've been good games. I mean, in terms of competitive.
We haven't had good games.
One good overtime. Competitive.
Okay.
They haven't been as competitive as they could be. We've seen a lot of lopsided matchups. When I say good, I mean is this going to go the bitter distance?
It's hard to please in Taro. I think that's what we're getting.
The closest match that we saw was the Astralis
Beastcoast,
and that I would not classify that as a good match.
Well, as far as this one goes, who's going to take it?
Team each.
I honestly I want to go with Mirage.
Okay.
But I'll go with Spacestation because
Okay.
you want to go with Mirage.
Okay.
I'll be nice. I will bequeath to you.
I'm kind of on the Mirage hype train right now because I like what they're doing. Obviously, I feel like SSG have been ramping up Playday by Playday, and I feel like they're gonna be. I want to say OT.
Okay.
But I'm gonna go Mirage. You're gonna go SSG.
Yeah, I'm gonna say SSG.
Okay.
All right, there you go. 1-1. They just can't agree. Apparently, they have to pick different things. This is pretty common, I've noticed. Aside from when they're picking wrong like last one. But anyway, we'll move on. We'll catch up with the two of you when the map begins. Now we'll send it over to our analysts. So we got 1-1 so far. Jesse, what's it going to be?
Listen, I'm thinking both these teams are kind of playing maps that they haven't really shown a lot. SSG a couple of plays this year, but really I feel like this is kind of a new showing for both these squads. And when I think back to this stage so far, SSG, they kind of showed off Skyscraper initially as a new map for them. Didn't really go their way. When you take a look at Mirage, though, they do seem to be kind of revamping things. I've been talking about Mohesi and how he's been able to revamp a lot of their strats. So for a new map, I'm thinking exciting for a Mirage. Let's see how they do here with their new strats on a map that they have not played in a full year.
All right, confidence in Mirage, Super. Do you share in that confidence?
I'm actually interested to see what Mirage do here because, like Jesse said, this is just a map that they have not played the entire year.
Right.
But I do know that Yeti is on Space Station, and Yeti comes from the Sonic School of Chalet. So I feel like he's probably helped them out a little bit and maybe some of the areas he thought they were lacking on this map. And so, strictly because of Yeti's presence on SSG, I shall pick SSG.
All right, so if SSG wins, it's kind of a win for you too, huh?
They're like, we like to spread our players around. Eventually, everyone will be part of the Sonics.
I see, yes. And then you shall be Emperor of North America. There you go. Don't look at me. Look at Jacob. He's got a pick next.
Yeah, I was going to say, I still have a pick left. Yeah, bring it here. No, I also think SSG, I think part of it is the recency bias of knowing they've tried Chalet a couple of times this year, even if it didn't work. And I do think it's not Yeti's presence. It's just going to be Yeti on their own because when he did that for the Sonics, it was dynamic. It felt like it was absolutely unexpected. What, you played DarkZero on it and slammed him because Yeti was in spots where they didn't expect
We
him to
beat
be?
TSM with our coach playing on that.
That was the other one.
True.
That's true.
That did happen.
So I'll stick the SSG pick here. I am intrigued by Mirage finally adding this map to their tally this year, but I think it's going to be more of an exploration and discovery game. For SSG, this probably can duplicate some of the behavior that they had from their border win yesterday, just because the maps have a slightly similar play style. But yeah, I'll give it to the Astronauts.
I'm excited about this spread, okay? This is the start of my comeback. Pengu's my ride or die. Let's get this percentage up. It's good.
All right,
good.
I think it's important to note too that if Super is correct, he's going to have like the highest percentage correct of any guess we've had.
Ooh, that's not surprising, honestly.
Pretty sure.
I'll say he isn't competing with us. He's competing against Joe and Tommy when they were here last day.
That's true. Let's see what the
Not a
coin
competition,
says.
really.
Ooh. You hear that, Joe? Mirage will be heads. Space Station will be tails. Oh, it's tails. Space Station Gaming is the choice of the 1884 silver dollar. There you go. It's,
but the fan
still
vote's
okay.
most intriguing to me. Like, what do the public think?
What do the fans say? Are the fans going to get behind Mirage? 63% say SSG, actually. All right. Only Pengu and Jesse going for Mirage. Now, we did have a 5-2 split last time as well that went in the favor of the two. We'll see what happens this time around. Will it be Mirage? Will it be Space Station Gaming? Let's check our fan vote for now, our fan poll, to see what the question is going to be for our final match of Week 2 of Stage 3. Who will win more engagements, Dexter or Yeti?
Dexter. I don't know.
Who's going to have a higher KD?
Depends on your definition of engagement. That's what I would say.
I think Yeti. Yeti runs Chalet. They're playing Chalet. This is a old Sonic staple. Yeti comes from the Sonics. Yeti clears.
All right, Yeti confidence from Super. We'll see what the fans have to say later. Until then, quick break, and when we come back, the final map begins. Mirage versus Space Station. Who takes it? Find out right after this.
Space Station, and these teams are in spots that you wouldn't necessarily think them to be in after 2 stages of Mirage being at the very bottom of North America. They're actually in a major spot right now. Shocking.
Yeah, shocking indeed, but they deserved it. They've earned it. And wow, Mirage they actually could make the major. Yeah.
They absolutely could. Adding both Mohesi and Dexter to the already existing squad of Benji and Melted, and then even Kento, who himself is a relatively new addition to the team, seemingly giving them new life. Give them new lifeblood, if you want to say that. Space Station made a change of their own after Skies announced that he was retiring and stepping back from the team. Yeti was brought over from the Soniqs, but then Skies.
Skies retired? I thought he was playing today.
As an emergency sub, he went to DarkZero and has been playing quite well. And I do find it amazing that with how much history both Canadian and Skies have, they have never teamed together. And there was, you know what, I'm not going to say that. You gotta clip this, because this is the only time in my life that I'm ever going to say this.
Okay.
I saw something funny on Reddit today.
Okay.
Okay. And what I saw was somebody was like, Skies and Canadian dropping 20 kills combined with a combined age of 85. And I was like, that is absolutely correct. Yeah, they are both in their 40s, and yet they still are leading the way for DarkZero. Either way,
oh my God.
The roster moves that were made by both Mirage and Space Station have seemingly rejuvenated these squads. At the top of your screen, what you see as the standings is a bit misleading, because yes, both teams are technically 2-1, but Space Station is actually 1-1 and 0-1, whereas Mirage is 2-0-0 and 1, which means that Mirage has won both of their matches in regulation, and therefore sit at 6 points. Space Station sit at 5 points, so they're a little bit farther behind, but either way, they can shoot up the ladder and actually be tied with DarkZero, depending on what happens in this matchup. There's a game crash, by the way. It looks like it might be Rampy's. So
I think it was Rampy yesterday as well, actually.
Was it?
I think it was.
That son of a gun.
Son of a gun for sure.
For those that are wondering what's going on with the standings, Space Station is in 8th place, but they have 5 points. If they pick up a single point, they would actually jump up to a tie in 4th place. If they win the match, then they jump up to be tied with 3rd. It is a precipitous decline from Space Station to OXG in 9th place. Both OXG and Beastcoast sit at the bottom with 1 point apiece. So Space Station is in 8th, but they are a full win over OXG and Beastcoast.
Yeah. And I mean, it also comes down to not just who's played how well in the first 3 or 4 playdays. It really comes down to who's improving the most over the duration of the stage, right? Because OXG in theory could still win every single game in regulation and get 16 points towards the end of the season. And then if certain teams, they lose their games, they could still technically make top 4. It's just that we look at the, likeliness of that actually happening. There is almost no way that OXG will go from losing every single game to winning every single game between 1 week and another. But I will say SSG, they looked quite weak in the beginning. They looked better and better and better. Whereas Mirage, they kind of came out hot out the gates, I would say, compared to the previous roster lineup. And they've just kind of continued up that trend. So both teams are doing quite well for themselves, all things considered. Because SSG has not been the same team as we know them when they won Invitationals a while back in Stage 1 and Stage 2 of the NAL.
The other thing that's on the line with these matchups, and in particular the standings in the North American League, is not only do you want to make it to a major, but additionally, the SI points that come with it. Now, right now, because of the way that the SI points have worked and because of the volume of games that North America have played, XSET, DarkZero, Astralis, and OXG sit 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the global standings at the moment.
Yeah.
Yes, the OXG that you have seen playing so far this stage is currently in 4th. They will obviously have to fix some things with how they've played as of late when they go to SI. And the likelihood that XSET, DarkZero, Astralis, and OXG qualify for the 6th Invitational is virtually guaranteed. Even if they finish dead last in North America, which only one of those 4 teams can do,
True.
They are still guaranteed a 99.9% chance of making it to the 6th Invitational. Fighting for the remainder of these spots, the Soniqs are on the outside looking in. They have a very high likelihood of making it. If they have a strong finish in this stage, they should accrue enough points to finish in the top 16 globally. What about the former world champions from a couple years back in Space Station? Well, not such a good odd. They currently sit tied in 32nd overall and are miles away from making it. Is it possible that they make it just based on points alone? Yeah, of course. I mean, they have better odds than TSM and almost all the rest of the NAL that aren't here. If SSG make it to the major and place well in the major, suddenly they're in an excellent spot to make it to SI, but again, would rely on other teams performing poorly.
Yeah.
But your focus right now is finishing well in the NAL and then getting to the major itself. With the way that TSM has been playing and the way that DarkZero has been playing so far, it's entirely possible that both of these teams make it, especially the Soniqs, who despite having a disappointing day today, still look like a very, very tough foe. Either way, let's get into action here as our diatribe is finished. All the teams are in, and it's a very first defense down in the basement.
Yeah, it's step-by-step to your bar.
Not the basement bar.
There it is.
I did what you did.
You did what
I called first floor basement.
You called first floor basement. It happens to the best of us.
No, I didn't mean to do that. I make fun of you so much for it.
Bar is indeed the bomb side. First minute burn here. Operator bans went out. It was Mirage target banning the Ying. That is a classic against SSG that most NAL teams do. Then the Mirror was SSG that target banned the Nuke on this map of Chalet to get the information from the operator of Valkyrie. A trade happens. Yeti onto Melton and Kento onto Yeti. So obviously favors nobody, but Rampy finds another one for the board of SSG. It's a 4v3.
They're very quick to take map control. We saw this from Space Station yesterday. They were very hungry in their match, as were Mirage. Let's not discredit them, but it was the SSG Parabellum game yesterday where Space Station seemed to commit very few mistakes, and it was almost a new look. And again, this goes back to what we've talked about with every single team that's made a roster change, is that there's an acclimation that needs to happen when a player joins your squad. In this case, Space Station getting Yeti, a very different player from Skies, so there's gonna be just a bit of an adjustment. There's a kill from Space Station, but 2 answered back from Mirage. Oh, and Kento goes huge! The players from Space Station just trickle on in, and now Rampy will need to clutch.
What?
Skeleton key out, it's good enough to kill Kento, and it's Dexter, the former player, albeit briefly, of Space Station. Left against Rampy, he swings, and Dexter will have his revenge. First round goes in favor of Mirage.
That's going to feel so good for a player like Dexter, who's new to the scene, taking on a veteran like Rampy in a 1v1, the opening round of Chalet here on Playday 4. And I will say, Rampy, absolutely nasty kill with the box skeleton key, because I did not think that was going to work as well as it did. But Mirage, they come out swinging. Kento getting both kills. By the way, mid-reload is absolutely illegal. That should never happen against the F2, but it did. Look at this. Boom! First shot, one tap basically from that skeleton key. Beautiful first round here, an explosive one at that. Might be a quick re-host. I believe a member of Mirage named Melted had a camera bug. I believe that's a hot-related thing where sometimes you cannot see what camera that you are on, and that of course is a competitive integrity issue because somebody's going to ask, hold camera number 4, and you go, I can't see the numbers. It's like, what does it look like? And it's just, that's not fun to play with. We're going to do a quick rehost and we'll right back into it. But as I always say, the players are oh so kind and sweet, and they get really quickly back into the lobby because we are actually flying right back into round number 2. Started in bar, next up we will go to the kitchen bomb site.
A quick one while we're away, and on over to kitchen. It'll be interesting to see what the teams trot out as this tertiary bomb site, because the pick rate, I feel like, of bar has actually decreased a fair bit in favor of that the proper basement bomb site.
The proper.
Downstairs in garage.
Okay.
Or if you're from Western Canada, the garage.
The garage.
I'm surprised we haven't heard Jesse say that yet, as he is a Western Canadian.
The thing is, Jesse's, I feel like he's just too nice. Like, he wouldn't correct someone or be like forcing
He has an
things
accent.
on people. Okay.
That's not his words. It's like good old boy Canadian accent.
Good old boy.
And then upstairs to master bedroom. Now, given that this is a kitchen defense, teams might forego defending that top floor, but they're still going to defend it all the same. You're going to see quite a heavy investment from the defenders towards office. Maybe somebody over by library, maybe somebody playing by chimney, maybe even one over by bathroom. Because when you're attacking this kitchen bomb site, teams are going to want to try to take control of trophy and then move in from there. And in order to get a good foothold in trophy, you need to take control of the stairs that lead up to the bathroom, and then Solarium up at the top, which is exactly where Space Station is starting things off.
Typically with this kind of attack, the most difficult aspect is going to be the first minute and a half. You know, getting the initial foothold in towards the building as an attacker. Once you're in, you're doing pretty damn good. But in the initial intro right here, you see crossfire from the closet master bedroom, Solarium stairs, and of course the bathroom itself where Frost is playing with Melted. If SSG can find the opening and get one of those 3 kills, then they can then progress in throughout the windows, and that's going to mean that now map control has been established. But unless, Mirage swings them or loses a gunfight, it can be difficult to, force them out of these positions, especially because the grenade economy is so scarce right now. Only 2 grenades on most attacking rounds when a nuke ban is on the table. That's going to be Rampy on that sledge. Dex with a safe peek there, applies some pressure, but doesn't go for the swing.
Well, still no damage that's been done here. Mirage were not the strongest to start off the round, but they recovered quite well, and Kento goes for the run out. Well played, Fultz! Picks up 3 very quickly, but he can't secure the 3rd just yet. It's so close, but Melted will bleed out right now. Benji takes down Rampy, and now Bosco falls, Benji as well. The individual heroics that we've already witnessed are unbelievable up to this point, Nick. Benji picks up 3 from his spot. Melted still bleeding out. Suddenly, the advantage from Space Station is gone.
Mo taking out his teammate, but again, another hero play comes out. Benji and Mo playing close together in this 1 versus 2. They got the briefcase inside Solarium. Honeycold might have the side, but he doesn't care about it at all because he can't do anything with that information. Fultz might be in a rescuable position. He's climbed off the edge of the rooftop, but Benji, if he hears the sound cue, could jump out.
Jump out. Do it, Benji. Do it. Don't think, just do it.
Oh, and he looks away as well at the last second.
You coward, we wanted this from you.
30 seconds. Diffuser case upstairs still. Hot and Cold can't find the kill, but needs the case as well. Mirage being split, 1 above, 1 below.
East is where they are right now. Activating glance. Down from the shotgun from Mo. Hot and Cold, no more. Fultz on a tiny bit of HP right now inside of West Main. Fultz just moving around. He'll see the smoke, but Mo has so much faith in the shotgun. What the hell is this match so far? Mirage up 2-0.
I mean, we said in the beginning, this might have the potential to be the match of the day, and it's Mirage SSG, which in Stage 1 and Stage 2, we would have never thought that. And SSG, they found the openings, and that made their lives so much easier. Fultz 3K, got 1 kill, Claymore jump out, second kill to follow up on the injure, but then Benji just shows up. Mo shows up, and then they played so disciplined in the 2 versus 1. They figure out, okay, hot and cold's rotating for that revive. We're not gonna jump out and risk it, even though that's disappointing gameplay for you, Parker, but they played it disciplined in the smart way, right? They established the crossfire multiple times, and they put themselves in a position where if one person were to fall, the second person can follow it up. And it's so important because Benji was so low on HP, and towards that very end, so was Mo. A single bullet on either of those members, and they're either injured or out for the entirety of that round. Mirage are leading 2-0, starting on defense on Chalet against Spacestation Gaming here in Stage 3. Playday 4. We are now round number 3, and we are now going to the basement for the first time in this particular matchup. Renegade's being brought, Kai Claws as well. Various versions of Deny. Mirage, they have a stronghold down below. With both the...
Finish your sentence.
Jaeger, Romai, and everything else. So in the spawn peak, but it goes the other way around. Yeti reads it, sees it, and takes out Kento. Jago can find all those roaming positions from apparently outside the map even.
Well, this is a Wine Garage defense down below. Mirage roaming on the main floor. Unsure if there's anybody above. Yes, there is. Melted playing inside a library. Again, a very common spot here. Pop the hatch, you can drop on down. Coordinated effort from Spacestation to break free into office, and there they go. Melted will hear the call and try to answer forward, but the bullets will whiz right by him through the wall. Can't give too much. Instead, playing around that door frame and falling off ultimately back towards library as the drones from Spacestation try to pin him down.
It's a fine balance right now. It's a bit of a dance here. So line in the middle where SSG, they have control, and right now Mirage, they want to see if they can cross that line or not. Aggression from Mohesi on the window, does not do any damage however. Dex with a good read on the rappel here on Solarium stairs, but it's a passive hold from SSG so far, just focusing on library right now.
I try to isolate the players who are off-site. They know that they've got the Jaeger trapped in the corner, but this could be a one gunfight. The thing is that Rampy's not peeking it. Grenade goes off, but it doesn't seem to do any damage to Melted. This one just might. Lots of damage, but not enough. The hop in from Fultz is good. Rampy doubles up, not before Mirage gets 2 of their own. The action coming fast and furious right now. And fittingly enough, the car reference, they then have to go down to the garage in order to pull off a successful plant.
That did you indeed.
You like that one?
I like that one, yeah. I did. Dexter, of course, staying aggressive here on the staircase, understands that the bomb site itself might not be the strongest position right now. The thing is, it kind of might be. Benji is still downstairs, but if the wall gets opened up to the outside exterior of the map, that could be trouble. C4 comes out, doesn't do a single point of damage, so Dexter, he has to try and find something here, otherwise Benji might be left stranded on the bomb site all alone because this wall is about to get blown up.
There goes the exothermic charge down, 40 seconds to go. This is where we usually see the execute go forward. Dexter still roaming on that main floor. Does he know if there's anybody above him? Because Mirage are outnumbered. You have to go for a swing, try to equalize and get back, but Dexter might actually be retaking here. What is he
He's going above?
Who is he going to try to fight? That is the real question. Dexter is so far out of the action that you've got a lot of faith in Benji, but now Benji's gone. Dexter will have to come back towards the bomb site. He was upstairs, I assume, thinking that somebody was up there. But he would have been wrong. Bosco with Diffuser getting down. They ping it. They know exactly where he is. But Dexter runs right past Fultz. And I'm not sure what Dexter was doing. I don't know if he got bad intel or not. But it's a confusing end of the round for Mirage. And SSG get on the board.
My thinking is that maybe he was expecting SSG to plant default on that trash can area, and then you could like use the verticality inside a fireplace to deny the planter, but Benji is going to be alone on the bomb side, and you're going to be quite far away from him, and once you kill the planter, they know exactly where you are. I feel like walking back towards the bomb site there, walking down the blue stairs, maybe flanking fireplace earlier on could have helped Benji hold on for a bit longer, but all those walls being soft near him. He had 3 enemies to fight in 3 different angles, and he found 1 kill, good for him. But then you gotta play retake without any real information on the bomb site itself. That is difficult to do. And SSG, they prevail. They get the round 2-1 still in favor of Mirage. Back to bar, where things started off explosively in round number 1. And some operators right now are being hovered from SSG that are a bit different. Yeti going from Dokkipi onto Gridlock, an operator that we don't see quite often, and Hot and Cold go from Twitch to Capital. This could mean a direct library attack with the Capital Fire. It's going to clear those corners. 4 grenades being brought out as well from SSG. This definitely is a heavy utility-oriented attack. But of course, that doesn't mean you can only do one kind of attack. You got options on the table. A Spawn Peak coming out. Dexter, he's not going to swing that after that pre-fire comes out.
They had critical information.
They had indeed.
They didn't lack it. They had it this time around. Dexter had to fall off of the Spawn Peak lest he lose his head. And a wise move that is. Accompany the rest of the team and then trudge on forward. Space Station, as they get into the building, they'll do so quite fast. The entry point is down by the snowmobile garage. There's a late setup from a Frost Mat. Over on blue stairs, it'll be sat on top of by Mohesi. The bomb site back to bar on the main floor. So we are seeing the same rotation between sites. Nick, bar twice, kitchen will likely follow up, and then that wine garage bomb site. Of course, the major question becomes, Mirage can go back to a certain bomb site if they don't win it. And that was that wine garage. They could have attempted this bomb site for a second time in a row. They thought better than that.
Slow round so far. No one really taking any direct confrontation. SSG they had step number 1 to take care of. That was the breach downstairs, but now the flank gets heard and seen and denied from Foltz. It's Dexter impacted the hatch. This is also why opening hatches, in the prep phase is beneficial for your secondary shotguns or Rooney, because if you impact in the middle of the round, the sound cue just gives away your intention, and that might just be the entire difference maker. Now, it is going to be a library-oriented attack with a Capital Fire and grenades, which makes a lot of sense, but they got that bar wall opened up from the basement stairs earlier, so nobody can play stuck and hold the double window jump in. That might enable SSG the aggression that they need, but Kento shuts down Rambi before that execute can come out successfully.
Rampy having a bounce-back game after not exactly being the most potent force yesterday, but still showing up big. It was Bosco who had almost a career game that we've seen in the NAL for him. It was reminiscent of the old Bosco that we saw before. I like the Azami that's being brought right now. We haven't really seen much Azami today, well, because she's mostly been banned, but available now and being used quite extensively upstairs. The explosives from Space Station will need to be put to good use. Only problem is what do they have? They have a single grenade from Foltz. That's really it right now, as Sledge and the grenades perished earlier on. Diffuser getting planted by Bosco, tempting Kento to try to engage. He wins! And so does Melted with one of his own. SSG loses all but Yeti in that ensuing fray. The coverage was fine, but Mirage just simply outgunned them and overpowered them in those duels. Yeti has 2 targets, up or down. He looks up, but it's Mohasi who drags him down. Mirage take round number 4. Their lead goes back to 2 rounds.
This is like such a fever dream because we're saying Mirage are outgunning SSG 1-for-1. Mirage are out-clutching SSG 1-for-1 right now on Chalet. And that is not something that I thought I would ever get to experience given the nature of the organizations in the last 12 months basically, or 9 months at least. And it's going to force out a tactical timeout from Space Station. They gotta figure out what the next moves are because nothing's really working for them right now. SSG, they tend to take a tactical timeout when they are behind, as most teams do, but when SSG are in the lead comfortably, they just ride it out. They really don't want to give the enemy team any breathing room, but right now, they're the ones who need it. So they'll pull the block. Both teams can talk to their coach and with each other, which means that no one gets any unfair advantages. Still got 2 more rounds to go before the side swap. It's 3-1 for Mirage currently.
Seen a lot of early timeouts being taken here, whereas I feel like on LAN, when we're at majors, they tend to have those timeouts be brought out when the match is on the line or very close to in the second half of the game. And the one thing that we always do talk about in regards to timeouts is that by burning your timeout in the first half, you don't have any protection in the second half. So either you think things are real dire or you're reasonably comfortable, if you're Space Station, that the defense will be far more favorable to you and that maybe Mirage will fall off a little bit. Again, it's almost impossible for us to sit here and give any kind of valid perspective because we just were not in the team's comms right now. We don't know exactly what's going on, and I don't want to speak like we're experts because there's so much that Lycan could have used that timeout for.
Yeah, I mean, every coach and every team will, you know, go about a tactical timeout differently. Some teams will do it as a mental thing where it's like, oh guys, we're tilting, let's get back in the game. Some is strategical, some is about just like telling a player like, yo, like you gotta fix this thing. So it really is every team has their own approach and needs and uses for these tactical timeouts and when do you want to take them. SSG, they've kept things relatively similar when it comes to operator lineup. Of course, Hot and Cold on the line right now against those secondary EMPs and a gadget that can help clear out some roamers or at least make them stand still for when you want to try and clear out those roamers. Mirage are keeping the aggression up. Dexter going for spawn peaks almost every single round, punching windows, shooting them, running out the map, rotating, and really keeping SSG guessing as to where he's going to be playing next. And it's been, usually the first minute is a very slow one for Spacestation. They set up, they get their drones, and if they have like an early step they want to deal with, like they open up a ton of different windows, they apply all this like phantom pressure, they're cutting the rotates right now. Rampy misses the feet of the member of Mirage, so they get out with full HP. But about 30 seconds from now, that's normally when SSG get really aggressive and it gets really explosive, and that's what defines most of these rounds so far, is that mini execute on the roam clear. You see, Dexter's gonna make a rotate.
Dexter, that's a little bit far, buddy.
That's not gonna work.
Not quite the distance that you'd hoped for. The first couple rounds that we witnessed on Chalet were all a breakneck speed, and things have slowed down considerably over the last 2 rounds for good reason, and that's because of the fact that, well, SSG takes a timeout. If they don't feel comfortable in being quick to entry, and Mirage is winning a lot of those opening duels, despite the fact that Spacestation has every first blood so far. Except for, I guess, round number 1, which was a trade.
Correct.
Settle down and then make sure that when you entry, it's not the type of style that SSG was playing before. And I mean, Rampy tries it, he gets cute with the window, and Dexter cuts him down to size. This is personal for Dexter, and now they're more in the hunt. The Zofia so close by. Dexter hears it, there's 1, there's 2, and a 3rd will come in as well. As the Yana has been down, but Dexter cannot capitalize just yet. Fultz will continue to bleed out. Hot and Cold in danger. Dexter cannot get the 3rd before Bosco ends him. It's Bosco finished off by Melted in the secondary. Hot and Cold cannot retrieve Fultz, so he has to take all of the matters into his own hands. And it's Benji Mula with the last 2 kills the first half. It's Mirage's. 4-1, still 1 round for Spacestation to keep it close.
It's a really good hold for Mirage because they're all so committed to the same objective right now. And I think that's the big difference maker for a lot of teams right now is some teams will look disjointed. We saw Soniqs earlier play on Bank. They're trying to roam clear. And they're just falling apart individually. Like 1 versus 1s, no trades. It seems like one person's playing aggressive, one person's kind of playing passive, and there's a 3rd guy in between. This is Mirage with 4 members just slamming their head against the wall all together in union and breaking that wall with a single member holding down the bomb side to make sure that if SSG want to get cute and rush it, well, he's there to stop it as well. They're really covering all the entry points. The roam game is working out fantastically. SSG, most importantly, they're not winning their opening duels right now. We see Ramby a couple of rounds now take that confrontation early on. And you'll get out-dueled by Dexter for the 3rd time in 5 rounds. And then SSG plays 4 versus 5. They're missing the window pressure. And all of a sudden, they just don't have enough manpower alive to match the 4 members of Mirage. So the opening gun duels really do make a lot of impact right now on Chile. Last round of the half, round number 6. Mirage, they're just going to keep doing the same old thing that keeps working because why change it up right now? Same rotational being made, same bomb set rotation. Bar, kitchen, basement, bar, kitchen, basement again. Last time was close, came down to 1v2. Benji and Dexter were fighting for their life. It's SSG that prevailed. So you got the plant down with good cover.
There's one of those pocket EMPs that go off. That actually, no, that's a real deal. Never mind.
Real EMP.
It's so uncommon for us to see a Thatcher that it kind of threw me for a loop. Hot and Cold, not having the strongest game so far. More cold than hot, 1 and 5, but on utility, he and Bosco were the superstars of SSG in yesterday's matchup. They have not exactly materialized the way that I think that SSG has hoped. Instead, Fultz is leading the charge.
7-4 on him, on Ayana.
This is eerie.
Yeah, it's
This is eerie. Do you want to make the noises? The drones? Drones don't make that noise.
I don't know what noise they make. They're robots. I'm a human.
You literally droned before, Nick. You know
Oh,
exactly what they sound like.
It's like, phew, when
It
they
is
jump.
like, almost like a high-pitched
It's like a high-pitched like noise.
Neither Kento nor Foltz are particularly near one another. Foltz is covering the back of the map with Hot and Cold not too far away. There's a ping outside, presumably from one of those alibi clones. Dexter lighting one up, but unable to capitalize. He can turn around and he sees the Buck limited HP. Can the Bailiff do anything? No, he gets caught out by Foltz. A huge play from Space Station to start off the slaughter.
It's a great one.
Grenade in hand now too. Can it connect over towards Mohesi? But no, this double ADS setup that we see on the wine wall, a lot of teams run this. They had to have known about it. Mohesi will now relocate with a minute to go, and it's a standstill with Mirage at a disadvantage, but Foltz is a single bullet away from death. We have seen time and time again that teams can do a lot of damage with a player who is basically a ghost. Foltz still very much alive. Bosco now using both exothermic charges to open up the walls, leading into the back of Wine. Both of them should have no problem going off. Benji circling over towards Garage. That's where we see Yeti of Ace, and he gets Mohesi, but looks the wrong way. Benji, an easy cleanup on that kill. Now Benji repositions over towards Connector. Looking all the way down, but he's checking to the right where they're going to be swinging from the left. And he just whiffs his shots. They know Melted is playing inside of blue. A nice shot on the Foltz. Melted could have another, but they're being distracted while Bosco is getting the diffuser planted. Rampy holding off right now. This is the hope for SSG, leaving Melted to clutch out in a 1v2. Space Station searching for their second round. Melted, an incredible play. How does he do it? Good Lord. Clutching out for Mirage. And they'll take the first half 5-1 against Space Station.
Now, this is absolutely absurd. No one gets to play like this against Space Station game in the clutch team themselves. These rounds are being absolutely stolen from them. They had the discipline, the 1v2, the crossfire was established, they swung together, and they still somehow lost to Melded with that beautiful, basically a one-tap at the end with an incredibly fast flick. So that second member, Mirage, they are stealing the show, and they are disappointing a lot of Space Station gaming fans right now, I think. But the side swap comes out. Round number 7. This is where things can change very drastically. Not only are Mirage in a position where they might just beat SSG, there might be some nerves involved. They can taste the victory, right? They're so close, and also now they need to be the ones solving problems rather than creating them. Because a game of Rainbow Six Siege comes down to defenders, need to make it difficult for attackers to figure out what to do. Now, well, SSG, they are incredibly strong at putting up a strong hold with good crossfires and a good read for the game strategically. Mirage as a new team have to try and figure out exactly how to break those defensive holds, win their gunfights, and set up the cover for a potential plant later on. It's a lot to deal with. Operator lineup, I like what they're doing. Benji bringing out the Zero to ground some information here, try and help with that map control, cover the flanks, etc. They got verticality on both Dexter and Melted, Buck and Sledge, and they have 4 grenades. I'm a huge fan when teams play 4 grenades because you need more than 2 in most cases. See what they can do. We're starting on bar, SSG defense, Mirage attack, 5-1 in favor of Mirage so far.
Well, this is a thrilling matchup, and I mean, it's thrilling for very different reasons. It's not as competitive as I think either you or I had hoped, and if we go back and we look at the first half here, what happened? Mirage didn't have a single first blood, at least by my count.
No.
They might have had it in round 5, but they were all trades or Space Station. Yet Mirage still won. They were at a disadvantage so frequently, and yet they stuck through with it, and that is... I mean, that's superb. This is a very different Mirage team, and in a lot of ways being captained by Mohesi, it's really brought out a lot of the potential that the other players had. You know, it wasn't too long ago that people were talking about Benji and Melted were on Fraud Watch.
Yeah.
They're playing. They might not be playing like superstars, but they are certainly playing like far better players now that there's a structure and a system that has seemingly been put in place in Mirage. And we've been doing exit interviews for a lot of these teams, and the general consensus is when you ask a pro player, what team is the most surprising so far this stage, all of them have said Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, and that itself is no surprise because they were one of the weakest, if not the weakest looking team in Stage 1 and Stage 2. And people thought a small roster change of 2 members, it can't change that much because the core itself looks so weak, but they're really bringing out the best in each other right now, playing on the same page. But now, on their attacking side, time is ticking down. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. They forced the top blue position away, that is Yeti, but they haven't started working on that library hold yet. So the gunfights have to start beginning, and they gotta go in their favor. Kenzo starts it off in the right way.
Oh my goodness, and looking through those Kiba barriers, you can't really do all that much. Hot and Cold, the single kill for Space Station so far. Mirage had softened up Yeti earlier. There wasn't a lot left for them to finish off when push did come to shove. And the Kiba barriers slowly being chipped away at and removed. Rampy down for the count. Benji on 0, putting in the work needed for the team. It's now up to Hot and Cold and Bosco. 3 kills combined for the two of them. That's a grave situation to find themselves in. Not ideal. Smoke goes out. Seems to chase away Mirage, but for a moment. Final 30 seconds for SSG to hang on at this point. Bosco's now down for the count. Hot and Cold sees the sledge. This is so ugly. Good lord! It's grotesque! Mirage take the round off of some of the worst gunplay from Hot and Cold in this match. And now it's 6-1.
Sometimes you hit your shots, and then sometimes your enemy simply just misses. And that was one of the scenarios because Hot and Cold seemingly had a free kill, but couldn't quite get the shots hit to finish off the member. That was Dexter. He's down to 1 HP towards the very end there, but a lot of shots were hitting the wall right next to him, unfortunately. It's 6-1 now. And Mirage, again, they're hitting all their objectives. The shield clear, the ADS clear, the timing between flashbang grenades. And it sounds so silly and so simple to say this, but it is easy to mess up the timing when you throw the flashbangs and you throw the grenades in quick succession without getting swung, dying, or unnecessarily exposing yourself to a line of sight from the enemy. They did a really great job at staying alive until all those things were taken care of. And then they did a 3, 2, 1 countdown. Drone went in. Entering was successful, their trades were there, then they just slowed down again. They re-droned everything, nades were tossed out, they got a kill. All of a sudden, it was a 1v3.
5 seconds left.
Kitchen is next. This could be the final round. And you said earlier, Parker, that this hasn't been the most competitive match to what we expected. And yeah, it's 6-1. But there's basically 3 rounds where Mirage, they completely stole the show. That should have been SSG's. That means that we're being in a much more close position, round score-wise at least. So do not let this 6-1 scoreline be an illusion. It has been competitive. It has been close in its own way. And SSG, they're still looking to try and find one more round on the board here.
Well, this is the problem with using your timeout so early on, right? They take their time out, and now what happens? They're in trouble, and there's nothing they can do to fix it. If Mirage prevails here, guess what happens? They sit in first place, tied with TSM and Soniqs. Now, with the round differential being the way it is, they might end up taking second, but I just do not see them catching TSM. TSM right now is actually a pretty nice round differential of +11. First kill, by the way, went to SSG, taking out Mohesi. That's the Thermite down, and no follow-up. Hard breach is a bit of a problem for Mirage, but they've got more than enough room on the runway to still land this thing if they so choose, because SSG's only mustered a single round. Kento walks in, doesn't look at his cross. Yeti at the top of Library Stairs punishes him for that. SSG with an advantage now.
That they do, and it's a nice cross hold from SSG. I mean, Hot and Cold had so much faith in Lydia. They didn't even flinch when the jump in happened or the Diane scan came out either. And now Mirage, this is probably the least favorable position they've been in so far in this entire matchup, essentially, besides those clutch moments in the 1v2s, because they're down a member, they have little map control, and Space Station, they've killed their only hard breach. They need to now work their way through the map, but somehow Dexter finds another kill on the round, seemingly out of nowhere, onto Hot and Cold that was playing that top chimney position. But now, SSG, they will falter. They go backwards towards the master bedroom, towards the bathroom itself. They're going to establish another crossfire position between Rampy and Bosco. Last member, of course, playing on the bomb site itself, can hold down the fortress below. And because there's no hard breach from Mirage, they don't really have any easy ways in through Fireplace. Decisions to be made. Do you go above and contest the roamers? Do some verticality with 40 seconds left? Do you just run in dining hall and pray you can get into the bomb side? Well, we're gonna go above. Lion scan comes out, and here we go.
And they get some marks out of it too, chasing them down those Solarium stairs, back down into Trophy. Rampy's able to reposition himself, find a new home, and Well, he's going to lose a lot of the ceiling above him as Melted goes to work, and the backup plan is for Dexter to do the same thing. Bosco guns down Dexter, though, so there is no backup plan any longer. Mirage losing one of their soft destructors and their highest rated player at the moment with 12 kills. Bosco through the hatch takes out Melted. And I guess go upstairs was the game plan for Mirage, but it did not clearly work. Now it's Benji to take a lot of damage, and whether he dies or lives, the clock is going to end. A potential for Mirage to put this one away. The comeback for Space Station might have just begun.
It might have just begun, but it's going to be a long road ahead of you, and no mistakes can really be made. And even though that round looked so convincing from Space in the first minute and a half, it still came down to be a close round. I think if Mo was alive on that Thermite, instead of someone else had died early on, that could be in such a different scenario, because the dining wall gets opened up, you have top floor control, you can start establishing the plant down, and then the cover can come out from the attackers from far away with those zoom scopes against members of SSG who only has the 1.0 scopes available to themselves. There is going to be a quick rehost here, and this is an unfortunate timing for Mirage, because momentum, of course, given that SSG won the round, you can argue that SSG are currently on fire. But the thing is, you don't want to give SSG any breathing room or comfortability in this scenario, but we have to make sure that competitive integrity comes first, and because of a drone bug, I believe we are going to be doing for a quick rehost to ensure that all 5 members on the attacking side can use their drones and gain information. So it shouldn't take too long, as we always say. It never really does these days. Mirage, they're still in good spirits, laughs across their faces, and I don't want to say that they're just happy to be here, because I don't think they are. They want to win, and they're putting in a lot of work to do it. And Dexter wasn't even supposed to be playing for Mirage, because he was actually on Spacestation Gaming for the event in Saudi. And then, unfortunately, because of roster changes elsewhere, like Yeti being available, things got changed up last second. And Dexter made this tweet longer saying, I was going to play for Space Station, I signed a contract, things didn't work out, I really want to play for a different pro league team, someone please pick me up. And last second, Mirage, they were that unsung hero.
Bailed him out.
Bailed him out, basically.
Sent him a lifeline, gave him a life preserver, whatever cliche you want to use, whatever phrase, saying, etc. Space Station are on apparently the cold side of the arena. Which is why you always see them towards the hand warmers. I don't know. I've never been to the esports arena. You and I talked about this yesterday. Yeah. But I have seen much chatter from the teams about how one side is typically colder than the other and yada, yada, yada. And the jokes that come with it of teams setting their thermostat to like 10 degrees Celsius and saying, I'm ready to compete. So
yeah,
either way.
Kino on Twitter.
That's why you constantly see players toying with things in their hands, and you ask, what is that? Those are hand warmers.
True.
Because it gets cold.
It does get cold. It looks like a tea bag almost. Has like these seed-like thing in them, and they go warm when they
crack them.
Air.
They get hot.
Yeah.
It's science.
Yeah, some sort of science thing. It's pretty cool, actually. Then we got upgrades for, I don't know if it's this stage or last stage, but we got the electric hand warmers as well. So you can just kind of like put your hand in front of them. It's like almost like a fan, basically, but hot air. So we got options here. It's pretty cool.
Looks like almost everybody is in. We're just checking to make sure that all of the operator bands are good to go. No timeout has been taken yet from Mirage, so they have ample opportunity for them to settle things down if a comeback from Space Station starts to materialize. And if the specter of losing for Mirage looms large, then they can very easily just, hit that panic button and get themselves back into the game. The one thing I have noted is that while we've been on this tech pause, Mohesi has not stopped talking, which as somebody who wants to lead this team, I think that is an excellent thing for you to do. Melted has also been talking a little bit, but by and large, the team has been listening.
Absolutely.
How important leadership can be for your team, how important it can be that you have somebody to guide you forward as Mohesi has done. And it's not like the two departing players from Mirage were bad by any measure. It's just that maybe the team needed something more than both Nyx and Marm brought to the squad. It certainly, based on results, seems like these two new additions have been somewhat of that formula and have really helped Mirage find their footing. And again, while the scores won't reflect it because we did have a rehost, both Benji and Melted were playing far better than in previous stages and previous matches. And that has been a consistent thing for the 4 games, well, 3 so far in this 4th game for Mirage.
Absolutely agree. And it's all about, again, coming together and agreeing on a play style. Because I feel like if you have half a team that wants to play the game, let's say, structured, and then the other half wants to play like aggressive and loose, well, you're not really ever going to be on the same page 100%. I mean, I used to say back when I was in Penta, if I was in a 1 versus 2 situation, I'd rather play with Fabian than Dunes, because Fabian and I played the game the same way, whereas Dunes and I, we had very different ideas. And it just seems to me, looking at this from top-down view, Mirage are on the same page about how they want to play the game. And you can argue that it's a better version, it's a weaker version, whatever, but the point is, it's 5 people coming together with the same vision, and that's always gonna beat people being apart. So far, success is being found. SSG not really roaming on the master bedroom side of things, so an early entry here from Mirage can be enabled. They're gonna play for that top chimney, top blue stairs position, where last time the utility from Mirage was excellent. Flashbang, let's change their mind.
Maybe not. It is absurd that you need to repel up that little thing, though.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you're supposed to be some of the best counter-terrorist units in the entire world, and you can't just climb up a ledge onto a roof? Like, come on. They're wearing 50 pounds of tactical gear. Dude, I don't care. They pull steel beams out of their behind.
That was coming.
Like, the realism doesn't exist. If you're a person crowing about realism in Rainbow Six, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah, it's always the best argument. Where did the reinforcements come from? But yeah, the Flores here could actually be the key operator, because if you can clear out these shields without burning a ton of flashbangs and grenades, you have so much more utility to use elsewhere on the map. All these magnets you see in the ceiling, probably going to be ADS on the floor, gate on the window as well. It's going to burn so much time. But see, the one flashbang goes out, melted drone, and shield is gone. They can circumvent half the entire setup because of they're bringing a Flores.
Fultz just firing away from inside of library here. First casualty is Fultz. Mirage in prime position to get a couple more and win this whole thing. They got a minute to go to find the 4 players from SSG who are spread out all over the map. Yeti fires back though. Mirage not going to have an easy time of it. SSG will put up a front and slow them down. Mirage now repositioning. And Spacestation have seemingly all dropped off of that top floor. All right, so they've surrendered control. And will now head closer to the bomb site. Consolidate and wait for the push to come from Mirage.
Well, 35 seconds left. I mean, Mirage don't have that much they can do right now. You know, they can do a little bit of verticality maybe from this sledge, but I mean, the angles are oh so open. And it's just they got to lock at the bomb side.
Oh, Melted taking some serious damage as they tussle with hot and cold now on this hatch. He's got that high damage DMR. Benji, no. Kills Kento. So unideal. Now Dexter falls as well. This round looked good. Dexter gave them that opening, gave them the advantage, but it's been squandered as all of Mirage are walking into the bullets. And now Melted is dropped. Picks up a kill on the Rampy, but that's just for the Siege GG stats, nothing else. Space Station hangs on. Melted and LOL in the chat, and we might be far from over.
Yeah, but it's also close every single round, and it comes down to the small details here, whether you can break the initial hold or not. No member from Mirage was in the library balcony, so the members of SG were a little bit more free to run around the area and establish those crossfires. And Mo actually being the opening death now 2 rounds in a row for Mirage, and it's not really necessarily a bad thing, because in a bar attack you don't need the thermite anymore at that stage. You basically become an entry player. You've used your first extra thermite charge early in the round, you've used your flashbangs, etc. You are basically a walking gun. And losing your IGL of Mo, probably not the end of the world. He can call better shots from the grave, as he has more oversight, more overview in general. But essentially they are losing their man advantage, is what my point is. Where in the previous couple of rounds, once they applied pressure, they were never letting go. But as you see, they're fighting back. 6-3, and Master Bedroom is being brought out for the first time in this matchup so far. Hot and cold on the Warden is stable operator for him. Rambi, of course, on the fast operator in the game of Oryx. Getting that 1.5 XT5 can really help you out in these rounds to get those kills. And if anything, I want to see Rambi take down Dexter, because those two seem to always fight one another in these early openings. And
well,
it seems like we might have another re-host here.
Unfortunate.
It's
well,
unfortunate timing indeed.
This feels like the end of an NBA game. I don't know if you watch a lot of NBA games, but you'll end up with those games where both teams will save their timeouts and then deliberately try to foul each other and then immediately call a timeout. And it's like the first bit of the game, like in an actual NBA game, the first 3.5 quarters, fly by. and then the final 2 minutes of the game take over 30 minutes to play out.
Oh God, that sounds miserable.
I remember there was one game. I think it was when the Toronto Raptors were playing the Brooklyn Nets in the playoffs, and it was like 1:40 on the clock or something like that. And there were so many timeouts and so many fouls and commercial breaks that I was able to watch an entire period of hockey, 20 full minutes of hockey, before that game had ended in the NBA. And I was just like, really? Like, come on. I understand it just kind of drags it out, and it seems like we are not going to have a quick resolution to this matchup because the last 2 rounds here between Mirage and SSG have taken 20 minutes now. It feels like 10, 15 minutes somewhere in that window. So we will get everybody back in the lobby, and then hopefully, fingers crossed, that there won't be any issues.
I mean, there's an easy way to fix this. If Mirage just wins the next round, we won't have to worry about the long-term issues that might occur. So it really is simple when you boil it down. But SSG's comeback would also be stopped.
I mean, it's also very favorable to SSG that there are tech issues because they are the team that are behind right now, and it does kind of dampen Mirage's momentum. If Mirage were feeling really good, fired up, SSG were demoralized and sitting there upset, now they get a bit of a breather. They can sit back. Yeah, they can't talk with their coach. They use their timeout after round number 4. They haven't been able to talk to Lycan since. But the rest of the team are able to talk to each other. Mirage can too. But I honestly think it benefits SSG an awful lot to get their mental back into it, to kind of take their foot off of the gas, or have Mirage take their foot off the gas and let SSG just vibe.
No,
just vibe and get back into it.
Just vibe. I do agree with you, and it is a valid point, but the other outcome is that there's going to be a competitive integrity issue where you either play 4v5 or a drone issue, whatever, so there really is no perfect resolution to this situation, and I feel like it's only fair that it's a 5v5 with all members in the server for a match point round, and there was an instance in stage 2, I believe, where SSG, they were unmatched. It was like, if they lose 3 rounds, they can't make the major, or a certain team can't make the major, and in that final round that mattered for them, they had a crash, they played 4v5, and it sucked. So, as much as re-hosts are unfun to be a part of, and to watch, and to cast, and to everything else, I think in this particular instance, it is so necessary, because look at this, 6-3 in favor of Mirage, we have a crazy upset against SSG, we're at match point. This round deserves to be played out in its fullest, with all members available. That's what we're gonna do. We are back into it. Prep phase is about to end in 2 seconds time. Mirage bringing the same stable lineup basically to every single attack so far. It's going to be the Lion, Buck, Thermite, Iana, and Sledge. Again, they have all the tools they need. One thing they can change, Mo can go from flashbangs to smoke grenades on the Thermite. The rest typically stays the same. Yeti, just like the previous time around, is holding an angle on this window in case he hears a sound cue, so he opens up the window for a swing. Mirage, they say, we don't really care about that window right now. We're going to go upstairs and try and peel off Library. It's going to be an over clear. Master bedroom defense, need I remind you? Early extension from SSG, they got a shield and a cross from Yeti. Last time Mirage had an issue with clearing out Yeti's position of blue stairs. We got to fix that for this time. That's scary.
Yeah, it was a bit of a jump scare for Yeti as the Gemini goes through Library. Doesn't make it past the top of Library stairs. Bosco's not too far away to support. A window into the soul is what they call the eyes, and Yeti will use both of those to look far deep towards the main stairs. So much action happening. This looks like a repeat of the first couple rounds, Nick, where it's just an all-out frenzy. And Spacestation are greeting the aggression from Mirage head on. They will not be taken away from this position. There goes a grenade right next to Hot and Cold, and yet another as he looks long range and gets the pick onto Dexter. Down he goes. Space Station start off the round with a pick. Looking for more as Kento advances, Yeti taking some damage.
Yeah, that is. Nate goes south, but it's not cooked, so Hot and Cold can make his moves around it. Gets the cross again, established. Can't quite get the kill though as Mo finds one onto Bosco, but Yeti finds one to Kento as well. It's a trade back and forth.
And so much damage is being done right now. SSG still with the advantage. Hot and Cold is just holding court upstairs, and everybody is having to listen to this sermon as he preaches the good word of Warden. Not for much longer, though. Melted, removing him from the server. There's an EU1 gone, still one remaining for Benji. Utility available for Mirage, should they need it. Skeleton key for Buck, basically at full. Got to be mindful of those frost mats, though, because Fultz has placed all 3 of them, and as the clock continues to work against you, you have to be concerned with where you're stepping. You won't necessarily have the time to look every single time you make a move in a certain direction.
Yeah, but for the third time in a row, it's Mo down for the count again, so the wall cannot be opened up, and there's no secondary heart breach unmelted. So what do you have? You have 3 flashbangs to work with in a dream, because you gotta walk through double door piano, and it's not gonna be, a nice situation. Without smoke grenades, you gotta just hope that they miss their shots and you hit yours.
Rampy's waiting so patiently. Long range with that T5, a relatively easy gun to control. He lights up the buck of Melted and then immediately heads down below for cover. Still in the same spot. Nice shot from Benji. He knows the other's going to push from over towards bathroom. Diffuser going down, and now the clock starts to run. Rampy could get an easy pop-up, and he sees the head of Melted. Could he be the hero? Benji in a 1v2. Match on the line for Mirage. All 3 points there. Rampy on the diffuser. Benji knows this. He has to hurry. Where's the cross? He gets swung on by Fultz holding the position. Space Station putting together a nice streak. They've won 3 in a row, and Mirage might be in trouble.
Yeah, and this is the thing. When you're so close to winning, when the pressure is at its highest, that's where the experience of SSG really shines. And, I mean, Mirage, they just need that one more round, a few more kills to go their favor, one opening kill, one clutch, one situation where they find themselves the victor. They have called for a tactical timeout now, and this is where things are going to get a bit dire. You've had 2 tech issues, now a tactical timeout. Both teams get to talk with their coach. So Lycan might have something to tell SSG's players as well. 2 more rounds, then we will enter overtime. We basically need things to happen right now, right here for Mirage, and get back into this game. Good news is they have guaranteed overtime at the very least, which is 1 point, but also they have more rounds to go if they get there.
It's the benefit of having your team fall apart or having your opponents fall apart earlier on, is that you can then use your timeout. But it does bring Space Station back into the game.
It does.
I actually talked to Lycan after one of the matchups on the last stage, and I said, why didn't you call a timeout when your team was getting the stuffing beat out of them? And he said, because I thought that what we needed to fix was obvious. And that I didn't need to talk to the team, but if I called a timeout, it also allows our opponents to talk. And that becomes a problem, because then they can strategize.
Yeah.
Then they can get their heads back in the game. Or even if they're not in the game and they're winning, then they can use that potentially to come up with a good pocket strat and to stop us in our tracks.
Oh, you're right. It's easy to think that a tactical timeout is always going to benefit you the most, but it really isn't always the case. Now we see another kitchen defense here from Space Station. Mirage, operator-wise, they're staying to their guns. It's all the same as before. So that tactical timeout is gotta be related to either execution or initial entry points. Maybe a weakness was spotted out. Maybe a pocket strat was coordinated. Either way, similar stories right now. Hot and Cold has been a big problem in the last 3 rounds. He's been holding the ground for Space Station, finding kills and buying so much time. And SSG are playing very nicely around him. Yeti usually is his duo. He's there to assist him. If Mirage can clear out this chimney position that Hot and Cold is in, that's going to be how they can start this round with a win.
30 seconds off of the clock. Can the timeout work? SSG didn't have success. They lost the 3 rounds that followed them calling a timeout, but now it seems like we are in a very defender-sided chalet. The attacking teams have only won a single round apiece. SSG's came in round number 3. Mirage did it in the very first round of their attack, which is good because it gives them so much time to just simply win another based on site selection. But SSG seems to be hitting their shots. Yeti takes down Melted before being traded out. Neither team really gains anything, but then there goes Kento to Fultz. Space Station roaming as effectively as Mirage did in the first half. And you can tell that Mirage are not droning it out effectively. And despite having 7 drones at their disposal, it's not simply enough. There's plenty of time, though. Half of the round to go for Mirage to find their footing as Benji now suffers a bit of damage. SSG having 1 player on the field more than Mirage could be huge, but now it's gone. Fultz down by Mohesi and finished off on Library Stairs.
And Mo's alive. That's a big thing right now because he's been dead the last 3 attacking rounds as the second member of the team. Hot and Cold hiding near the double window to office, and they have not joined him out successfully. Hot and Cold right here could easily get 1 or 2 kills. He's biding his time and waiting. He has no reason to move right now. He's been misdroned twice. He knows this. There is no intel to be gathered. But Mo is up. Wall gets opened up. Hot and Cold.
There's no way you just said no intel to be gathered when you hear the crew mines going off! Hot Hot and Cold gets 2, but that's all he gets. It's out Dexter in a 1v2. What a play and a leap of faith by Hot and Cold. Can Dexter do much with these 40 seconds? 3 points again for Mirage. But Dexter needs to bounce that nade effectively. He knows somebody is over there. Here's the suppressor going off. Gets impacted. Waiting for the pop-up. He'll toss a grenade just to try and dislodge the alibi, but Bosco's better. We're going all 12 rounds. Woo. We cast or cursed it in the first half. We said, oh, this isn't that competitive a match. It's 5-1 Mirage. They're storming through this. This one's over. Well, guess what? Spacestation are preventing Mirage from going quietly into that good night.
They are, and now all the pressure really comes to this round, and then the pressure kind of goes away again. That's funny how that works, because once you go to OT, I feel like Mirage will get a sigh of relief for that. Like, okay, we messed up the first half here, but now we're resetting. Now we're playing basically 3 rounds in a row. I don't know. But right now, they still have that pressure that they can win in regulation. And they feel like they're probably choking right now. Rounds are not going in their favor. Small issues are occurring. Their executions have been quite predictable. They've been trying to essentially do the same exact attack 3 times in a row. Because the way they've been attacking against both the kitchen and master bedroom attack is similar. Because the ways she holds those bomb sites are similar as well. And I feel like Mirage really wish they had the nuke available right now to just go in the basement, walk up a staircase, and get a kill somewhere. I feel like that's the only criticism for Mirage right now, is that they're very linear in their attacking style. It is quite easy to read. And SSG is a seasoned veteran team. They do not struggle against that.
Here's the ultimate heartbreak scenario for Spacestation, though, is that Mirage wins this round and SSG's comeback. 4 rounds in a row, looking great. Significantly better than the first half. And yet it was all for naught, because if they lose here and Mirage wins 7-5, nary a point for Spacestation to be found. So Mirage would walk away with everything. The keys to the 3-point castle. Can it happen? This is the big challenge for a newer team as well, and for somebody like Mohesi, who's guiding a team forward at this level, is you're up against experienced competition who know how to play from behind. They know how to keep their head in the game, and they know how to eke out a victory against hardened opponents. The newer teams, the more inexperienced rosters, the more inexperienced IGLs, they're the teams that are often struggling in this position, and being able to keep that mental composure sometimes can be a massive challenge. The timeout that was called by Mirage did not result in an immediate benefit that we could see. Will it pay dividends now, or will it also help them in overtime? Mind you that because Mirage hit those 6 rounds, SSG cannot get the full 3 points here, which is obviously unideal given the fact that they are in 8th place, but 1st and 8th are actually quite close to one another. So picking up even 2 points for SSG would help propel them up the standings.
Every point really does matter early on in the stage, because so many things can happen throughout. The Terror Drone goes in, kind of jumps back and forward, but somehow gets the shield regardless.
It worked.
Value. It definitely worked. Wall got opened up by Mo as well, so he's now a free gun to rain as well. Surprised there's no smoke grenades from Mo to help these lines of sights and kind of enable his injuries to take a more confrontational gunfight single-handedly in a 1v1 position. But we've seen this many times before, Parker. It's the blue chimney hold against the office push. Let's see what happens.
Yeti's been in the same spot for so long. Mirage want these engagements, but Kento misses. He has to fear a follow-up from Yeti. Dexter, who was so strong at the onset, is not where he needs to be, and he's down for the count. That leaves just Melted and Benji still up. Spacestation in a 5v3, but basically a 5v2 unless somebody can get to Dexter. That all but secures overtime unless something goes horrifically awry for SSG. This is a team that's been in this position so many times before. Mirage had a lead. They didn't really know what to do with it, and they've fallen apart at the seams. And I was actually going to credit how good their utility work had been. Clearing out the shield, taking charge of balcony, but then they couldn't hit their shots, and they got swung on. But it's an ego peak from Hot and Cold. Dexter gets brought back to life. Things are not as grim for Mirage as they were seconds before, but still don't look very good. That leaves just 20 seconds left. Yeti not shaken off of Library Stairs. Back to the bomb site he goes. And down goes Benji now. Fultz with 2. They run right into him. Melted in a 1v4. We go to overtime. And Yeti says, we're going to take a point apiece. The comeback is so real. Spacestation take 5 in a row, and we're going to overtime.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly, Parker. The utility clear from Mirage is superb, but the issue is that's not all you need. I mean, sure, you can destroy the shield, but Yeti, he's still on that blue staircase. He gets grenaded, it's uncooked, he swings up aggressively and gets 2 kills. with nobody looking in his direction. And again, I really think SSG's experience right now is just the big difference maker. Mirage doing the same attack over and over and over again. And they're expecting a different result, which we know that saying, that is basically insanity. Nothing was really changed around. Was SSG, they made these micro adjustments, right? The first time Yeti played passively on blue stairs, the second time he got grenaded, the third time he swings aggressively. Hot and Cold is really the only stable player who does the exact same thing every time. That's because he always gets away with it as well. He's yet to be punished on that chimney position. And what do you know? SSG, they have overtime defense, and they're gonna go kitchen, they're gonna do the same hold with the same players in the same positions, and then Mirage, they should in theory go for a completely different attack. Mo is going from Thermite onto Hibana, and Melted from Flores onto Box. So this is signifying that Mirage are going to change things up. The question is how.
And if you look at just the trend line of this matchup, the fact that Spacestation is on defense for 2 rounds is huge.
Yeah, massive.
Absolutely massive. I mean, you can swap up the roles as much as you'd like, but you've got the favorable side. Only 2 of 12 rounds breaking in favor of the attackers is not what fans of Mirage want to see one bit, but that's the reality of the matter, and that's the fact of the matter and the reality of the situation. I smashed the idioms, I did it again. Either way. 30 seconds off of the clock. Spacestation have changed up their own way of holding this bomb site. Yeti no longer at the top of library stairs. Instead, he's over by bathroom. He's got those Kiba barriers set up by the Azami of Hot and Cold. And now the magnets will go out as well. Yeti had a very bad start after the rehost. Yeti has done exceptionally well. The opposite for Dexter. He was as hot as could be, and Yeti is going to continue to keep heating up. He's getting pressured from multiple angles, sees the grenade go down, needs to be wary of the bathroom window. The Tracers will give away the position of yet another towards Solarium. It's Dexter up there. He'll engage with Rampy, but has to also be wary of Yeti swinging. This is a mess for both of these teams. But Rampy continues to persist, and down goes Mohesi. Suddenly, Spacestation have just broken this one open, and could it be flawless? No, Dexter says not this time. 4 more for SSG, though. 1 more for Mirage. Dexter holding out the same position. The onus is on him to get to the bomb site. He's on such limited HP, he's not going to be able to get the diffuser down. There's no way. A snowball's chance in hell.
Attackers have recovered their
So he has to go for kills.
He has no HP. 1 bullet, he's out. Yeti, of course, in half, he held his ground really well inside the bathroom, got the opening kill. No real follow-up from Mirage in that entry, essentially, or initially, rather. And those keeper barriers are really good at helping out those anchor positions. And of course, SSG, they can run around, they can sit tight, they can hide in the corner. It doesn't really matter because Dexter, he might go for the tactical timeout without taking the technical
I think that's the play.
timeout.
Yeah, I think that's the play right here. If I'm Dexter, winning this 1v4 is definitely doable. Look at the HP of the players on SSG. But for a team that is resilient as they are, they're just going to stay in position. They're going to hold their crossfires. They're going to make it nigh impossible for him to be able to do anything with it. So you might as well just waste time. Allow the rest of your team to talk and figure out what's going to happen for your next defense. Because if you look at the way that this overtime breaks down, the defenders are expected to win pretty much every time. Mirage will go to defense in 20 seconds. They should win that round. Catastrophic results if they don't win that round because then they end up losing the entire matchup. And I mean, it looks like he definitely did take his time. Rampy gets the kill. That is 6 rounds in a row for Spacestation. Now they sit on match point.
That they do. And it all comes down to this. Which bomb site do we choose? To freshen up the memory, when Mirage was on defense, they played basement twice, and it was the only bomb site that they lost a single time. That's the first time around. So basement is probably not going to be the answer. Bar currently being hovered by the members of Mirage, that is. And that does seem to be the most favorable bomb site for both of these teams so far. Both teams struggling with the same attack and defense. Just goes to show that it's very difficult to pull apart. Of course, Asami being open is a rarity on Chalet, and it's because the library becomes so much easier to hold because of those keeper barriers. The 9 lines of sight, establishing crossfires, and making it harder for the attackers to get an easier kill on towards those members that are so important to clear. Normally, Asami's banned, not this time around, and this is the price you pay.
Well, I've started to see more and more Azami being played by both these teams and how critical those Kiba barriers are at keeping you safe. Explosives have actually been at a minimum. We haven't seen a lot of Zofia play. We've seen a lot of Flores, yes, but ultimately the grenades that have been brought have been in the hands of Sledge Yana's been a staple of Space Station. Operators are locked in. Space Station, despite taking their time out, have put together a very impressive body of work and are now a single round away from getting 2 points and keeping themselves in the hunt. It certainly looked like when it was a 6-1 scoreline that Mirage was going to be able to walk away, skate away, since they're Canadian, well, the Orcas, with all 3 points, but SSG did not make it easy. And now Space Station's resilience is really showing, again, why this team is a world-class and world championship caliber team. Defenders are in a great position. Mirage should, in theory, based on the way that this map is played, win this round. That would set us up for all 15, which could be heartbreaking for Mirage to be 6-1, and ultimately, if they end up losing that round, lose 8-7, that would be debilitating. But again, they're a younger team. Trying to find their composure and trying to stay calm in the face of adversity is a significant challenge that just simply has to be taught with time.
It is. I mean, going the distance with SSG is not a loss in itself at all. I mean, they still get that 1 point at least, but a good start here actually for Mirage, because the Kento who's playing inside the library gets out alive with full HP, forces out a grenade, flashbang, etc. But Kento taking damage from fireplace in towards the bomb side.
He's got that one soft wall inside of the back of bar, so needs to be wary of any lobby presence from Space Station. They're still trying to flush out somebody from upstairs in library, but they can't quite do it. Hot and Cold dies to Benji. The roam with the DMR in hand is too much. Kento suffered a lot of damage, but he is still alive.
That is true.
He can wait. No real opportunity to heal him back up present. Thunderbird has disappeared from the Chalet meta. I think Azami is honestly what has forced her out for a lot of teams, taking that flex position. And speaking of Azami, melted now by Chimney, losing some cover. Yeti creeping upstairs. If they don't see from the cam inside of lobby, Yeti is free and clear to put in a clinic, as there's 2 separate players from Mirage that could be his for the taking. But look at that, he's just in the middle of the bomb site! Yeti decides to take control himself. He sees an opening, cannot connect onto the Jaeger, but does so. Both kills are his. Melted is gone as well. It's a clean sweep from Space Station as the diffuser goes down, and Benji, the only one to get a kill so far this round, will need to get more. He can't! Fultz gets the kill, and Space Station wins every round that they need to put this one away. Goodness gracious. 8-6. It was 6-1 for Mirage. 7 rounds in a row for SSG, and they take the win.
Did you see Yeti stormed over to fist bump his opponents before celebrating with his team? He was there instantaneously, by the way.
Oh my
He's
God.
at the edge of the stage too. Oh my god. That last attack as well, by the way, from Space Station is superb. That's exactly the kind of thing that I wish Mirage was gonna do, where like you try and go library, it looks like a default take, what do you know? You full send up basement stairs because there's no Banshee there, into side, you get both openings, and every single member of Space Station was so ready for it. One member on that library rappel, and then that was it.
That was it. And you can see there's some smiles on both teams. Obviously, SSG relieved with that matchup, but Mirage so close yet so far. For a team that has overperformed a lot of the community's expectations, I would still be proud of this result, even if you didn't put a win down in the books. That said, that's it for today. We got the analysts to walk you through that very final map. But before we get there, a break. Let's have the analysts take over in just a couple minutes. See you soon.
Oh my goodness. The final match of the week, and we go the distance, basically a reverse sweep for Spacestation Gaming. I think they were, I think they had 1 point going into the half. It was 5-1 in favor of Mirage. But Yeti and Co were not done. Oh no, not by a long shot. They kept it tight. They brought it back. Mirage couldn't handle the pressure. I can't believe it. I can't believe they won. Crazy, huh?
7 unanswered rounds.
Right.
7 in a row, all the way from the one immediately after the half split straight in. I think that's one of the best performances we've seen. In spite of there being several rounds, Space Station definitely should have won when they were attacking. Fantastic performance, and they actually showed resilience to close a match out in that fashion. So really good stuff from SSG.
Pretty epic stuff. And apparently we have one of the members of the team waiting for us in Vegas. It's False, standing by to chat with us a little bit. So, False, the win comes after a grueling number of rounds. But you guys have got it done. I got to know, like, as a pro gamer, when you're in that situation, 5 down at the half, you find yourself like 6-1, 6-2. How do you keep yourself mentally in the game at that point?
You know, we have 5 players that have been playing the game for a really long time, and we've all made comebacks like that before. So you kind of just have in the back of your head it's not going to be easy, but it's always doable. So.
False, you guys have been really crushing it on defense so far this stage. Second best rated defensive team in the stage coming into this game, 65% win rate, and then obviously this match as well, dominating Mirage on defense. What do you think it is that makes it so much easier for you guys to win on defense versus your attacks?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. In scrims, it's not always like that. Like in scrims, we're a very good attack team, so I don't know if it's something on game day that like changes once we come to a match. But like last stage, we were a very good attacking team, and then we couldn't defend, and then this stage is kind of the opposite. So I think it just like we have 5 aimers and 5 really good players, which is kind of the meta on defense, and we can all like work off each other, and we're never like giving up our lives very easy on defense. So. I don't know. I think we just don't give his team as many picks as other teams, and I think that results in more round wins.
Hey, Fultz, you know, a lot's kind of been made about the SSG vibes or whatever the last couple stages, and you know, this was really the first time you can almost kind of test that down 5-1. Did you kind of notice maybe a little bit of a Yeti impact with the team kind of still locked in, kind of, you know, you're not giving up, you're fighting for every round?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Yeti's one of those guys like. That dude will never give up, bro, and anything he does, like, in-game, out-of-game, he's just a very resilient type of person. So when you're in those situations, it's always good to have guys like that, but I wouldn't even say it was just him that was, like, keeping the vibes up. You know, we were all completely in the game the whole entire way, but he definitely doesn't hurt, that's for sure.
When it comes down to your defenses, it's obviously a known quantity. But on the attacking side, it felt like there were maybe 2-3 rounds you have a really early advantage, or you're trying to sneak a plant into a spot, and for some reason, like a crossfire just isn't being held the right way. Was it just a matter of small mistakes, or was it just a coordination thing you think you can fix on attack heading into the games next week?
Yeah, I think going into this match, we knew we were playing Mirage, which is a team that like. They're very aggressive early round, and we didn't really think that we would struggle with our executes, but that was really the case in this match. We were messing up on a lot of our executes, and I think one round I was like on game's window, and I lost the fight to the guy. I don't know what most people call it, but it's right by that game's like half wall.
Right.
And once you lose that fight, like the round can kind of crumble sometimes when you're going for that type of plant. So I just really needed to win that gunfight. And then I don't really remember too specifically the issues on the other rounds, but I think it was just came down to like picks before executing. It wasn't like always super early. So I don't know. I'd have to watch it back to give you like a clear answer. But yeah, I don't know. I think Mirage honestly played pretty well, and they were taking advantage of like holes late round against us.
Yeah, they came in strong for sure, but in the end, the mental fortitude was there, the experience was there, the plays were there. Space Station Gaming getting the win. Congrats again on that one, coming out of week 2 with a win at the end. And good luck next week. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thank you guys. Have a
Well, there you go. Folks from Space Station Gaming, 8-6 victory in the end, taking us all the way to OT in the final match of the week. But man, that was a good one. Best match of the day, I think, by far.
Yeah, 17-9 from our interviewee as well. In most days, that would be the best stat line that we've seen all day. Maybe not today, but still very impressive. 17-9, 4-2 entry as well. Yeti, Jacob, I think you talked about him kind of coming in and, you know, maybe the Yeti effect being a big deal.
Yep.
5-0 on entry, very impressive.
I wanted this exact kind of thing to come, and you also did too. You had plenty of experience teaming with him when he did stuff like this. It wasn't the exact same Yeti. What do you think was probably like the biggest difference from Soniqs Chalet Yeti to SSG Chalet Yeti?
I mean, I noticed they had him playing in a lot of the spots that we did as well that he's comfortable with. But, you know, I tried to say before the game, Yeti knows how to play Chalet, and I'm sure he tried his best to let SSG know how to play Chalet. It seems like on attack, you know, maybe there's still a little work to be done, but in my opinion, they could have won 4 attacks.
Yeah, exactly.
But those defenses, that was some lockdown defense on a map that in NA is never really defender-sided.
Suddenly, Mirage were playing really, really slow, and I think they got progressively slower over the course of those defenses. If SSG cleaned up, like you said, just a couple of things on attack, it felt like their knowledge of Chalet is definitely a little bit more, I'd say extensive. It's just a matter of capitalizing when the iron is hot. That's the one thing they didn't do in this game. It probably could have been over way sooner. Maybe we don't even look at overtime. Maybe
possibly
all it takes is like a couple of rounds of Mirage getting trounced on defense, and we're not even worried about it going the full distance. But still, I think Mirage put up a good fight. This was definitely still SSG's domain overall.
Well, one thing that the 4 of us were talking about when we were watching this game too is that, you know, Mirage is in a position this stage that they haven't found themselves really in all year, where it's like now, you know, the pressure sometimes is off when you know you're bad, right?
Yeah.
But now things have changed. They're good, there's expectations, kind of the stuff we talked about earlier this week with some of the newer players coming to the league applies to the whole team in Mirage's case sometimes, where it's like, now you feel that pressure that you didn't necessarily feel for a lot of the year, and I think it kind of got to him a little bit. When you see a team collapse like that, that's definitely kind of a nerves thing. That's definitely a mental thing. You mentioned them playing slower. Certainly the case. We've got a couple replays to take a look at. They're from the earlier part in the game. We had a bit of a tech issue, so we only got to look at things from up to round 6, but we got some good Mirage stuff out of that. They lost the match. It was close, though. Certainly still some positives to take away. Let's check out round 2.
Yeah, this is a pretty hype play coming in from the man that we've been hyping up a little bit on the desk, Benji Mula. Starts off pretty bad for his team, okay? They end up in an effective 2v5 with Melted being downed there. Benji really does need to make a play. He recognizes that, sees the tracers, opener for 1 through the soft wall, beauty, and then the way he follows it up, helping him out, the guy over in Solar, and then this third one's probably the most impressive. Hits the reload, 1 HP, doesn't matter. Nice.
Wow, Benji, an absolute monster. For the most part, in this particular one, even sometimes dangerous to his own teammates.
Yes. Yeah, kind of
remember that one.
Kill machine. Doesn't matter who's in his crosshair. He's going to pull the trigger anytime he sees a head. And it's nice, again, to see players like Benji Mula, players like Melted, kind of coming in and having really strong stages, despite the fact that the last couple of stages, they've been really underperforming. Them now on a Mirage that really works with them has been beautiful to see.
Yeah, I mean, when Benji Mula is alive, you have no chance, is basically how I'm taking that. That's just like a play that you're not used to seeing from Benji. It's like, it reminds me of the Monstars a little bit, where, you know, they take the talent from somebody else.
Space Jam.
I'm just looking for it's Hyper. I think Benji Mula took Hyper's talent, and now we're seeing what's going on. I mean, he's playing unbelievable. This is Reddit's public #1 enemy. He's playing unbelievable for them.
He's like, hey, Hyper, can you hold my mouse for a second? And then, like, that's how it happens. The skill sucked right into the mouse. Benji's like, all right, now we're going to make those flick shots. That's right.
It's all coming together.
That's right. It all makes perfect sense now here at the end of the week. Let's take a look at another round. This one's going to be round 6. Speaking about people who were kind of upping the skill level today and maybe the stage in general, Melted. Another example of that right here.
Absolutely crazy clutch coming in this round. And SSG, of course, this is a basement attack. They've got all the walls open. They've got everything you need to go for an execute, right? No smokes or anything, but they can still have these angles. Starts with a beautiful little pick right there on the faults. Very tight angle. His teammate's going to go down right afterwards. Benji about to fall here. There we go. And now this 1v2. Seth, I know you had some complaints about how this was played by SSG.
Yeah, they did this is obviously a great individual play by Melted, but just to be point blank, Rampy misplaced this. Right there, he's playing too aggressive of an angle. Bosco doesn't have an angle where he can actively cover that. Rampy could have ran all the way upstairs to the hatch. He could have backed up to the stairs, played a softer cross. When he's holding more an aggressive angle, he gets swung. Bosco can't trade that. Bosco's position is very predictable, so that's kind of an easy pre-fire for Melted. Bosco swings into the pre-fire, and that's an easy 1v2 clutch, but it comes down to Rampy just not playing positionally correct.
Yeah, there you go. So a little bit of learnings for Spacestation. I think this is one of those games where both teams obviously have a lot to learn when they go back and review this. There's a lot of definitely optimizations that could happen round to round. And for, Mirage, it's just a matter of like, how do we stay mentally in the game when we end up in these situations? Because it's not going to be the last time. You can't be a champion if you can't get out of those situations. So something for Mirage to think about going to next week. For now, though, we have to name our MVP of the day. Any guesses before
if it's
we
not
get
Forest, I'll lose my mind.
We already kind of
it would have to be
just
right?
just show us the graphic.
I forgot about what Canadian did earlier.
Just show us the graphic.
What is it?
Right
What is
now,
it? Okay.
I'm losing my mind.
All right. Who is it? Who is it?
Thank you.
There we go. Okay. All right.
You're so lucky.
22 kills against Beastcoast. Which did end up being a pretty close game here, but Forrest putting Astralis on his back and dragging them across the finish line.
I was going to say, it's not just 22 kills against Beastcoast. It's 22 kills when 3 of your players had 0 kills through 5 rounds. It's putting literally blood, sweat, and tears into a game that did not need that amount of effort. When this game started, everyone thought it's Astralis all the way through. We didn't have any reason to think Beastcoast was going to be this good. They escaped with 1 point, but Forrest and the rest of Astralis escaped with far more, and I'm sure they're going home. And even though Forrest had 22, he's still mad about how that game went.
The 5th highest EPS of any NAL player ever. He wasn't quite first. That honor goes to Forrest when he played on Villa.
Is that Obama handing Obama the medal?
Yes, he still holds the record from that game against SQ back in stage number 1. But hey, 1st and 5th, I think he'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good example. In a game where it's really hard for one player to kind of win you the game, that is like as close to a performance as one player kind of keeping you in that game, winning it, as I've seen in a while.
The discrepancy between both guys who got MVP today, Kento, who was the glue for a team that was all playing around each other, and we hardly even called Kento's name, to Forrest, who did the exact opposite and was probably the only reason why Astralis were able to win their game. It's just, anything can happen in the NAL.
He was an all-star for sure. Keeping Beastcoast winless too, which is tough for them. They came closer. Definitely look better today than we've seen them so far in stage 3. We'll see what they can bring next week. For now, though, let's take a look at the schedule, take a look at today's results. There they are.
Hey.
Soak it in. We had 2 games go to overtime, and Parabellum DarkZero nearly got there as well. Some close games today after yesterday we had so many one-sided matches.
Yeah, it feels like maybe the games that you would expect to be super close, maybe TSM Soniqs, right, and to an extent, maybe Auction XSET, were kind of not that close, and then the games that, oh yeah, this should be kind of a quick one, right, Astralis versus Beastcoast, it goes overtime, of course.
Yep.
Yeah, I think, that Soniqs game is the one that sticks out to me. Everybody's like hyped up about that. That's first place versus second place. Soniqs had a chance to go way ahead of everybody else and get to 12 points. Just literally the opposite of what everybody expects. TSM played great.
Well, there you go. TSM stepping up in stage 3. Soniqs more to work on despite the strong start for them as well. That means our standings overall look like this. We're going to see it in a moment. There we go. Perfect timing. Thank you, production. TSM FTX still on top here. They jump on the top there with a 3-0 and 1 score. Same as Soniqs, their match differential favoring TSM just a little bit, but I feel like now we're starting to see some separation, but we're also starting to see the teams that are really going to be contending for those major spots.
It is crazy to see OXG tied for last place with Beastcoast.
Yeah, and what a gap. 1 and then 6 points, and then 7, 8, 9. Everything 1 to 8 is like relatively tight. That's 1 game difference, and then geez, it falls off a cliff.
The thing for me is top 4 looks suspiciously like just before the Mexico major. Because this is exactly the same 4 teams that qualified for that major when we had a big 4 and then Soniqs came in and created a big 5 in North America. That was the whole story from last year. And even though we have several new players on most of these teams and the rosters have not stayed the same over the course of the past 12 months, it is still a throwback to see TSM, Soniqs, DZ, and SSG at the top of the scoreboard, even if it's only by a point or 2. That's still pretty crazy.
Pretty big swings in map differential as well. Now TSM is 5 up on Soniqs. And that's going to be something that everyone's going to need to catch up to. I looked at Mirage as well. They are dead even on round differential right now.
Yeah.
And that's something where they're going to really need to keep an eye on that, because if it does come down to really tight point scores towards the end of the stage, that might mean the difference between getting into a major or not quite making it. So things are already a little bit tense for some of our teams in the middle of the pack. Speaking of tense, nothing's more tense than our predictions, of course. So let's take a look at where we're at for that right now. Hey, well,
I'm cool
I mean,
not looking at this.
Speaking of like flip-flops of things being reversed, right? Jesse down at the bottom of the predictions right now, 35% for our stage 1 predictions champion, if I remember
and
right.
stage 2.
Stage 2, wow.
Listen,
what a turnaround.
I might be looking for a new partner.
We're early in the stage, all right? Once we kind of get a better idea of
Sure.
these teams, the comeback's coming, don't you worry.
We're 4 games in already. I mean, I don't know what changes Jesse made between
I'm
stage
like
2 and stage 3.
Something Canadian inferiority.
Some of you may look at 80% and say, wow, just an absolute genius.
Pretty good.
Impeccable. I look at that and see 20% that I'm missing, and it's not acceptable.
Definitely a glass 20%.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah,
Just because you lost at 20%, we're kicking you off the desk.
That's right. This is the last day you're doing it this stage.
Sorry, man. You had to hit 100.
All right. Well, I deserved it, honestly.
Well, either way, it was a ton of fun. Let's look at next week's schedule as well. Obviously, Super won't be joining us for that, but you'll be watching at home, I'm sure. We got Astralis versus Parabellum starting things off next Tuesday. TSM Oxygen, that looks like a bit of a pushover match from what we saw now.
Yeah.
DarkZero Spacestation, that's going to be interesting. Soniqs Mirage, a little bit of a soft one after the rough loss today, and then, or I meant Beastcoast rather. Then Mirage versus XSET. Oh, that one might be spicy.
Those are 3 games that are really important for playoff picture, or major picture, however you want to put it.
Yeah.
And
basically.
the 2 games that are on paper don't look that close.
Yeah, I think right in the middle there, DZ versus SSG. Of course, that one's got a little drama behind it. Sky's against the team that he just
You're not
left.
kidding.
I didn't even think about that.
Should be very, very fun for match number 3, so looking forward to that.
Any game that Mirage is in, for some reason, now carries an extra expectant connotation to it. Like, regardless of what opponent they're facing or how many points they've got, now everyone's like, they've been put on notice. In spite of that loss today, I still feel like if you put them in any scenario, it's going to create a banger. And against DZ next week, too.
Yeah, speaking of bangers, I was going to say, yeah. Great Mirage matches coming in. TSM XSET is going to be pretty sick as well. You know Astralis is going to be playing their hearts out trying to take down Spacestation.
That game 3 there may be the best game of the entire stage.
Oh, no.
OXG, Beastcoast.
It's a bit of
the way they're playing. I might feel like you pick Beastcoast in that game if they continue into next week like that.
This is also Sweater's vengeance game, I just realized.
True.
I'm not sure that that's something that's very scary.
If Beastcoast managed to defeat OXG with Sweater on OXG, I think that kind of solidifies the validity of the change they made.
I think you need to, when we show the matchup graphic for that one, we also just need to show like Drip is like a Jedi ghost or something, like floating above all of it too. I don't know. Well, that'll be a fun one, a bit of a rumble in the rubbish, as they say, for the teams at the bottom of the standings. But hey, it's the Wednesday game, so who knows? Maybe one of those teams will have a win. Anything's possible, as we've seen this week. Stage 3 has been absolutely nutty, and we're only 2 weeks in. Still 5 more play days to go, so a lot of games to see, but that's going to do it for this week. Before we go, though, final thoughts from our analyst, from our guest as well. Jacob, why don't you go ahead and start us off? How was your week of Rainbow Six?
I mean, other than all the different crazy, unexpected things that happened this week, it's just good to be back into a rhythm where we have this much siege happening, and a lot of things are still some favorites, some guys coming back, some guys sucking. All the storylines are still here in the NAL, so I love being back in the groove.
Yeah, it's always fun to be back on the desk. Jesse, I'll give you the next one. What do you got to say?
I agree. It's great to be back. You know, back home in Canada, it's starting to get a little bit into the fall season, which means we've got about 3-4 feet of snow on the ground. So it's great to be down in LA. We'll talk about a little bit of Siege, and it's been a lot of fun, especially here on the desk with you guys and Seth as well. Been fantastic having you on alongside with us. So yeah, it's been a good time.
Don't get eaten by the abominable snowman before next week. Avoid that.
I got to fight off 1 or 2 a week, but I've been pretty good so far.
I was going to say Yeti, but the one we got is actually pretty nice in our neck of the woods. It's for sure. Super, thanks for joining us on the desk. It's been a pleasure having you as our guest analyst this week. Any final thoughts from you?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for having me out here. Hopefully, the fans enjoyed it. If not, I honestly don't care at all. But for those of you that did, you're welcome. And that's pretty much it. Thank you for having me out. It was fun.
All right. Yeah, I had fun too. There you go. That's it. The week is done. Thank you for watching. I know it's only Wednesday, but it's a week of Rainbow Six. It's how we operate, Tuesday, Wednesdays. That's how it works. It's been a great set of games. It's been a ton of fun. Until next week, play some Siege, be good to each other. We'll see you next time.
Go Soniqs.
Spacestation. Playday.